But I guess that's what you get when you put off doing things, is you don't get to eat your chimichangas before your chat starts. But anyway, Late Night with Honda, the greatest show on all the internet, is here, and I am Honda, your host. Oops, hit the wrong button. Meant to hit that button. Yay! Oh, and let me fucking change the background a little bit to make it look cooler. Because light in the hallway not conducive to showing cool guns and the American flag in the background. Anyway, how's it going, everybody? How you guys doing? Cheers. Ooh, that first sip was just vodka.
I up on you.
Hey, the second, third, and fourth should be pure vodka as well.
Yeah. That's what happens when you don't stir your drink. Way to go, bartender.
Wait, you put your vodka in last?
I mean, the way my bank account's set up, I can't get my savings with the checking and the checking with the savings, so I got to take the ice and put it in the cup, and then the drinks are in there, but the vodka's in here. So if the vodka was out there and the drinks were in here, it'd be different. But I don't know. How's it going? Angry?
It is going.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Heard. We're also joined by a Fusano. How do you do, Fusano?
I'm doing good.
Are you Italian?
Fuck no, I'm German.
I just made that shit up. Okay. Well, you were like one of the Axis powers, at least,
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know we had a fellow German here. Jawohl.
Yeah.
This is good. We like it a lot, yeah.
I'm a two-time loser in World Wars.
Oh, yeah.
Third time's the charm,
That's okay.
You know what they say.
We must defend the fatherland.
I mean, you almost won twice.
So close.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really think about it, the Prussian War was kind of the first one, but we won then.
We'll give it to you.
So 2 out of 3.
And we have a Mexican Joker tonight. Were you created by the establishment, or did you make yourself?
No, I was always created, homies.
Do you know how the Mexican Joker laughs?
I kind of think he was created by his mother and father.
He laughs like this.
Speaking of which, we're joined by a Never Enough Ammo.
So,
Who could miss that guy?
So that was a cross between a German and a Mexican at the very end?
Well, to throw it back, they were friends during the Second World War, so.
True.
So I'm trying to pull up a picture of something.
a penis?
Without having to show where you can buy it or prices, so we don't
Definitely a
get
penis.
trouble. Okay, there we go. Here we go. So I ordered a thing today, and
A penis.
yeah, and well, other than the penis, something else.
Oh, something other than the
Yeah.
penis. Okay.
So yeah, I ordered a lower, and I was looking at build kits. Matt was there. And this is organic, right? This is completely off the cuff. I bought it for myself, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be a cool rifle when I'm done." And then I was thinking, what would be pretty cool is to give this thing away. So let me show you guys what I ordered. And I was going to build into a gun, but then I decided it would be cooler to give to someone else and let them do what they may with it. I haven't exactly decided what the terms or conditions are going to be. I'm probably going to wait till I have it in hand to actually do the drawing or whatever it is that ends up being, how we're going to do it. But basically, yeah, this is the lower that someone's going to get. This is the second gun for the E-Honda chat that we're giving away. Isn't that cool? I think it's cool.
I love how PSA just trolls like this.
I do too. They're fantastic at it.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then here's something that I was thinking too. Like the grooves and stuff in here, like it's just cut out. What if is there a way to like put color on that somehow?
What do you mean? Like to fill in the stuff?
Yeah.
To fill in the cracks
absolutely.
with color. So
Yeah,
I'd
you
do,
can.
like
you should-
white.
A couple
crayon.
different ways you can do it. I've
Crayon.
done it with crayon before. Yeah.
Crayon's probably the best way. It tends to last the longest. It's resistant to if the
I
gun
agree.
gets dirty or oil on it or anything like that. The only thing you have to worry about is with white. Sometimes you have to fill it in again because the white will get dirty. But I've had white and red on one of my ARs for like 8 fucking years, and it's
also
fine.
I also have I have like a white paint, like it's like a paint stick, and you just blot it all over it, and then you can just take a paper towel and wipe it like over the entire surface, so it cleans the paint off the flat parts, but it fills in the gaps.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Because
some people use do that with nail polish.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Well, we've seen how my projects with nail polish turn out, so we're not going to do that.
No, we're not going to do that. You should just send it to me and I'll do it.
How about white F-15 and then green bombs?
Well, I was
Ooh,
thinking
there you go.
like the radioactive symbol in the middle, if I could make that red,
Yeah.
and then I don't know what other colors to use. I just wanted to use red for that.
Well, you need red, white, and blue. It is the Tyranny 15.
So maybe green and red for the bombs, and then red, white, and blue for the jet. That'd be
red, white, and blue for the Freedom F-15 and nukes.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Have white on Freedom, red, blue F-15, and then red nukes.
And if you're going to do anything different colors, you're going to need to use duct tape. I would recommend duct tape. I guess you could use electrical or something like that. Because if you're going to try and just color the little symbol inside the bombs red,
Yeah, you're
gonna get it in the other cracks. It's just too small. It's too close together. So you're gonna have to like tape everything off and put little dot. Like at that point, I'd use a toothpick and just get a drop on the end of the toothpick and drop it in there.
I mean, don't you always get it in every hole?
Matt, I might be sending you an AR-15 lower. Like,
You thought this was gonna be easy, didn't you?
Well, it is going to be easy. He just has to go and drop it off to you.
It's not difficult. You just gotta take your time.
so I have to go to South Texas with this thing now. Where did I get myself?
Yes, that's exactly what you should do.
At least we could hang out then. Can we shoot bullets into Mexico?
Yes,
Can we start an international incident?
I'm down.
Cool, bro.
I don't know if they'd be able to tell the difference where the bullets were coming from.
Yeah, they really wouldn't.
Did you see that lady at Tour de France who was holding a sign looking at the camera and the fucking like dude on a bike hit her and it caused like a fucking 1,000 bike pile up?
Yep.
Oh
She's
my
arrested
God.
now. They
Dude,
arrested her for that.
Good,
What?
because she's fucking dumb, dude. Like if you do dumb things, you should have consequences. She did a dumb thing, she should have some consequences.
They're cyclists. They don't count.
I don't know. People were injured. Like people who train for that shit got like their fucking leg all fucked up and ran over and their bikes.
Again, they're cyclists.
And again, there's like 1,000 of them that went down. Like 990 of them had no chance.
Well, that's how any of those bike pileups, because they all ride so close together. It's like if one goes down, you're just like, fuck it. Like,
No, I meant had no chance of even coming close to a win.
oh yeah.
So Daniel says, "All hail the night strike for $2." That was before the chat even started, dude. That's crazy. You crazy, Daniel. You crazy.
We love the strike at night.
He doesn't think so right now.
No, he doesn't.
I made sure that he's okay, but he just replied that he doesn't believe me.
I said I loved him.
Well, I sent it. I put another picture in, so.
Oh, did you really? Let me look. Oh my God. Oh my Lord.
Oh God, he hates us.
I don't believe any of you. God damn it. Night Strike, we do indeed love you.
We do.
We do.
We wouldn't send you stuff and tag you and stuff if we didn't.
Double
We're
Dog
dudes.
said,
We do this to each other also. Like,
Yeah. The harder we rep on each other, the more we like each other.
Yeah.
Devil Dog says ceramic paint, then put it in the oven at low temperature unless it's a polymer lower.
Hey, Honda,
Yeah.
That's interesting.
would you be there for me if I needed you?
Fuck you.
I mean,
No.
what I hope is that you reach out to me when you're in pain so that I can ignore you.
Yeah.
I hope I go to your funeral knowing that I could have changed the outcome.
I love that video. It's fucking hilarious.
That video is fucking amazing.
Savage, are you planning an international incident without me? No. Everyone's welcome to our international incident. Hey, we should all hop in a van together and we'll like go across state lines and like wear all of our gear, and we can fill our van with a jerry can on the side of a highway in a state that's gun restrictive, and then we'll all run from the cops when they get there because America, right? But then we'll give up later and then just say we're on our way to a training session. What do you guys think?
That or we could all go to the Mexican border and take on the Mexican government and win in like 15 minutes.
I don't know, man. The cartels down there have been fighting the Mexican government. And they're kind of the same thing now, aren't they?
They blend. Yeah.
I was about to say, yeah, Mexican government no. Sorry, cartels no.
I mean, you dance with the devil changes you. What's that from? I forget.
Not sure.
Oh, Mr. Guns and Deal's back. Dude, there's all kinds of shit going on today with Los Angeles BLM protesters doing... Like, look at this. This is just one video. And
Why are they upset now?
Okay, so supposedly, and I didn't even know about this before all of this shit showed up, there is a spa in wherever this is in California. I think it's San Francisco. And there was a transvestite male to female transitioner. I don't know what you call that these days. What's the correct term? I don't want to be a dick. I'm not trying to be. But apparently she pulled her penis out and was flashing it at a whole bunch of underage girls. And then like the place didn't kick her out, or I don't know what the deal is exactly, but like they were like, yeah, whatever, she can do what she wants, you know? And so a whole bunch of people were like, dude, you're going to like let that go on? And they showed up to do a protest. And then Antifa and all of those people showed up to the protest to do a counter protest. And a bunch of people got their fucking faces punched in and shit. This isn't even a bad one. I don't know what that's about. They're just fucking with some Karen.
Harassing some lady.
Hold on. If I scroll down here a little bit, we'll see a better one. There's like fucking 10 videos of this shit going on. It's all about
Yeah,
bike.
if I was one of those kids' parents, I'd probably be going to jail because that person would be missing teeth. They'd have to pick them out of the back of my hand.
Hispanic couple threatened for holding signs. And that's the thing, dude. Those people are just there holding signs. This is America. We have a right to freedom of speech, a right to gather peacefully. And if we gather peacefully and you don't, and the police do nothing, then what is the First Amendment at this point?
Just a piece of paper.
Goddamn. A whole bunch of shit was posted on Twitter since I was looking at it. Oh, there's this whole thing we were talking about. These are the dudes who hopped in a van to go up to Maine to do some training and then got interrupted in Massachusetts.
Yep.
They were the militia or something?
I mean, what's the story on them?
So apparently from what I heard was they're coming from Rhode Island and they were heading up to Maine to do training is what they said when they got stopped initially because they need to fill up their car or something like it ran out of gas on the side of the road in Massachusetts, which is really anti-gun. They got out in like full kit with their ARs and everything in a state that does not allow you to open carry. Pretty much, they have concealed carry, but it's basically impossible. Like ARs are big no-nos. And like, so the police stopped and were like, "Yo, what are you guys doing?" They're like, "Oh, we're going up to Maine for training." They're like, "Okay, cool. You know, you guys can't have that shit in Massachusetts, right?" And they said something along the lines of, "We don't recognize your laws." And the cops are like, "That's cool. I respect that, but I'm going to have to disagree. Like, you got to, like, fuck off." And then they ran off, like, into the woods, and we're like, "Nope, we're not coming out." And so then, like, they closed down part of I-95 and, like, called in SWAT and shit. And, like, then they ended up surrendering.
So I wanted to add a little bit to this, actually, because I was reading a bunch of articles about this morning. What they were saying was, apparently when the original cop was solo out there checking them out, he asked for ID, and also apparently because of Massachusetts, you have to have ID to open carry and concealed carry and everything else like that, and it's a whole bunch of hoopla that doesn't need to exist.
Yeah.
But he was like, "Hey, I need to see you guys' IDs for the guns. I need to see your IDs for just driver's licenses." And they're like, "We don't want to show you shit, dude."
I mean, they're not wrong. I'd be like, fuck off.
Okay, here's my question. I'm looking at this picture very carefully. The guy's pointing at his star. Point side up. Point side up. Look at this one closely. Point side up. This guy has his 5-pointed star, which is a pentagram, with the top pointed down, which is a sign of Satan. Unless he didn't mean to do it.
I guarantee
More
he didn't
like
The
mean to do
Moroccan
it.
flag,
It's just an
apparently.
accident.
Yeah, I guarantee he did not. He wasn't like a Satanist. He's probably just like, "Oh, fuck, I'll patch a sticky thing on my vest."
But he's got the Satan thing on his head.
A beret?
Is that? Oh, okay, never mind.
That's not a beret. It's
Or a,
that's a fuck. I don't know what you
or
call it.
like a head wrap? Like,
Yeah, same thing that the dude with the black thing has on. He's got
Yeah.
the same thing on his
Oh,
head,
yeah,
just
well,
different
he's got
color.
one too, but his star is right side up, so I wasn't trying to assume anything. You know. Sorry, I'm being spicy tonight.
Various. So
Honda really wants that guy to be a Satan worshiper for some reason. I mean, that's the thing. Until I know more about it, like, I don't really knock them. Like, yes, they were breaking the law technically in Massachusetts, but at the same time, we all can, as gun-loving, freedom-loving people, can all agree that it's a bullshit law. So it's kind of
Okay.
like,
Enjoy this while I go get my chimichangas.
there's microwave chimichangas. The fuck are they? Fuck are they doing? Attacking with umbrellas? Like, I'm really confused.
Mm-hmm.
They're pulling the Sean Connery. Why are you running?
why are they? Why is he running?
I don't know. He's like,
Because there's like 20 of them.
yeah, but
And they're umbrellas, though.
Half the
Not
people
a-
are holding cameras, though, like
I'm not afraid of umbrellas.
or
Yeah.
or people with cameras. 'Cause you're just
Yeah.
reporting your own crime if you do anything.
Oh, the Antifa flag. Got to have that.
Yep.
It's funny how as soon as they fall down, they like jump on them like those fucking little dinosaurs from Jurassic Park.
that's exactly how they act.
Yeah.
Why is nobody beating the shit out of these people?
Like, that's the thing. In most of these situations, you hit one of them, like, they tend to
If
back
that's
off.
me, if that's me as I'm moving around, I'm without them noticing, I'm slowly fucking unscrewing my camera from that tripod, and then I'm swinging the tripod at everybody's fucking head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm taking at least one or two of them out.
I would be knocking teeth out with my
Yep.
tripod, with or without the camera on top.
I mean, they're assaulting him at this
Yeah.
point.
No, that's
They're-
a mob assault. And if he
straight
had a
up
firearm,
assaulting
he
him.
would be completely justified and within his rights to shoot 1, 2, 3, or as many of them as it took for them to stop
That's-
attacking him.
The second you grab
It's
me
called
or shove
disparity
me
of force.
or
That is
any of that shit,
Clearly
like,
disparity of force.
yep.
In any state that has it, it'll be stand your ground.
And that's LA though, right? So
Yeah.
good luck using a gun there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why they know that they can get away with it because they wouldn't pull that shit in Dallas, you know.
Oh fuck no!
It depends
Pull
where.
that shit in half of Ohio right now, dude.
It depends where in LA, and
Yeah.
I guarantee if you pulled that in like at least 40 counties in Ohio, you'd be getting your fucking face blown off. Anything outside of a major city, and you're just a fucking grease spot on the sidewalk at that point.
Well, and like in Denver, you can get away with that all day, but if you go to like other places in Colorado, you will never see a BLM or Antifa protest. And it's not because people are racist there; it's just because
they go places where they know that they won't have
resistance.
Yeah, resistance things.
It's the same reason the mass shooters always go to a school or to a theater or some place that doesn't allow firearms, that like checks them at the door or whatever to make sure that you don't have them. Well, you just shoot the guy on the way in, you're good, you know? Yeah, there's more of these, dude. There's like seriously like 7 or 8 of them. Okay, here's another one. Let's start over. Sorry, my chimichangas were still cold in the middle.
Damn, you're making me hungry, and it's freaking 10:30.
It's called a late night snack.
Okay, but how... We were talking about this before the chat. The chimichanga is deep fried, right?
Sure.
That's what makes a chimichanga, is that it's deep fried?
I do believe so.
It says, look, chimichanga. It's a fucking microwave burrito. I don't know.
It's not. Yeah, as I said, I think they lied on that. If they didn't fry it beforehand, then they definitely lied on it.
Well, if they fried it beforehand, that's like disgusting.
Hold up, let me see. Well, no, because you can get like pre-frozen like chicken nuggets, which are technically fried beforehand.
I don't know.
But I'm looking up chimichanga. What makes a chimichanga a chimichanga?
Oh, did I miss some more assaults? Sorry, I had to walk away for a second.
Tortilla filled with meat or bean mixed. Yeah, so it's typically deep fried to make it crispy on the outside. So I would say, yeah.
It's a deep fried burrito. That's all it is.
Yeah, I would say it would have to be deep fried. So they might have done like a light frying, but if it's not fried at all, then they just lied to on it and are using it as a marketing ploy.
Colostomy bag dropped in $5 and said, just got away from a mall shooting in STL. What is that, Seattle? One person got angry at someone else, didn't have to use it, but I'm glad I had my Austrian plastic pipe. He had his Glock with him.
It could have been a Steyr or in Austria.
Steyr and Glock are the only two that are coming to mind.
St. Louis.
Okay.
Not Seattle. St. Louis. St. Louis, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I got friends in St. Louis. Hear about that?
St. Louis is kind of a shithole when I was there anyway.
There's definitely parts of it that are. Like, because one of the companies I do work for on the side, like they have their headquarters in St. Louis. Although technically, I think now it's just outside of St. Louis. But there's beautiful parts of St. Louis. Like I've been by the arch and like the baseball field and stuff. Like that's beautiful. But then there definitely is like, you're just like any major city. There's definitely your shitty parts for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Jefferson City was definitely worse though.
Well, I mean that's just Jeff City. Jeff City's a freaking itty bitty town.
I've heard Kansas City's a real shithole.
Depending. Yep.
On which side? That's what I've heard. It depends which side that you're on.
Well, I mean, St. Louis, closer you get to the river, except for the City Hall and the Arch, and baseball parks. But out here in KC, I just don't. I don't go into KC very far. I stay on the outskirts.
My uncle used to live there when I was a kid, like back in late '80s, early '90s. We went there at some point, and it seemed like Denver to me. Like it seemed like it was like roughly equivalent, maybe a little bit bigger even than Denver at that time. More spread out at least.
Oh yeah. It's so for me to get to the other side of Kansas City, it's almost an hour drive around Kansas City.
I think Denver at this point is definitely way bigger though. Because what's the population of Kansas City?
I'm gonna look at the metro area.
Denver metro population's 3 million right now.
2.3 mil.
How big's Greater Brownsville area?
The Greater Brownsville area?
Yeah, like all the little cities that people think of Brownsville that really, like you don't live in Brownsville, but you say Brownsville because that's the only one that people know.
That's the only one people know. Well, it's basically from Brownsville to McAllen is this collection of 3 counties that's called the Valley area. And it's significantly large. Decent amount of people.
Kansas City is only 1 county. And it's just...
Well, that's like Dallas County.
Yeah.
Dallas is all within 1 county, but even all the little towns around it, all the suburbs and all that, they're all in Dallas County.
It's like the Phoenix Metro. Like Phoenix Metro's all Maricopa County.
So how are you queers doing tonight?
Oh! How's it going?
Sorry I'm late. I had to keep my nieces and nephews from stabbing each other with sparklers. So. And running into traffic apparently.
Oh my god.
We went over to my grandma's house just to say hi and visit or whatever, and my cousin and her kids were there, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna do fireworks." I'm like, "Okay," and I didn't realize that by okay and walking with them, I was now the most responsible person that was doing this.
Imagine driving down the road and out in right in front of you comes running a kid with 4 sparklers sticking out of their body, screaming.
So a couple of years back, we went to my brother's house for 4th of July, and my kids were young, and my brother had a newborn and a 2-year-old or something at that time, and my sister was there. Everybody was there, right? My sister's holding the newborn baby so that she can watch the fireworks, and I'm setting him off, and I'm doing this thing where you ever take a bottle rocket and you or no, it wasn't a bottle rocket. It was the flowers. You take a flower thing, a spinner flower, and you light it, and you wait till it's halfway burnt, and then you throw it up in the air.
Yeah.
And it starts spinning when it's in the air.
You can take it and throw it at people too.
So I'd done that 4 or 5 times, and everyone was very impressed with it. And then my oldest son was like, "I want to try it." And I'm like, "Okay." I explained to him, "Okay, you got a second or 2, and then you got to throw it way up in the air, and you got to time it right, but you don't want to hold on to it too long, and make sure this and that." And I explain it to him, and we all stand back, right?
It's good practice for cooking off hand grenades.
And I light it, and then I take a couple steps back behind him, and he throws it behind him. Directly at my sister, who's sitting on the ground and can't do anything because both of her hands are holding a newborn baby, right? And like a Die Hard scene, I'm slow motion. I grab this thing out of the air, and it's about to go off, and I chuck it.
That's awesome.
But everyone was mad at me though, still, because that's my family. That's how they work.
Yeah,
Of course.
Yeah.
sounds like you saved what could have been a potentially bad situation that you also might have caused.
I mean, both those things might be true.
But did they die?
Did they die?
It would have been a lot cooler if they did.
Oh Lord, Terry, no.
No, let me move you up so people can see you.
Yeah, I was getting my camera fixed. What's up?
Savage says, me and my buddy are taking a trip next week to a gun shop that has lowers and ammo in. Talk about me blowing my entire paycheck. Yeah, I just bought a lower and I'm giving it away. So, by the way, I'm giving away a lower, Ray.
That's cool. What are you giving away?
The Palmetto State Armory. Hold on, let me pull up the picture of it again.
How
This
much?
thing
How much does that cost? That's cool.
is $80.
Nice. Is that the new price for a strip lower at Palmetto, or is that just because it's a special one?
I don't know. I saw it and I wanted it, and it was $80, and I said okay.
It's cool. I like it. Did you get one for yourself?
Well, that's the thing. I got it for myself, and then I'm like looking at the prices of like everything else that you got to put on it, and then I'm like, oh, well, I need more ammo and stuff, and I'm like, it's going to cost me less to give this thing away than to build it.
Well, my thought is, if you bought one for yourself, I would swap one of your other lowers for it, and then just pocket that as like a, hey, I have an extra lower. I wouldn't feel the need to build that rifle necessarily, or you could build it slow, you know?
So yeah, 79's the low.
What?
79 is the low end.
Oh, okay. Because like they used to be $39, right?
Yeah,
Or was it $49? I don't remember.
something like that. Yeah.
At the start of
I think it
COVID,
was 49. Yeah.
I bought like 8 of those for whatever they were, like $49 a piece or $45 a piece or something like that. They were really cheap. It was a guy that had a bunch to sell at Wanamaker, and they canceled Wanamaker.
I'm going to send it to Matt to get it, have him clip like fill in some colors into the bombs and into the jet and stuff. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'll do
That'd be cool. Why Matt's gonna do that?
I think you can do it, Honda. I know we give you a lot of shit, but I think you have it in you.
Well,
The color. You just got to color within the lines.
I do such things if you want.
I don't know, man.
Oh my God, they have an Angry Joe one.
Oh,
Do they really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
if you
Hold
send
on,
it to
sharing.
me, I'll paint it tiger stripe and beat the fuck out of it and send it back to you. How about that?
Here, check this out.
What is he, a donkey?
Looks like it. Like
Yeah.
a pony. It's a Milo. Pony.
Yeah, because what do you say? Dog face pony soldier.
Dog face
Uh-huh.
Full
pony.
of shit. Full of shit.
Oh, it's a dog face pony soldier.
You're a lion.
That's
dog face
awesome.
Pony soldier. That has to be a thing from a like John Wayne movie, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it is. It is. It's
I-
from like a movie, though. It wasn't like
Yeah.
a thing that happened a bunch.
I wish I could remember which fucking Western this was, but one of the like 1950s Westerns, someone said that. I know they did. He didn't make it up out of nowhere. He's just like pulling random bits of like information from what's left of his brain, and some of it's from a cowboy movie.
Well, didn't he have like 3 strokes?
I think so.
That's a lot of strokes.
Yeah.
They've had 2 or 3, I think.
I've heard some stuff about aneurysms and brain chunks being taken out. So
Weren't SKSs going for $500 on Palmetto?
There's a batch of beat up Chinese ones that came in.
I know like JG sales down for like $500.
Which honestly, for $500, if I could get a Type 56 like Norinco SKS, especially a military contract one for they went to the Balkans or something, which is I'm guessing where those went. Like I would definitely buy one of those for $500. Seems like a really good deal right now.
Well, these ones are $450. They look rough. Look at this.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to clean it up probably. Like they sat in a cave in fucking Yugoslavia or some shit.
Yeah, you got to do some cleaning on
look at
those.
Jesus Christ, dude.
That's just the Cosmoine. A
That's
lot of
how
that.
That's how I want an SKS to look though. Like it like got plucked off the rice paddy or some shit.
Yeah,
That's how it needs to
Look
look.
at that shit.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
yeah. Like that's just a lot of cleaning. That's all it is.
I mean, got old Bessie here.
Hey, but you got to make sure you clean that when it's really hot out, and you got to take your pants off.
Yeah.
You know,
And then you have the spike bayonet out, and then you accidentally drop it, and then it totally pierces your ball sack.
Is
Gives you
Duke
a
even
piercing.
here? Or are we just doing this just?
No, he's not.
He's
Even
doing
here.
Oh, I forgot.
well, I mean, with this, whenever you clean out that barrel, you'll have cosmoline turd.
I really want to get the light mount for this, and then take an SKS bayonet and affix it to that ACOG mount I bought. And make a fucking spike bayonet thing on the end of this, because I think it would be hilarious. And this gun's already a meme, so.
Why don't you try to get a Mosin bayonet?
The red shells make it pop, because the SKS banet's cheaper, and you can get a sheath for one too. I found on eBay, apparently China is making knockoff military belt sheaths for the Type 56 blade and spike bayonets. I'm guessing that's because in Europe there are bayonet collectors who don't have guns and they're willing to buy such ridiculous shit. That's my theory.
Well, everyone's going to be buying worthless or crazy shit. So
yeah. But I figure for that, it's fucking perfect. I'm glad they make them.
True.
But, in the ads on eBay, they were made in 1980. I'm there's no way that was made in 1980.
You sit on a throne of lies.
Throne of lies. Exactly.
Okay, finally we're to the part where I was at. This shit all happened this morning. No, not this one.
What were you guys talking about when I came in?
So there was an incident in San Francisco where a male to female transition, or male to female, was at a spa and showed her dick to a bunch of underage girls or something. I'm unclear on the details, but people were up in arms about it, and the spa was okay with it or something like that. Again, I'm not entirely positive, but people showed up to protest the spa for being okay with it for whatever reason, right? And a whole bunch of Antifa people showed up to protest the protest, and then violence ensues.
I don't know. I just don't go to spas. Seems fucking. I don't know.
I mean, I go to spas, but I plan on showing my junk to people there.
So on my drive home from
they
work,
want it.
there's this Asian massage place that's open late at night. I was thinking about checking it out. I don't know.
So
we had one back in my across the river from my hometown, and everyone in a good 5-town radius knew that was the place to go in the back and get handies. It was just known as that place. And it was just hole in the wall Asian spa, behind a meat packing plant. It was weird.
So the gun shop I used to work at was literally 10 feet from one of those stupid Asian massage parlors. And we knew the owner very well because he loved machine guns. And he was a Asian man in his mid to late 50s, probably, about yay high on me, bald, and he would come in and was just the most ridiculous cartoon character of a human being. And the lady that he had running the girls was even more so. We were taking out the trash one time and caught her chasing all the women out back in a circle, squirting them with a garden hose because they were getting chubby or some shit. I don't know what went on in that place, but it must have been bad.
I have a question about this man. Was he once in a small village where Tom Berenger threatened a family member of his?
No, but he did work in Vietnam after the war, Danny probably.
Might explain his affinity for machine guns.
Maybe. He was funny though, but that whole thing reeked of human slavery or some shit.
Oh yeah, those girls are not
a lot of times
doing that shit because they've got options,
Yeah.
Hey, Night Strike's out there. We love you, Night Strike.
We do love you, Night Strike.
I sent you a link, Night Strike, if you want to join.
It was the kind of place that had vice cops show up every 3 days or so something like that. It was ridiculous. Like I don't know how they didn't get shut down or whatever.
Very, very sneaky.
Yeah.
Wow, Colorado's reached President Biden's goal of vaccinating 70% of American 18 and older by July 4th.
Best thing I ever saw with those people was that guy was in the shop once when like an FBI agent who bought guns from that place came in, and as I'm talking to both of them or whatever, I introduced them because I want to see what happens. I'm like, oh, Mr. Whatever, this is FBI, and look on his face just dropped, and then kind of talked for a little bit, and then slowly exited the store.
Well, I mean, it's FBI, it's not ICE. You're good.
Everybody here is just here to be fucking violent. Like, watch. This is just an 8-second clip. Like, even this chick right here. It's like, oh, he's down on the ground. My turn. Oh, I'm going to punch him a few times. Like, no one's trying to help the guy. It's fucked up, man.
I feel a little bit like Loki sometimes. I can't help myself when I see shit like that. I'm like, cause some chaos.
Shit like that would be cool to have about 3 claymores and just set them.
Yep.
I was talking about the FBI agent thing, not this. But.
Oh.
Also, still pertinent.
Yeah. It's pertinent here, too.
See, it's funny. One guy fought back, and now no one goes near him.
Honestly,
that's how it usually works.
Like, this guy right here, he fought back, and now he's just standing there. And everyone's like, no, don't go over there. He'll punch you again.
He'll hit you.
I would love to see what would happen if you dropped a hornet's nest into the Antifa people.
Oh, it'd be great.
It'd be great.
That would be awesome. Can we figure out a way to do that, like a hornet bomb?
Well, whether you're talking about an actual nest of hornets, which I'm all for, or the little riot control grenades with the rubber balls, either way. But if you could get a nest of live hornets and just rip it in half in the middle of that crowd.
I have a better and more cost-effective way. We drop a gorilla with a sledgehammer.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Check this guy out. This is an Asian guy, old Asian guy. He's got a rooftop Korean shirt on. Right? And check this out.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Use that thermos.
So now, everyone's like, oh, he attacked her. He attacked her. He attacked her. He attacked. And then the cops come in. And now they're going to escort him off because, you can't defend yourself against Antifa.
The cop should be like, that water bottle is cool, but here's a baton.
Yeah, here you go.
Part of me is like, fuck police. The other part of me misses the days when we used to beat hippies when they got on the streets.
So that's great, though.
Yo, he paid very well.
Boom.
I mean,
boom.
What sucks? What sucks is he's out of he's outnumbered, and so are the cops. So the cops are just removing him, so the crowd doesn't get even more aggravated, and that's the wrong thing to do.
Here's my question. What was going through her head when she saw Asian, granted, older Asian dude, but looks fairly fit for someone his age, that clearly has a ninja bun in the back. He has something that he's holding like a nunchuck.
Yeah, and his shirt, look at his shirt. It says Roof Korean, and it's got
what made her think that was going to end well?
Roof Korean in '92.
But you also have to think how many people read shirts.
That's true, but I mean, just looking if chaos is going on and you see someone that's just sitting there cool and calm and collected, probably don't fuck with that person.
Oh, absolutely.
So here's more video of this guy getting attacked. I don't know, man. Me and Matt were talking about this beforehand. There's disparity of force, which if you look into the laws of using firearms in self-defense, disparity of force is a factor, right? So if a bunch of people come up and assault you, even if they're not armed, even if they don't even have a stick, there's multiple of them and only one of you. Disparity of force negates that you can use a firearm to defend your life.
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
So
I do want to give Antifa here credit though for using the Sean Connery umbrella trick. You know.
I just want to say that, like, that's why I want to add the SKS bayonet to that shockwave, because then I have, like, multiple levels of force. Like, you can poke people and then shoot them, you know?
well, I mean, you got to shoot them to get them off the bayonet.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it. It
poke
just
'em-
clears them off the bayonet.
you gotta poke them and then shoot them off.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, is anyone like laughing that the press has body armor?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, they're wearing helmets, but they're not really wearing body armor, most of them.
Well, they have little plate carriers that say press, but who knows?
Yeah.
Some of
I
them
don't know
do.
if there's actually armor in there.
Right.
Probably some phone books though. I hear
I
those
like the,
will
like,
stop a lot.
football helmet or skateboard helmet or whatever the fuck they're wearing.
Well, I mean, if you had soft body armor in there, I'd believe that. But that guy doesn't have plates.
And I highly doubt that chick's part of the press.
Yeah,
So,
no.
Yeah, she's
What
probably
that means is she either has an OnlyFans or a
She has a
YouTube
TikTok.
like a YouTube channel with 23 subscribers. And I can say that because I think my YouTube channel has like 23 subscribers. So I like how this guy's getting swarmed and like the cops are just like, should
Yeah,
we
he had
do
to
something?
walk. He had to walk like 4 blocks to find a cop car to go stand behind it before they'd leave him alone. And only then do they leave him alone. And then there's this shit.
Oh yeah, we're getting kaiju, baby.
Man, like, that shit looks like the fucking
Apocalyptic.
wormhole has opened in the fucking Gulf or some shit. Like, what the fuck?
Dude, look how far out the flames go, too. Like, they're reaching out all the way out to here.
I love the pictures of the boats shooting water at the water to put out the fire. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is a bad idea written all over. Like, why? We need, like, explosives or some shit, right? Like, this is oil fire.
Something.
I
I'm
mean,
waiting for Godzilla to come out. I really am.
You need to fix the valve that's
No,
leaking
it's
the
kaiju.
fucking juice into the fucking ocean that's making the fire. That would probably fix it.
The only thing to do is nuke it. You nuke it and they'll put out the fire.
So when are the giant robots going to start being built?
Hopefully
That's a
soon.
good question. Yeah.
Have you seen
Elon
the meme of Cthulhu coming out?
Elon Musk is buying up all that land in South Texas, right? It's actually to build giant robots to fight with.
I mean, that area in South Texas is near the Gulf.
It is. It's Gulf adjacent.
And that's another thing. Like, hey, let's burn some garbage. Like, you're just giving yourself carcinogens and stinking the place up. You're not changing it. I mean, I guess maybe they are changing things. That's the point, right?
The only thing they're doing is changing the color of that dumpster.
I mean,
It's not blue
I
anymore.
guess you do need a scent to cover up the sweaty basement driller, like, aroma that's probably permeating in the air. So, like 4-day-old neckbeard that, hasn't been washed in a while. And
what's crazy is CNN or Fox, neither of them are showing that thing out in the fire.
parkour.
Just like everybody fighting. I don't know who. Okay, watch
that guy
the
at least
in the
has a
red
bat.
hat. The guy in the red hat just like runs up chasing everybody, but he doesn't do anything.
No,
Like, if I was driving through this, I'd just fucking plow through. I wouldn't care what side you're on. I'm just going to be like, fuck you.
I would drive and then open a door. Boink. Right as you go by.
Well, it's funny how the different colors work too, right? Like if you have a red hat or a flag or a blue anything, like a thin blue line, something or other, that means you're on one team. And if you're dressed in all black from head to toe, and you've got like a bunch of people around you, then you're on the other team.
Mm-hmm.
See, what you do with the car thing is you open the back door, and so someone hops in the back to try to get away, but then it's a trap because you have your pet tiger in the back.
You have an old cop car that still has the
Yeah,
bars
it
in the-
still has the bars.
What team is like in camouflage and not in that crowd at all, and somewhere else where it's like, I don't know, a reasonable place to be? Like I want to be on that
That's
team.
our team. It's like we're watching this shit go on. But here's the thing, though. I was thinking about this earlier.
I thought you were talking about the guys in Massachusetts.
Oh.
What guys in Massachusetts?
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
The
No.
Moorish morons.
The potential Satan worshippers going on.
Okay.
No, I mean his star was upside down. That's all. So let me pull up the picture.
Satan. You know, I like to talk about Satan and the demon, the interdimensional demon child.
This guy has a star upside down, and he must be a devil, and he has the Satan hat on. You mean a rag?
You know, you can tell a Satan hat because it wraps around your noggin. That's a Satan hat right there, boys.
Seemed like a Satan hat to me. God damn it, I can't find that shit now.
For all we know, it could be. The ocean is on fire, so...
All hail Satan.
He did what he needed to in the woods.
So these dudes, they were driving from somewhere across Massachusetts.
Rhode Island, yeah.
On their way to Maine. In full kit, full gear. There was like 7 of them.
No, there's 11 of them.
I got my facts completely right here. I know, it's great. Anyway,
ballpark.
Look, the star's upside down here too, by the way. Pentagram upside down.
It's a Moroccan flag, by the way.
Yeah, well, Morocco's Satanist, I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
No, just Moroccan dumbasses who didn't look before they fucking held the flag up.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah.
I feel like they're doing it on purpose. At
It's
this
just
point.
backwards.
Wanda, I think you're like attributing Satan to like dumbasses.
Wanda really wants them to be Satan.
I just keep seeing a pentagram on their fucking shit. I don't know. Like, if you start having fucking swastikas around, I might ask questions.
What is
What the fuck
that?
was that?
What was
Sounds
that?
like a dolphin.
I thought someone was grabbing a booby that had a squeaky toy put in it.
Okay, so anyway, there's 11 of these dudes. They're in a van. They're going to Maine to do training, quote unquote, according to them. They run out of gas somewhere in Massachusetts. 11 dudes pile out of the van in full kit with guns and fucking everything, so that they can use some jerry cans to gas up the van so that they can get back on the road. Meanwhile, a cop shows up and he's like, hey, you know, you can't open carry in this state. And they're like, we don't care about your laws or something. And then everyone ran into the woods.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, and that shit happened this morning, and apparently they're all caught now, but I don't know what they're charged with.
It happened at like 2 a.m. or something. They closed down part of I-95 for it. I don't know what... I don't think they've released what they've been charged with yet, because I think Massachusetts is still trying to figure out, like, what do we charge them with?
So the dude in the
let me get
middle
this
was live
straight.
streaming the whole time.
Let me
There's
get this
actually an
straight.
entire video on their YouTube channel of this incident.
Let me get this straight. 7 Moroccan Rambos just went out on a road trip in full kit. And then the cops hassled them, and then they ran off into the woods and were rapidly captured.
No, it wasn't rapidly. It like took hours. Like there was hours and hours of a standoff.
Well, like it wasn't weeks, though.
No.
So that whole, you know, when shit happens, grab your guns and run into the woods is not a viable option.
That's what happens.
These guys just proved it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you don't use the guns, it generally doesn't end well for you.
Yeah.
And if you use the guns, it generally doesn't end well for you. So, I mean, you don't really have an option there.
See, that's why this whole year has made me go like, fuck it, because like we're fucked if we do, and we're fucked if we don't. Really?
Would you call this a Satan hat? Because I would.
No, it was not.
It's red.
Just because it's red does not mean it's Satan, dude.
That's what the left is about Trump hats.
You know that hat really looks like it's made from Lucifer.
But here's the thing: when you combine it
there's
with
a
the
Satan
pentagram
boot,
that he's
Satan
purposely
book.
wearing.
There's a Satan book too.
Dimensional child molesters weave that hat out of the skin of children, and
Look,
it is
it's a
symbolic
Satan-
of their love of Satan.
It's a Satan thunderstorm. It's all red. It's the devil, Ricky Bobby.
The devil.
That's some high quality H2O.
My mama says the
mama
red
said-
hat's. My mama says the red hat's the devil.
Mama said. Mama said that Vicky Valancourt might be the devil.
Okay, can I make a point here?
And I like her boobies.
Her boobies are nice.
Yes, make a point.
34 minutes ago, selling something. 44 minutes ago, selling something. 49 minutes ago, selling something.
That's all he does.
1 hour ago, selling something. 2 hours ago, selling something.
Mr.
2 hours ago, selling something. 2 hours ago, selling something. 2 hours ago, selling something.
If you
2
throw
hours
enough
ago.
shit at the wall, something's got to stick eventually, and you got to get a sale.
I'm just saying, bro.
I think that is his whole thing is he gets 1 or 2 sales per post.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah, when he has a big enough
how many
audience.
followers
like
he has. Let's see. So he's got 20,000 people who see everything that he posts. So yeah, I bet you're right. Probably 1, 2, maybe 3. Or if it's like the 22 LR, it's a good deal. Probably like 50, you know?
Yeah. Like your higher ticket items, you might get 1. But
I'm actually surprised he only has that few of people following him.
That's true. Maybe a bunch of people are tired of getting fucking advertisements for gun parts and fucking
No shit.
Twitter feed.
Oh, I
How many
I
followers
still
does he have
follow
on
him, but-
YouTube?
oh, and Twitter.
Oh, I called him Guns and Deals. What's his name? Guns and Gadgets?
Yeah, guns and gadgets.
No, it's Guns and... What is it?
Mr. Guns and Gear.
Guns and Gear. That's what it is. Yeah, he's got 634,000 on YouTube.
What about
20,000
IG?
on Twitter. A bit of a disparity there, yeah?
Well, it
A
could
wee
be,
bit.
too, that Twitter keeps purging all of his followers, too.
What the fuck? Oh, it's one of those things. I don't get to look at the picture. I got to look at a fucking whole bunch of other pictures that I don't want to see. I don't know. Shit's going crazy, though, with the gun confiscation bills and limiting what you can buy. And, we got to come after the people who are into this. And I was saying before the chat, I think it's going somewhere. And we were talking about cells, terror cells, Islamic terrorist cells that are in this country that have been training and doing stuff, and other different groups of people who might be working with them, either knowingly or unknowingly. If they all got together at the same time, not together, but separately at the same time, and all did the things that they are able to do, it would be a bad deal for all of us, right? But there's a lot of people in this country who would defend themselves and have the tools and the gear and things like that, and might stop a lot of that shit from happening and kill a lot of those people who are trying to do bad things. But if you get the guns out of a bunch of people in this country, those people then have carte blanche to do whatever they want, or at least have more power to do things and less power on our side to stop them. And it's going to be a lot more effective. And I think that's what they want. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Are there terrorist cells in this country right now?
Oh, absolutely, there are.
I mean, I'm sure there are.
Have they been training?
There's right wing, left wing, middle, everything.
I know there's probably some right-wing terror cells out there, honestly. I bet there probably... I don't know of any. I'm not, And you would think, in the groups that we swim, if there was, some major thing going on, people would know about it. And we would probably know about it because of that,
So I plugged my vape into my laptop, and it died. It turned off. That's a bad sign.
Well, your vape or your
Your
computer?
The laptop, I don't know what's up with that.
What handgun do you guys have right now? Do you have more than one in arm's reach?
Move me up. Honda.
Yes,
None, because I've been drinking.
I have.
Count as a handgun.
Yeah.
I don't have a camera on my laptop, but I have my Model 85, I have my Nagant revolver, and I have my SIG.
I have the
within
vast
arm's
majority
reach.
of all my guns within arm's reach. So, you know.
2 3/4 double up buck.
And then I've got
And,
these guys.
and I also have a Mosin.
And then I've got PS90, AR-15 that looks like a PS90, AR-15 that kind of looks like it's from Vietnam, but obviously not.
Why was I really hoping to see him put a round through his drywall?
Boom! Oh! Whoopsie daisies.
I like that PS90. The AR-15 P90 thing, I think, is weird. I know you like your Halo gun, but
Oh, I love that thing.
Well, now it's no longer a Halo gun. It's a Tomorrow War gun.
Yeah, it's a Tomorrow War
That's
gun.
exactly how all the guns in the Tomorrow War are. Apparently in the future, they run CQC, whatever that fucking stock is.
Although I will
shut
say
the
that
fuck
they're,
up, Matt. You wanted one
they're-
too.
I did.
Well,
I didn't
because
say
in
I
the,
didn't. I wasn't
in the
trashing it. I'm
movie
just saying.
they have SBRs for a lot of them, and those actually look really good with those stocks.
Yeah.
I
I'm
have
not
a
giving you shit, dude. I like it.
just out of reach too.
Plus, it's got the cool trigger in it, the Echo trigger. Whoa, that's really bright.
It is.
Let there be light.
I've got laser beams on this thing. Oh, yeah.
Freaking laser beam.
Sharks with laser beam.
Laser beams.
How do you like that Echo trigger?
I love it.
Fucking
I
thing.
think it is every bit worth every penny that you spend for it. Even if you paid like $1,000 for it, I think it's worth $1,000. It's better than the Franklin Armory, at least the older generation Franklins, because it has the mechanism that doesn't let you outrun the bolt. And I've never had a malfunction with mine. I've never that was actually period. Not even that was like ammo related or like nothing with that gun, dude. That gun's ran perfectly for me every time I've ever used it. And you flip the giggle switch and it's so much fun. And everyone at the range looks at you either like, who's this asshole, which is fun in its way, or wow, that's cool. I want one of those, which is also cool in its own way. And if someone comes up to you with a magazine and they're like, hey, can I put this magazine through your gun? And you're like, do it, dude. Go ahead. And like they, then you're the cool guy at the range. There's a lot of reasons why it's a fucking cool gun. But most of all, I think it's actually useful, right? Like if you're trying to do suppression fire with a semi-auto, you can do it, but it's a lot easier if you can or if you're like trying to put multiple rounds quickly on something, it's actually pretty controllable.
What I'm hearing is that Honda is basically enjoying the part of machine gun ownership where you get to share your machine gun with people, but it's a binary trigger.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, not many people have them. When you go to the range, there's a lot of people who don't even know that that's a thing. And like, I've had people come up to me and be like, "You got a stamp for that machine gun there?" And then you have to explain to them that they're a retard and that you have to like, you don't need one. You can just buy this, and here's a link to it if you want one.
Yeah. I love the people that are like, "You're wrong. It's illegal. I'm calling the ATF."
I'm calling the AFT on you.
You know how many calls the ATF must get about like Chinese steel core ammo and binary triggers, and like these goddamn things too. Like all of like the things that are like on that gray edge of like it could be illegal if you did it the wrong way. Like if you made steel core ammo new, that's probably illegal. But if you have a bunch of old Chinese shit, perfectly fine. Like every time I've ever sold any of that shit, I get some idiot on Arms List like, "I'm calling the ATF." Like, join the club.
It's like if you're on Gunbroker or wherever you're selling that, looking for that, and you're calling the ATF, you're part of the fucking problem.
Yeah.
I think it's funny when you're on Gunbroker and they'll have like the, "Hey, here's a full auto trigger pack for an AR-15 that you can buy. We'll ship it to your door.
Well,
It's only $200.
technically, you can buy any of that
Absolutely.
shit. You just can't drill the hole in the gun and put it in.
I don't know. I just feel like that's like, it's a trap.
Well, technically, if you had all of that shit and the jig to do it and a drill press sitting there and an AR-15, they could charge you with like constructive intent, but like even that would be difficult for them to have fly in court, I think.
Yeah.
And like, assuming you're not doing that, I think you're pretty good. But my question is like, really, why do you need a machine gun? You probably don't. Like, I'm not saying like they should be illegal or whatever, but like, is it worth the hassle of doing the illegal shit? In my opinion, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Like,
Right.
know how to do it.
But
Knowledge is power.
it should be legal, and we should be able to do it for dollars. In addition to our all AR lowers should have a third hole drill.
I agree.
And it's up to you whether you put the parts in it or not.
Either that or like there's like weird competition people that put it in a semi-auto trigger, something like that.
Yeah.
Because that's the way it would be if the laws were correct,
Mm-hmm. And that's the way it should be.
I was completely content not knowing where my vape pen was because I wasn't thinking about it. And then you show up with your vape pen, and now suddenly I'm feeling the lack. Guns and barbecues here. How's it going?
Not too bad. How about yourself?
Good, brother. Thanks for joining. Good to see you.
Appreciate the invite. Thank you.
No worries. What's going on in your world tonight?
Oh, a whole lot of nothing. Getting rid of a junk vehicle that's been sitting in my driveway for 2 years. Not even mine. So that's nice.
Wait, what are you getting rid of?
My uncle's bravado has been broken down for 2 years and it's been sitting in my driveway. And where I live came under new ownership and they wanted it gone. So it's finally getting gone. I'm kind of happy about it. Yeah. I'd say that's all that's going on in my world, unfortunately. Pretty lackluster life.
Get rid of an old beater like that? Or do you have to pay to get rid of it?
Oh, people around here scrap all the time and say some guy's picking up tomorrow for $400.
Usually you can just call like a like a scrapper, like a junkyard. Like there's tons of companies that are like, we'll pick up your car and give you, a couple $100 for it, depending on what the prices are, and they just bring it down to the junkyard and they get scrapped for it.
Yep.
Hey, like I cleaned my whole room behind me earlier because that's what I wanted to do, and now I just messed it up looking for my fucking pen.
Goose, you're pussy.
There you go.
Yeah, I know. I got to get out of here. I got a match in the morning, so
You stay up drinking all night and then, like what's it, Pete Boggs or Dave Boggs or who is it? The one from the fucking airplane thing. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. The way I shot this morning in practice, being totally wasted, I'd probably shoot better.
Pete Rose, that's what I'm thinking of. You know the thing where like he drank like 48 beers or some shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That always funny episode.
And then won a baseball game. Come on, Foos, you can do it.
Pete Rose is a freaking legend.
Pete Rose, that is who it is.
Yeah. There's a 7:30 a.m. start for a match tomorrow.
Jeez. That's just rude.
Yeah. And the range is hour and 15 away. So.
Fuck.
You know how to delay that start, right?
What?
So you know how to delay that start, right?
How?
Just takes a phone call.
That's kind of where I thought you were going. But no.
Okay, well, apparently I lost my pen. That's great.
No. All right.
It's okay.
Catch you guys later.
Always another way.
You're going to have another chat tomorrow night, right?
Yep, Game Frog chat tomorrow.
All right. I'll be there.
Did you lose the weed or the nicotine?
The weed one. It's okay.
Of the two to lose, probably the one, I would think.
Well, I've got multiple nicotine ones because I've lost the nicotine one and it's been such an issue that I've bought multiple of them so that if I lose one, I still have like backups.
When you have to buy another nicotine vape to find the first nicotine vape because like you can't find it because you need a smoke.
Say, this gives you a reason to make edibles now, right?
Like what?
Or just switch to smoking instead of vaping. I mean,
yeah.
I was talking to an old guy. He was like, He looked like Santa Claus, honestly. I don't know how old he is. How old Santa Claus?
Old.
That old.
Ancient.
80.
And he kept going outside for cigarettes. I'm like, Santa's not supposed to smoke. And then I talked to him about vaping and how it's probably better for you than smoking. And he's just like, my age, I just don't give a fuck anymore. Like, all right, cool.
Okay.
I don't know. People are cool.
After seeing what smoking weed versus vaping weed is like for my lungs, I don't know how anyone could smoke all the time, like especially cigarettes.
I mean, cigarettes don't have as much tar and shit as like smoking a bowl does, or a joint or a blunt, because it's filtered and it's not the same shit. Like marijuana has more tar in it than tobacco does. Period. Yeah. But you don't smoke weed all day, every day. From like I woke up in the morning, I need a cigarette. An hour later, I need a cigarette. An hour later, I need a cigarette. Like you smoke 20 cigarettes a day, that's normal, right? You don't smoke 20 joints a day, like.
Well,
but it'd be cool if you did.
Some people do.
I mean, I'm not saying that I never have.
I like these cart things, joints, but like I don't know how many joints a day I would smoke, but few.
Tara Smith says, I'm thinking about making another upper for my AR-10. Iron sight only, 18-inch barrel. Build, buy, ? I want the handle. You want the carry handle on it?
See, if you go AR-10, the only one I would buy would be the Brownells ones because they're cool and retro and have carry handles. AR-15s, I would build one probably, but I've done a lot of that. If you just want to get a good gun that works, again, Brownells, or find one of the Troy Industries ones. Those guns are really cool, though, like carbines. I don't think they ever made full-size ones.
Well, there was a point where you could build an AR-10 from Palmetto for like $700-800 somewhere in there. That's out the door now. Like it's like $1,100 now.
She's only asking about AR-10s, isn't she? Not AR-15s. So
I think just AR-10s.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm saying AR-10 from Palmetto. They sold AR-10s for it's not an AR, it's a PA-10, but it's 308. It's an AR-10.
She says she wants a carry handle, though. At least if I understand what she says correctly.
Yeah, but I mean,
that limits your field of choices on AR-10s. Like, I can't think of anyone besides Brownells that's making one of those, and I think they've stopped making those actually.
Yeah, those are the only ones that come with the carry handle attached already. But like, you could get you could build yourself an AR-10 that has top rail like an AR-15 does, and buy like a Colt carry handle, but it's not going to be the same.
Then you're playing the game of what height sight do I need? Where do I get that gas block for the fucking AR-10? Like, AR-10s are not like AR-15s. Not everything plays well together. Like, it's kind of a nightmare to build an AR-10 if you're going at it from like, I'm going to piece together the upper. And if you buy a Palmetto upper and then buy a lower, that's one thing. But if you're going to like,
that's what I'm thinking she would be doing.
I mean, you just have to pay attention to the style that because there's the DPMS style, and then there's the Armalite style. Basically, are the two main ones, and then there's a few other outliers, I guess, too. But most of them follow those two patterns.
Yeah, if you're building completely like from the ground up, it's one of those things you're going to have to do your research as you add every single part.
I hate that term.
Sure you can buy all the parts to do the build she's talking about.
I hate the term "do your research." You do your research. I don't know why. It's just research. You just do the research. I don't know. Does that annoy anyone else? It annoys me.
Nope.
Doesn't
you.
Well, go fuck yourselves, you assholes. I hope that you kill yourself so I can show up to your funeral knowing that I could have prevented it.
Yeah. You know what I just found out? I found out if you say the word watermelon really, 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 really slowly, it sounds like the word gullible.
Water. Fuck you.
I was waiting for it.
Randy's a little bit more hip on the uptake there.
I think that makes me gull a calf.
I honestly thought he was just gonna do it to, go along with it until the "fuck you" came out, and I was like, oh, he was actually doing it to do it. Like, holy cow, he fell for it.
You gotta wake up pretty early to get one past me, Matt.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. That was good. I didn't know if anybody was going to do it.
Sorry, I didn't do my research into that subject, so I messed up.
Oh, fuck.
If I had done my research more, then mine would have been better.
It would have.
In my? What?
I mean, me. I.
Me, Honda. Me think things. Me have
Kyle Russ says, is anyone else watching Independence Day movie today? Not today, but maybe tomorrow. That's a good idea.
tomorrow.
Yeah. It's not midnight yet here, so it's technically still the day.
I like to commemorate every Independence Day by watching that movie and thanking Randy Quaid for his service.
Do you guys spend money on fireworks every year?
I
do sometimes, but it's only it's for the kids.
I haven't since I lived in a house.
No, Pennsylvania sucks about fireworks. We get sparklers and snakes. That's it.
That's why you go. That's why you go out of state.
Yeah, Ohio has all the good stuff.
Damn right we do.
$15 worth of fucking smoke bombs. That's all I bought.
I don't mind spending a little bit of money for the kids, but there's people Colorado has strict fireworks laws, no bottle rockets, all this other shit. But if you go up to Wyoming, which is just a couple hours north of here, you can go across the border and literally you go across the border and within a quarter mile, there's several different fireworks stands set up because that's, where you put your fireworks stand is directly across the border. So everyone can buy them illegally and come back. But anyway, people go up there and spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars and buy mortars and crazy shit. And it's I get it. You like fireworks, but Jesus, man.
So
yeah, back in the day, when I lived in Pennsylvania, I used to have a buddy. He'd go down to Georgia every year, and he'd pick up shit. And I'd give him a couple, usually anywhere between $150 to $200, and I'd do stuff at my ex's nice house. But that was for the neighborhood, for the kids in the neighborhood and shit like that. But me on myself, I'm not gonna spend money on. I don't give two shits.
So I was just going to say that if you were an enterprising young lad, you could rent a U-Haul truck for not much money and then drive up there and then fill the thing full of fireworks and then drive to the hood and be like, yo, $100,
Yep.
Dude, that'd be a lot of, filling a fucking U-Haul with fireworks. That's thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah, but your return on it would be insane.
You would have had to have done this probably end of June and then do it July 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th or some shit.
Yeah.
So this actually it wasn't a U-Haul. It was just the back of a pickup truck. But apparently the guy had loaded the entire 8-foot bed with fireworks and covered them with a tonneau cover. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it was a truck cap. This was about 15 years ago or so in my hometown. And I was riding my bike home, and the explosion went off, and I thought we were being bombed or something. I don't know. I mean, ground shook. It was insane. And I was probably 6 or 7 solid blocks away from it. It makes a hell of a boom when something like that goes up. They said it happened just because the fireworks got too hot, which I was like, that seems fishy, but okay.
They're saying that to keep other people from doing the same thing, but in reality, inside of one of those vans, I doubt they got too hot to set that shit off.
You see this shit in Los Angeles when the bomb squad came and confiscated a whole bunch of fireworks and they were going to set it off?
I heard about it.
I heard about it. Jesus.
Fuck them.
Fucking
Jesus Christ, dude.
Fuck the police.
Aloha snack bar.
Yeah, and this is what was left over of that truck.
Yeah, it was a whole
Were
fucking
any
semi that
people
blew up.
killed in this?
Like buildings were damaged. I think people were injured.
Yeah, I don't think anyone died.
No one was killed though. Like
That's-
cars were just like, look at these cars, dude.
The
Like,
city
yeah,
is gonna
bomb
be
squad,
sued.
park next to my car and do your thing.
The city is going to be sued for millions and millions of dollars over this shit.
You see, what happened was right before they confiscated the last firework, the guy that had them handed them a reverse Uno card.
See, if it wasn't so hot outside, they would have had their pants on in the first place, and the fireworks wouldn't have caught fire.
Yep,
Yeah.
on their dick.
I just thought of a theory. So this is happening today, right? Where the ocean's on fire and there's like potentially a portal to another world. Independence Day is tomorrow. What if a mothership emerges from the ocean floor?
Dude, well, me and Matt were talking about this last night. Like, it seems like the Bible got a lot of shit right for these days, didn't it? I mean, if these are the end days, like, fucking, there's a lot of things in the Bible that they were talking about, like what's his name and the dream that he had and all that shit. And like, all we're waiting for is like the 4 horsemen to fucking appear out of that fucking burning hole in the ocean.
Mhm.
The
How did I
dead
miss-
and rising
I-
from the grave and shit, like Ghostbusters.
I guess I didn't get to that part. I gave up too early in the book.
Fucking Old Testament shit. Wrath of God.
I was like, this story's boring.
They always said it would be fire, not water.
Yeah, who knew it would be both?
I believe they call that fire water.
Fire water. That's what the natives called it. I don't know. Hey, let's drink some more. Who's down?
Okay.
Ooh.
What are we drinking?
Wine. Liberty
Nice.
Pink Moscato.
Oh, look at fucking dude. This I like Iraq veteran sometimes. He's using a cannon to shoot mortars. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome.
Why?
Well, actually, what he's actually doing is he's trying to test out some stuff to sell to the Palestinians as a reverse, Iron Dome or whatever.
It's a low budget version.
Yeah.
I thought he didn't like Palestinians, only the Iranians. You gotta work. You gotta work to get it. You gotta work to get it.
Oh, Biden got it because he's backwards.
No,
Yeah.
god damn it! It's 88. God damn! Come on, keep up.
Oh, because he's like Mark Malone.
So did we set a price for drinking tonight, or are we just drinking?
I don't know.
I think we're just drinking just because it's,
If someone wants to make
Freedom
me
Week.
drink, I don't
So
know, $10 super chats, we'll drink. That's fine with me.
if you make it $15 super chat, then I will take a large swig of this every time you do that.
Wait, you guys are getting paid?
I'm not
You
getting
guys are
paid.
doing it wrong, man. You gotta go 1776 on this bitch.
I'm just
That's
being
actually
Only after
correct.
midnight. Only
I'm
after
just
midnight.
being like Honda's fucking what's it called? Where you're like the head hooker that runs all the other hookers.
There you go.
The bottom bitch.
Yeah.
No,
In like
they
another
call
hour
it
and a half.
The fuck. I know what this is called. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a name for the not the house marm. The fuck's it called?
Bottom
Head
bitch.
No, it's Dolly Parton played that in the movie.
Like the madam.
Madam? Is it the Madam?
Maybe.
I think it is like the Madam or something like that.
Something like that. Okay.
I think that's. Yeah, so in like another hour and a half, the price goes up to $17.76.
1776. It's a good idea.
So if you're cheap, donate now. If you love your country,
Yeah.
wait
Wait an hour and a half.
30 minutes.
1776 will commence again if they try to take our firearms.
Yeah.
Unless you're on the side of the road in Massachusetts, in which case
You're fucked.
you just hide in the woods.
the guns.
Why is Biden always like chowing down on ice cream?
It
Because that's
helps
where all the
keep
kids hang
brain-
out, man.
It helps keeps the brain pain away.
Oh, she smells like Tutti Frutti.
You know, between the sugar rush and the cold, it helps with the brain pain.
It helps.
at this guy
It helps
looking at
numb
him.
the brain pains.
This guy's got the look of disgust and like wonder. It's like kind of a, like a combination of like intrigue and terror. Maybe like
You can just see the thought bubble above his head, like, this fucking honky.
That is a huge ice cream cone, though.
that
Seriously.
is. It really is. It's a lot of ice.
But when you don't have to worry about brain freeze.
And my
None of his teeth are real either.
Yeah.
my cousin's kid, like the second he got the sparkler in his hand, was like, I know what I must do. I must stab my sister. Like he goes running at her. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ.
If you think about it, I should cauterize the wound. So
Yeah.
So wait, were those lit or on lit at the time that they were stabbing at each other with them?
What?
You said that they were trying to stab each other with sparklers. Were they lit or on lit at the time?
They were lit. The girl wasn't trying to stab the boy, but the second the little boy got one, it was like, fuck yeah, let's stab some bitches.
it's all in good. I mean, me and my friends used to have Roman candle fights. Like,
Yeah, but this kid's like 4.
builds character.
Yeah.
The wounds will heal.
I was just like, I'm glad I stopped by here accidentally. Because, like, I don't know what else would have happened. Like, they were, like, trying to run the traffic and shit, too.
It's funny how when you search okay, so I just typed in Biden, right? God damn it, go away. Trump. Biden needed an ice cream cone. Trump. What the fuck, dude? Oh, it's just Trump invoked Biden, so he's talking about him, so they got to mention Trump, and Trump talking about Biden is a bigger story than Biden.
Of course it is. Trump is the news. Trump is what makes the news. Why do you think CNN's gone down as much as it has?
Oh yeah, what are they? 10% of what they were?
Yeah, we were talking about the other day. It's like the viewership for their number one show in 2012, which is the last time there was this big push for gun stuff. End of 2012 was 1.24 million viewers per, whatever, every time they played it, whatever that show was. I don't remember what it was in 2012. And now it's Anderson Cooper, and he gets like 200 and something thousand viewers. Like YouTube channels get more views than fucking CNN does.
It's true.
So, I mean,
There's a lot of YouTube channels that get way more.
Yeah, a lot.
Like Tim Pool gets more than that on most.
Okay.
Like, what does he get on most of his shit?
What channel are we talking about?
CNN.
Okay.
Like their actual TV newscasts. And then if you look at their demographics, that's the other thing. Like, how many of them are above the age of 60 or whatever?
The
It's
only
like
people,
70%.
the
So in
only
20 years, they're not going to have anybody watching.
the only people I know that watch CNN are literally like in their 70s, like you said. Like my grandma watches it sometimes, and like my girlfriend's grandparents. Those are the only people I know that watch CNN.
So in this video is from, I guess it's from yesterday. So in one day, it's gotten 200,000 views on one of his videos, right? So it's not even like his show. It's just like one. And that's an example of someone who does news on the other side, who doesn't even have like the infrastructure or whatever you want to call it.
Hey, so not meaning to backtrack, but so I went to look at Delta Team Tacticals, see if by chance they had any AR-10s with a carry handle. They don't. However, what did catch my eye is the fact that they've got 4 complete upper builds for AR-10, starting at $364.99, and the most expensive is $414.99. All 16-inch barrels.
That'd be pretty badass just to have a cheap blaster like battle rifle.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
This guy has pet otters, and I've been watching his YouTube channel, and I want a pet otter now. These are like the cutest animals in the world.
Is that like the cheapest semi-automatic 308 you can get right now? Because I think it is.
I think so, and it says it's a DPMS style upper.
So that'll take the Magpul mags then.
Yep.
Which is cool because those, like, you can get the 25 rounders for those, and like, that's a badass thing. I like otters.
They're just so cute.
Honestly, I've always liked otters because they're like sea cats or some shit.
Can you buy an otter?
Jolly.
Yeah, Jolly's
Sometimes.
water.
Jolly is, well, no. Jolly's a twink, really.
There's a flea
Oh,
market
that's right. Otters,
probably.
they have to be hairy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can tell by looking at Jolly and his Asian heritage that there's no hair there.
There's a flea market in Ohio that's pretty much smack dab between Tiamat and I that I've seen otters at. I've seen skunks, raccoons, foxes. They take in all kinds of
you
shit.
You can get them. Jolly's much more like a baby seal.
The Bud Man out there says cute until they eat your face, and yeah, I would treat them like any wild animal. Like I'd have a gun. Like otters are dangerous.
But if you like raise it from the time it's a little baby puppy, and like you fucking like, I don't know, make sure it's not hot out and keep your pants on and that kind of thing.
What the hell are you planning on doing with the otter? Holy shit!
I'm just saying, accidents happen.
You never know, man. You never fucking know.
They are kind of mischievous. They might find your vape pen for you.
Yeah, seriously, like I'm upset about that right now. Thanks
It
for
looks
reminding me.
like the otter
You're
would
welcome.
get a blowjob. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't think it wouldn't.
Comes pre-moistened.
So
Do
many-
otters make good pets? What you should know. Freshwater otters live in family groups of up to 15. Advertisement in the wild. When they're captured and sold as pets, they are not living their full natural lives. Your bathtub or pool cannot substitute for their large bodies, water, blah, 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 blah. Fuck off, I don't care. You're going to be happy.
Oh shit!
Hey Honda, TC in the chat says watching your video is painful.
What video?
I don't know. They made me laugh.
You're like a wannabe Fox News pundit?
Me?
No, that's what he said.
Oh.
Watching your video was painful. You're like a wannabe Fox News pundit. LOL. At least those guys get paid lots of money, man. How much? If you're one of those like talking heads, don't they get paid like fucking stipends of like $50,000 here, $20,000 there, and they got to work like 5 minutes a week?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no clue.
See, I'd like to be one of those pundits and just get on there and like give the like tiger owner opinion from Oklahoma.
So what's the story? The Project Veritas reporter lady. You guys remember hearing about that? Who like was on air and basically said some shit. What did she say? What was the deal with that? I'm vaguely remembering it right now.
She said basically it was that the message was controlled, and that every time she would try to talk about something that was off message, even though they're a Fox affiliate, that she was constantly shut down, and she would get yelled at when she would mention things. Like she had said something, I guess, about hydroxychloroquine because there was a doctor that was asking or that was saying something about it. So she like asked a question and they fucking yelled at her and all this shit and it was stuff like that. Basically saying that they're not allowed to actually talk about certain things, even though when those things are actual stories.
Matt, TC says it's your video that is like a wannabe Fox News pundit. It's the non-racist voting laws one. So take that, Matt. Ha!
I really want that dude who was commenting.
That's a compliment to me. Fuck.
I want that
Good.
dude.
I'm glad somebody got triggered by it. That was the point. Because if you're triggered by it, that means you're a racist. So I'm cool. I mean, if you're triggered by that video, you're a fucking racist. So
Mark Malone says Jews. Okay, not really. He said something else, but it's
but it sounded like Jews.
It sounded like that.
It sounded like that.
Translated too. Yeah.
I don't know. I watched your video and I agreed with. I mean, what you're saying, you're trying to make a point, and you could argue that like maybe you didn't make the point as well as you could have or whatever, right? But I don't think there's any refuting the point that you were making.
The point that I'm making is to try and get people to think before they just open their mouth and spout bullshit without understanding the situation. I guarantee you, everybody that got triggered by that video hasn't read the Georgia or the Texas laws. They haven't fucking read them. I've read them line by fucking line. Guarantee these people are getting triggered about shit they don't even know about. They're being told to be triggered about it. They're being told it's racist and it's discriminatory and all this other bullshit when it's not. It doesn't do anything. And the mere fact that you would think, even if it was discriminatory in that, oh, well, you know, it requires you to vote at your correct polling place, and you have to be 150 feet away from the polling place to have anything to eat or drink given to you, or you have to have an ID. If you think that's discriminatory, that means you think lesser of black people, and so therefore you're being racist. Like, I mean, it's if you think that black
pretty
people
clear point. It's a pretty clear point.
You know what I mean? Like it's
like black
common
people
sense. If people would just
can't
stop
get driver's licenses because they're black, and they're not able to do that in large numbers because they're black.
I've literally heard the argument. Well, we can't expect black people to know how to use the internet, or not all black people have cars to be able to go get their ID.
Oh, they're going to show up to the wrong address because they can't Google it.
You think so little of black people that you think all that bullshit's true?
Man, you know, you can't expect black people to get an ID. That's like, you know, ridiculous.
And I do have one complaint.
Come on, man.
I have one complaint about your video, though,
man.
You always call it, what do you call it? The soft...
The subtle racism of low expectations.
Yes, I like that.
But the actual saying is the soft bigotry of low expectations.
Bigotry doesn't have the punch that racism does.
Yeah.
I changed it because it sounds better.
As long as you know it's not the quote, that's fine. It's fine. I can accept that.
TC in the chat says NEA is delusional. You're delusional.
Okay. Have fun with that.
TC says the laws affect certain demographics more, and those demographics tend to be POC. How?
Okay. And what demographics? You're saying the demographics. The only thing you could be talking about is people who can't figure out where to go vote, because that's one of the big things in the law that they're opposing, is because if you accidentally go vote in the wrong place, well, your vote won't get counted. But first of all, that's like that everywhere. That's like that here in Texas. I can't go to the wrong polling place that I'm not assigned to go to. I never have been able to unless you're early voting, and then they will have a central location for early voting that everybody can go to. But on election day, you have to go to your polling place. And if I try to go somewhere else, in Texas, they won't even let me vote. They'll be like, you're at the wrong place. Okay? So, like, hey, dumbass, figure shit out. So if you're saying that it affects people who are too stupid to figure out where to go vote, or it affects people who don't have driver's licenses, and you're saying those are all people of color, right? Well, that's kind of racist if you think that.
That's a good point. That's the point you were making with that.
Matt, my question is, would you be for, hey, you're from the state of Texas, you can vote at any polling place in Texas with a valid Texas ID?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And
I think that's how.
Here's the thing too, like, and I don't know about you guys, but everywhere I've ever lived, my polling place that I was supposed to go to has, one, been the closest place to me, polling wise, and two, while I drove there, I didn't really need a car to get there because it was maybe at max 2 miles away. Like, I could have easily walked there if I needed to.
I just think it's stupid. It's saying that people of color, which, by the way, I don't know if everybody knows, that's now been considered racist. College campuses are now saying people of color is racist. You shouldn't say that anymore.
Well, hold on.
It was always
we have a POC.
It was always racist. We've been saying it's always racist.
We have a POC right here. Leo.
Hello.
Leo is not really a people of color because he's like a ginger, so he's like a soulless thing, right?
That's true.
Yeah, this is true.
Right.
This is true.
He's 50-50. He's black from the waist down. That's all.
So here's the thing, Leo. I don't know if you saw my video today.
All the blackness went to his dick.
No, I haven't. I've been at work. I just get.
So I made a video today where I basically said that if you think that the voter ID laws that I've read through that people are so triggered about, if you think that because they require people to have an ID or require people to know where their polling place is and not accidentally go vote in a different place, so they have to, maybe, I don't know, if they make a phone call or do research, people are saying that all these things are racist. And my point in my video was, if you think that it's racist to require somebody if you think it's racist when a law goes into effect that says you have to have an ID and you have to know where your polling place is by either calling or using the internet or doing whatever research, and you think, well, that's racist to black people, well, then you're the racist because you assume they don't know how to do all the same things everybody else does. That was the point of my video, was if you're triggered by these laws, then you're being a racist because you're the one that has low expectations for people of different colors.
Here's the thing, though. Everybody's got a cell phone these days. Everybody's got, like, poor people. Like,
Let the black man
people on
talk. Jesus Christ, he didn't even answer my question. Fuck.
Sorry, I'm being
White
racist.
privilege. White privilege.
Shut up, Whitey.
Yeah, it's really a slap in the face and really disrespectful to say that we're too poor and too slow to able to get an ID or know where a polling place is. I mean, it's really easy to find, and like everybody usually knows in the neighborhood where your polling place is because it's gonna be the same exact place where it's at time after time anyway.
Yeah.
So like, okay, if getting a voter ID is racist, then the amount of stuff you got to go through just to get a concealed carry license in Illinois is extremely racist. Then it costs too much money and too much time, and there's no gun shops in Chicago. So if you don't have a car, you know, then that would be extremely racist because it limits access for people of color to get firearms. But I guess that doesn't go with the narrative, so no.
I guess not. I don't know.
So maybe I'm
let me back up
racist.
real quick. Oh, good.
Maybe I'm racist. But did Leo just sound blacker than normal?
No, he sounds the same to me.
Oh, okay. I'll say just me then. I'm racist. That's all right.
Man, you know what I'm saying, Joe? Like, check this out, dude. I'm my nigga. Like you know,
Leo, do you use your white people voice?
Here's the thing. Hold on.
Okay,
so TC in the chat, and Leo, you tell me this because you actually live in one of the cities that I use as an example when people bring this up.
Okay.
So TC says if you think systematic racism doesn't exist, then you're racist, right? And my challenge to that has always been not whether or not I'm making a determination of whether or not it does exist, but if it does exist, it usually shows its ugly head in places like Chicago, Detroit, Minneapolis, everywhere in California, New York, and every other place that's run by Democrats and has been run by Democrats for decades. So if systematic racism is real, and I'm not arguing that it is or isn't, if it's real, it's perpetuated by the left.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, I mean, it's like, why don't you feed the deer? Because then the deer need you to take care of them because they no longer look for food and they no longer forage on their own.
Give a shit. We're all just cogs in a wheel to them.
Right.
And if they can successfully pull off going, hey, here's this whole group of people that we used to fucking be very, very racist against, because we're the fucking party of the KKK. But now we can just tell them we'll be really nice to them and that we'll fight for them. But really all we're going to do is keep them fucking in places where, they have higher crime rates and all this other shit. And then we're not going to give a shit about them, but we're going to convince them that we do so that they'll keep voting for us. Like that's as much as they give a shit about anybody.
I was just going to quote Lyndon B. Johnson. That's all. I mean, there was that whole thing. I wasn't going to quote him because you can't really quote him on.
You can't quote him. You'll get kicked off YouTube.
I was just going to quote Chris Farley. Kill Whitey!
So you can say that all you want.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's acceptable.
Well, that's the weird fucking reverse racist fucking culture we live in now. Where like you can't say all of these fucking things about all of these certain groups of people, but like you can call anyone in this room except Leo any name you fucking want, pretty much.
So I want to go back to what TC was saying real quick though, because he was saying people do have less access to transportation and the internet. Those are facts, not racist. It's the statistics. Not all of them, but a larger percentage. You're trying to spin this into something that it isn't. That's the problem. No, here's the thing. Everybody's got a cell phone these days. Everybody has, like, homeless people on the street have a cell phone. And this is the point I was trying to make. If you don't look something up on the internet, that's willful ignorance at this point, as far as I'm concerned. Everybody's got a fucking cell phone. And that means everybody's got access to some knowledge of everybody that's come before them and that's living currently if they just have the will to look, right? So that's no longer an excuse.
Well, and not only
as
that.
As far as the driving part of it, yeah, you're right. Every time I've ever voted, the polling place while I drove there could have been walked to. 2 miles maybe, like it's always really close by because they have them everywhere. And the point of all of these bills isn't to like screw over POC and the Democrats or whatever. It's to make sure that the votes that we count are the votes that people cast, and the people that cast them were able to cast the votes that they cast. That's all.
Well, not only that, but when you look at like the Georgia law, where they're actually allowing, they're like, if you need an ID, we'll get it to you for free. And guess what? We'll come pick you up and take you to the DMV, and then we'll take you back home. Oh, and also we're setting it up to where there are groups that will come and pick you up at your house on election day to drive you to the polling place. There's no fucking excuse here. Nobody's trying to be racist. And the whole problem with all of this shit, is that it only came about because of the shit that happened in 2020. Okay? Nobody's doing this to be racist. People are doing this because they want to ensure that nobody ever starts shit like what happened. Georgia was the fucking poster child for the shit show that was the 2020 election. They don't ever want to go through that shit again. So all they're doing is sealing up their elections. That's it. That's all they're doing. They're if you go and look at the laws the way it was and the way it is, they've actually expanded voting by date, like as far as how many days you can vote early. You can now vote on Sunday. They now stipulated that polling places have to be open from 7 to 7. They reiterated some other wording, like because I think on election day, on early voting it was 7 to 7. On election day it used to just say the polling place must be open during normal business hours. So people were able to interpret that however the fuck they wanted. They simply said, okay, normal business hours are 9 to 5. Polling place at least has to be open that long. You also, if you want to vote, your work has to let you off during business hours to go vote, so you can get your vote in. They did a whole bunch. Dude, in Texas, when they passed the law, which is almost identical to Georgia, they even did a thing that says you can't, if you even so much as claim election fraud, okay, without, and I forget what the term they used was, but it's basically irrefutable proof, okay, you run the risk of getting charged with a felony yourself for trying to tamper with an election. So they're trying to make it to where nobody can claim voter fraud. They're doing all the stuff the Democrats were yelling about last time that they wanted. Stop claiming voter fraud. Stop this, stop that. Well, now they're doing it, and they're putting it into action, and they're doing all these things to make the elections safer and easier for everybody to get to. They're expanding. You know, before 2020, there was no state in the entire country that had drop boxes where you could just go drop off some fucking. They did that because of COVID, okay? It's never been done before. And people they're taking the drop boxes away. No, they're actually leaving the drop boxes in place. They're just going to have them in strategically located areas so it can be controlled and monitored, because part of the reason everybody was yelling election fraud was because there were so many boxes all over the place that weren't being monitored. So that gave Trump and all his people plenty of things to yell and go, look, they're unsecured elections, blah, blah, blah. So they're trying to secure this shit so it never fucking happens again. But they have expanded voting. They're giving people free IDs. They're doing all this bullshit. So to sit here and put a spin on it like it's fucking racist, it's just fucking ignorant. It's stupid. Well, it makes no sense. Go read the fucking bills. I got a whole video on my channel explaining the Texas bill line by fucking line. And if you think any of that's racist, then you're the fucking racist, because none of it's racist. None of it. So it expands people's access to vote, and it puts harsher penalties on people who try to claim election fraud. Isn't that exactly what the Democrats wanted?
So TCU is saying that you're trying to spin this into something that it wasn't, or that it isn't. And I think that's exactly what it is. I've read all the fucking bills. I'm saying that's exactly what the left has done with these bills, because these bills, as far as I can tell, and you've read them more than I have, but I listened to what you were saying about them as you were reading that line by line thing in Texas, and they don't do anything to suppress anybody's vote at all.
No.
And them claiming that is just gaslighting, and that's a lie, and you're believing that lie. And then the other thing that I was going to say, where was it? Hold on. Every state should have mail-in, because he was saying something about how, like, we're afraid of mail-in voting because that will give too much power to the Democrats or something, because they obviously outnumber us or something like that. Right?
Here's the thing. Here's the stupid thing about that.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point. I think that voting, honestly, and you can say that this is racist or whatever you want to say, should be slightly difficult. I'm not saying impossible, but it should be kind of a pain in the ass, because then the only people who end up voting are going to be the people who actually have a stake in it or care enough or researched enough to have a fucking voice in the situation, rather than every fucking dumb person out there who just listens to CNN and is programmed by the mass media that's paid for, the corporate media that spoon feeds you both the news and what you should think about it, right? And then they put the polling box in your living room while they're talking to you on the TV. Like, I don't think that's what the fucking founding fathers had in mind when they were talking about voting. That's all.
Well, here's the thing. So mail-in voting, first of all, was only in, I think, 4 states before 2020. I believe it was 4 states. I know it was Washington, Oregon. I don't remember where else. But anyway, it was only in 4 states before. It wasn't in Texas and it wasn't in Georgia. Guess what? It's now in Texas and it's now in Georgia with these new laws. You can mail-in vote. Okay, you can do it now. Okay, you just have to sign a piece of paper that's an affidavit saying you swear this is really you under penalty of law. Okay, we didn't have it before. We have it now. So what the fuck are you bitching about? Where's the bitch? Because unless you're committing voter fraud, who gives a shit if you have to sign your name to it by penalty of being charged with probably a misdemeanor, I'm assuming. But like, what's the big deal? You're going to in Georgia and Texas, you're going to have mail-in voting. So what are you bitching about? You got what you fucking wanted. Like, this is what drives me nuts. They come out, they say racist, and then they don't tell anybody other than like, oh, they said you can't give out food and water. You've never been able to give out food and water, dumbass, ever. Okay, they just put it in the bill. They reiterated something that wasn't explained in detail in the previous law. That's why when you go, you can't do anything. It's different from state to state. But in Georgia, for instance, it's 150 feet. You can't do a fucking thing within 150 feet of a polling place. You've never been able to do anything. You can't post signs. You can't give shit away, water, food, fucking tacos, condoms, anything within 150 feet of a fucking polling place. You've never been able to do it. The only thing this law did was specify gifts, and then it broke down what gifts might be. These are examples of gifts. And one of those things was food, water. It's not that it wasn't in the law before. It fucking always was. Do some goddamn research before opening your fucking mouth because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay? They're just trying to seal up the laws so they never have the shit show they had in 2020 again. They changed almost nothing, and what they did change expands voting for people and puts harsher penalties on people who claim fraud. That's it. That's it.
I just wanted to say that you should never go full redumbass.
Redumbass?
Never go full redumbass.
Yeah, I caught that. I don't think we didn't catch what you was about to say.
Hey, but there was a time in Chicago where there was a little bit of period of time where before we voted, we had to show our voter registration card before we did, and nobody complained.
Yeah.
Nobody complained. So now it's an issue.
Voting has consistently gotten easier throughout my lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten easier in every single state, easier and easier and easier to vote. And these laws actually make it easier. But because one side is telling you it's racist, don't worry about reading the bill and really understanding what it means. But it's racist. You got a bunch of people, got half the country screaming, it's racist, because they're a bunch of fucking talking monkeys who don't do any fucking research themselves.
I almost don't care about voting anymore because it's like, yeah, you're going to go do your part or whatever. But at the end of the day, like, my views are never going to be fully represented by anyone in this fucking state or any other state for that matter. Like, I feel like a person without a country. So why am I?
A lot of people feel like that, dude. A lot of people. Like, it sucks. I know. I feel like that half the time.
Jesus Christ, dude. Are you kidding me? Like, this isn't any, like, the America that I wish existed is this distant memory of what America used to be, right? Like, you got to go back to like 80s and 90s, you know, like fucking and before.
I mean, I get how we're all, you know, making good points and everything here, but we all do remember and realize that TC comes in to basically just troll this chat, right?
Yeah.
No, but the thing is he right now he's trolling in ways that people these are things other people are actually saying. It's not just him.
Yeah.
This is like this movement of people who are too stupid, and I don't know whether they're watching CNN or MSNBC or ABC or whatever. They're not watching Fox, obviously, but they're just listening to the people shovel shit in their mouth, and they're just eating it up and then regurgitating it to everybody they see without doing a goddamn bit of research themselves or reading the fucking bill or having any understanding of the issues about drop boxes and gifts and all the shit they're complaining about is easily explainable and provable that it's actually getting easier to vote, but they're still bitching about it because they don't want to, they're too fucking lazy to do some goddamn research. This is exactly what they fucking want. The people that control all this shit want everybody fucking fighting. They want you pissed off thinking everything's racist, so you'll hate half the fucking country. That's what they fucking want. It is called divide and conquer. It is a tried and true tactic, and they're fucking successfully pulling it off on you because you're too stupid to fucking go do some goddamn research. It's not even too stupid. It's fucking pathetic.
It's too fucking lazy. We live in a society that's extremely lazy across the board when it comes to anything, and to take 5 minutes out of your day to look into something is too much of a struggle for most
Right.
people. They'd
I'm sorry,
rather
if you're
just
gonna-
sit their
which
ass in
brings me
front
to
of
my point. That brings me to my point, which is this is what TC is saying. You should, if you are an American citizen, it should be as easy as possible to vote for you to vote. And
Devolved.
I
It
actually,
should be, but you just have to verify you're an American citizen first.
well,
Mm-hmm.
but here's
I
the
mean,
thing, though,
that's-
man. Like, if you make it like so easy that anyone can do it from like a tablet in their living room in their underwear while like doing 5 other things, right? Because it doesn't even matter; it's so easy. Then what you're gonna do is open the door for the person with the biggest pocketbook and who has the most control over the media to brainwash the most people, and then get everyone to vote. And guess what? It doesn't matter if like I'm right about everything. Like, let's say I'm right about everything I'm saying, which I'm not. There's things I'm wrong about. I'll admit that. But let's say I'm right about everything I'm saying and I'm screaming, we need to not do this. And I'm completely right about it, right? But CNN and the mainstream media convinces enough people on the other side, in spite of everything that I can do to convince people that it's going to vote the other way, and it doesn't matter. So it's the person with the biggest pocketbook and the biggest influence that wins, not who's right. That's my problem with it.
So
I'd like to jump in here real quick. So, Ohio, about a month and a half ago, our Secretary of State, Frank LaRose, was actually in front of a huge panel of people. I think it was a House Oversight Committee is what was going on at. And he was trying to they were trying to redo our laws right now, similar to what every other state's trying to do right now, to redo our election integrity. Every single Democrat opposed it. At least 3 of them, who are black people, were all like, "Mo racism," the whole fucking time. And eventually, everybody with a Democrat next to their name walked out of the chambers and that whole thing.
So to circle back to Honda's point, Joseph Goebbels was Hitler's like head of propaganda, right? And like he's famous for saying that like if you control the media, nothing else matters. And I think in a modern like democracy or democratic republic or republic with a democratic system like we have, like it's pretty damn true. If you can convince the majority of people that these be the facts, you can control what people vote. So really none of this matters.
So you're saying he was out of line, but he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
I keep thinking about what Kennedy was saying before he was shot about how there's a...
Oh, look at that tree.
What?
What?
Kennedy before he was shot. Oh, look at that tree.
Ah, jeez.
No, he was giving a speech, like it was like a week or something, or maybe in like a month before he got shot. I'm not sure. I wasn't alive. About how there's a conspiracy that uses technological means and all that. I forget the speech. I got to look it up. Keep talking. Let me look this up.
So does anyone you know what the last thing to go through Kennedy's head before he died was?
What's that?
It's a 6.5mm bullet, but probably a vision of that tree too, I would guess. Like a bad dad joke. Matt and his bad
He'd be
dad
cool with
jokes
it.
on Father's Day. Jesus Christ. I had to turn off your trigger time, Matt.
Ah, okay. So it's JFK on secret societies.
Yeah. Which, if you pair it with
Fair
Eisenhower
use,
thing
fair
on the
use.
military-industrial- pair it with the Eisenhower thing on the military-industrial complex, it's really interesting, I think.
1961. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate very much your generous invitation to be here tonight. You bear heavy responsibilities these days, and the article I read some time ago reminded me of how particularly heavily the burdens of present-day events bear upon your profession. You may remember that in 1851...
Okay. Point being, he ends up talking about secret societies and how he needs the media to be truthful and stand up for what's right and report on the news and talk about what's actually going on. And then what happened? He got shot, and the media shut the fuck up, didn't they?
Yep.
And it's been like that ever since.
Do you think that, like, you know, we have our happy little lives here, but, like, the outside world views us akin to Nazi Germany because of the way the United States carries itself in the world?
I think if you look at what happened in pre-Nazi Germany, there are a lot of through lines to what's happening today. And the people who are accusing people in this country of being racist Nazis are more akin to the Nazis that they're accusing them of being.
I agree. And, like, what's really scary is those people are inevitably going to come to power in the United States. And I don't mean like Biden. I mean, like, worse than AOC, like the Antifa people. Eventually, some of them are going to be, like, running shit, right? At some point, like, given the law of large numbers or whatever, some of them are going to make it into places of power. And we hold all the fucking nukes. Like, that's got to scare the shit out of the fucking world.
Well, have you heard about China building 114 nuclear silos in a desert in northern China?
What China isn't doing right now?
What's that?
I said, what is China not doing right now?
Well, that's true. But they're getting ready for war is the point.
I honestly think we're going to see some sort of conflict with China in the next few years, and I don't know how that's going to go, but supposing we don't win, like, shit's going to get pretty bad here in the United States.
But just know we have all these fighting experience, and China hasn't fought no wars since, what, the Korean War?
Yeah, but, like...
War these days is about pushing buttons, not fighting. You know what I mean?
Well, that and...
But if it's war, then it's going to have to be ground.
Remember the most important thing, though. The enemy cannot push a button if they cannot use their hand.
Well, if it did go to a ground war, though, their lack of experience really doesn't matter because of their numbers. Like, the Chinese never have historically used, you know, highly trained troops. They use a whole shitload of piss-poor trained troops.
X-Adam1 has a question for you. Ray, I'm in Oklahoma City. Where can I shoot tomorrow legally?
I don't know that much about Oklahoma City. All the places I know are around Tulsa. There's got to be a range you get paid to go to. Are you just looking for land out in the country or something? If you're willing to drive a ways, there's a free public range near McAllister I know of that you could definitely go shoot at. It's beautiful out there. It's that one I showed you, Honda, that we could go shoot at if we went to that camp. Or got a cabin or some shit.
Fucking Kennedy, man. He was so well-spoken. And even though he was a Democrat, like, if you put him in today's politics, he would be considered a Nazi. He would. Because he would be to the right of what Trump was doing and his fucking views of how things work in the government and the laws that he passed. I mean, shit, he put an embargo on Cuba right at the same time he was importing like 20,000 Cuban cigars.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't a good guy, like, in certain ways.
There was a lot of people on the left that did not like Kennedy. They didn't feel he was Democrat enough. They thought his Catholic faith was too influential over his life and that he was too right-wing. That's people in his own party. And compared to today, he was pretty much right-wing. He would be a Republican today.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, he would be.
Roll Call 219 says, you are always well-spoken when on drugs. I don't know if he means Honda or me, but I feel he means both of us, so.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah.
So I have a question for the panel. Does anybody else think that RFK was assassinated because he would have united everybody?
Yes.
I think he was assassinated because he had a decent chance of winning the presidency, and had he gotten into the presidency, truth about his brother's shit would have come to light.
Well,
and I think that there's a lot of fishy shit with the Kennedy assassination, as we've all talked about at length. And like, I think you would have gotten a serious investigation into that, and some heads would have rolled over it.
That's the thing. They didn't have the control of the government like they did back then. They didn't have the deep state like they do now back then. They didn't have control of the media like they do now back then.
They
so the only way to like get rid of him in their mind, I think, was to kill him. Because today, like, look what they did to Trump. If Trump was back then and they were against him as much as they were, he would have been Kennedy'd, I think.
Was that Sirhan that did that?
Killed.
And isn't he the one that claims to have like no memory of it and like is an MK Ultra thing? Like that's the conspiracy anyway. I'm pretty sure that's the same one. I might be wrong. I might be getting him confused with John Lennon.
No, John Lennon was Hinckley? Wait,
Yeah,
now I'm confused.
No, Hinckley's the one that shot at Reagan.
Okay. I'm getting everybody mixed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm terrible with names as it is. So you hear all the fireworks going off outside? Fucking assholes.
Dude, there were gunshots going off my grandma's neighborhood. Like, it sounded like a 9mm 45, kind of like a semi-auto handgun. Pop, 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 pop.
Dude,
Yeah,
where I used to live at, like, people would set off fireworks, and it was kind of off, like, it was in the suburbs still, but it was off on the side of the country-ish. So there was, like, open areas and shit like that. And I know people who would shoot off guns on the 4th of July because they could in their backyard.
Well, see, like,
I know too.
If you were going to do that, like, you wait until everybody's shooting fireworks and then you shoot one. You don't go like, oh, I'm going to go spray an AR-15 into the air or whatever they were doing in my grandma's neighborhood. Like, she lives in, like, the hood and it's kind of rough. And, like, there were 2 cops killed, like, 500 fucking yards from my grandma's house. Or one was killed and one was, like, severely injured. He was shot in the head, so.
Jesus Christ.
Here's the... Okay, tell me this doesn't sound too convenient. I was looking up this stuff. Sirhan, when afterwards in his apartment, they found a diary, coincidentally enough, that says, RFK must die, RFK must be killed, Robert F. Kennedy must be assassinated, Robert F. Kennedy must be assassinated before the 5th of June, 1968.
Jesus Christ.
Is that a little convenient?
He was programmed, dude. I swear to God.
Like, sounds a little weird.
Didn't RFK's assassination also lead directly to Gun Control Act as well?
No, that was
JFK.
That was before.
Okay, because I thought it was 68 was when the GCA came in place or whatever.
The thing that I think is interesting is, like, if you feed someone a shitload of LSD and have them watch a bunch of fucking crazy-ass videos and shit, I bet you could convince someone to fucking be programmed to do some shit, you know? Like, it's kind of scary shit.
Well, the reason that you have an FFL is because Fuckface ordered his Carcano through the mail for like $20.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I've been meaning to get set up my Carcano like that. Just get a scope mount that looks like it and a scope that is close enough. Like, I don't need it to be perfect because it's not even the right gun, really. You know.
I think you have to do that, and then you have to go to the range with an RC truck and like a GI Joe and like reenact the fucking thing. Like,
yes.
Was the shot possible?
Dude, let's do this. I'm down.
Like the final fucking test. Like, can Honda hit this car at fucking 5 yards with it or whatever? You know.
No, we'll get a Power Wheels and we'll do it at like 50 yards. And I'll have like a watermelon in the front seat.
Well, no, it has to be remote control so you can have it moving.
I mean, you just put like a brick on the gas pedal or something.
Okay.
You know?
How do you get it to stop?
You shoot it.
I don't know that you can mount a scope on your Carcano because you have to drill and tap the receiver for that original mount.
I'm actually the place that I'm having the Makarov delivered to is the same place that I took my 1022 to have them do the trigger. Like, it's a gunsmith place that does transfers basically.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna take the Carcano with me when I pick up the Makarov and drop it off to them and tell them what I want done.
Oh, that's cool.
Because Lord knows I'm not drilling and tapping anything ever again.
No, please don't.
I threw away my drill and tap set, Matt. I hope you know.
That's good.
Yeah, I no longer own. I don't have a Dremel anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, that's probably for the best, Honda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. I've got a cordless drill, but I don't plan on gunsmithing with it, so we're good. That's more like around the house things. I've learned my lesson. And that's the thing. If you do something publicly, you pay for it forever. So thanks a lot. Like, really.
Honda, you didn't do anything I didn't do the first time I did shit to guns.
I can safely say I've never fucked up a gun like that.
I've
Ever.
never fucked one up quite in the way he did that one. I didn't never drill fucking holes into it, but
Hey man, there was JB Weld on that. There was everything. That was the
Dude.
magic fucking trifecta of.
I still got that stock too, and if you could see the inside of that fucking thing, where it's quote unquote bedded.
Yeah,
glass bedded.
it's glass bedded with JB Weld. I don't know what you want from me, man. It works great.
It works
Jesus.
great. Iraq veteran 88 Heil Hitler told me about it.
Hey, I glass bedded it and free floated the barrel.
I
Well,
didn't say much. I painted my shotgun like this.
you tried.
It was both of those things.
It was glass bedded. However, the barrel was not free floated.
It didn't touch the stock.
Dude,
That's
I couldn't
the
get a fucking piece of paper between the stock and the fucking
You can
barrel.
get it. Fuck you. God damn it. What's your name? Send the gun back to Matt and put it in the stock and get some paper. And we're going to fucking find this shit out.
What would you have as your baseline? Would Matt take a stock off another Mosin he has to be like, okay, this is the standard stock versus the Honda-fied JB Weld?
Hey, I took sandpaper and I fucking worked the shit out of that until I could fit paper in there. I know I
Well,
did.
something must have shifted. I'm just saying.
Floated.
Fucking hate you guys, man. No faith.
I love you too, Honda.
No respect. Put some respect on my name. Chili Bean dropped in 99 cents because he's enjoying it.
Just to add to the chaos. Super chat.
Super chat! God damn it, where's my fucking bait pen?
So, is there a bullpup shotgun that would work for a lefty X Adam 1? Well, it depends. Do you
Kel-Tec.
consider Kel-Tec guns to be firearms?
Yeah, that's true.
That was pretty good.
It will create a fire.
I think those KSGs have been around long enough, and I think enough people have had them now that if they were complete pieces of shit, like we'd all know. You know what I mean?
My thing with the Kel-Tec KSG is that the forearm on it fucking sucks. Like, assuming that you're gonna put a vertical grip on it because it's made to do that, I would want a metal rail that's not gonna break and fucking shoot my hand off, which has happened. That's not a mythical thing. There's pictures of that shit. So fuck that. And then
Cover for me. I'll be right back.
the KS7 I think is actually pretty cool, right? It's the single tube version, and it has a weird hand guard thing that's designed to where you can't go forward on it. I would buy that before the other one probably, but how light is that gun, and what load are you going to shoot through it? That thing's going to hurt, I would think.
Which you could, I mean, depending on how you set it up, I mean, you could put a vertical grip. I'm wondering if you could. I'm wondering how thick the polymer is for that, and how much space you have. Could you, if you wanted to, could you shave off that polymer rail and then bolt a metal one on there?
Well, could you shave off that rail and then texture the front of that like a pump somehow?
Yeah, true. You could do that. Stipple it.
Because my main issue with the KSG is that they went, oh, well, it's too wide to have a pump that people are going to want to use like a fucking regular pump shotgun. So we're going to just have a thing for a vertical grip. And that's cool, but it's poorly executed, obviously. And I would rather just have a pump out there at this point. And given how short the gun is, I think fucking safety strap probably isn't even out of line. Although I don't know how necessary that really is, but it makes me feel good. So
No. I don't know. But yeah, other than that, that's the only one I can think of that would be good for a lefty.
there are some of the Chinese ones. I'm unfamiliar with them, but I believe they all are side eject and they're all set up for righties. And then all the Turkish shit, this bullpup sucks from what I've seen. Like I wouldn't even look at those. I'm all for Turkish guns or whatever, but yeah, fuck those.
Now you got me looking at Keltecs. And I think the KS7 is a better looking gun.
Well, look at the carry handle they put on it too. It looks like something out of Aliens. I
Yeah.
love it.
It's a cooler looking gun. I like the way it looks better. I like the stock on it. I like that, obviously you don't need a vert grip on it.
Matt, my question to you is though, you're wanting a shorter shotgun. You can have a Keltec KS7 for like $550 plus tax, or you can go to Academy and get this for $399. The Shockwave. Like, I think that's a no-brainer. I would rather have that and put a brace on it even than have the fucking bullpup.
I don't know. I mean, they're both cool.
It's different strokes for different folks, and I get the coolness of the bullpup, but I just don't. The best executed one I think is that Keltec KS7 from what I've seen.
I know you lose capacity, but shit, it's a fucking shotgun.
Yeah, well, my thing is I'd rather have a single tube probably anyway. It is cool to be able to flip a lever and have a reload, and that's nice, but it makes the gun weird.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's a shotgun. Like, how many rounds of buckshot are you really going to shoot? Like,
God
the more
damn it,
rounds,
I want a fucking
right?
Keltec KS7. Motherfucker.
The KS7 holds 7+1, so
I wonder if they have them
that's
at Buds.
more than this thing does. X Adam 1 says he already has the Shockwave though. We'll see that. Then I would think about the Keltec.
Oh shit!
People are setting hell of fireworks off outside.
You might look at the Chinese ones too. Like, I'm not familiar with all the various different models, but there might be a left-handed one.
Oh, Angry dropped out and he's back. Sorry.
Spectre Parr says, I wish it wasn't a Keltec. I think everyone wishes all of Keltec's guns weren't Keltecs.
Keltec is really good at making innovative shit. They should just create shit and then have other people manufacture it.
Like, honestly, I think Ruger,
Yeah, like Ruger.
like Keltec, and just make them like their research thing. Like, you come up with crazy shit and we'll make it work.
Yeah.
It'd be a good pairing.
God damn it, dude. My vape pen is just gone. It disappeared. Like, I went to my car and looked for it, and I looked at fireworks for a minute because the neighbors are setting them off. And then I grabbed my spare cartridge, but I don't have a fucking battery for it, so it doesn't matter. Well,
Batteries are like gold, man.
Guess we'll just do the old-fashioned method.
Volcano?
Yep. I shouldn't really complain. I mean, it is like the Cadillac of smoking weed.
It is. There's a shop here that had a Volcano for sale.
What was it, like $500-600?
Yeah, I think it was 600.
Yeah.
Anybody want a Beretta M9? You got them for $589. That's like the 4 times prices.
Pretty good.
On Gunbroker.
Honestly, I wouldn't buy any 9mm handguns right now because I think we're about to see a big fallout in the market.
Oh, probably. But I'm just saying that if you were going to buy one anyway, that's $589 is like the going rate for an M9.
We
I mean,
sold more 9mm handguns than any time in fucking history.
Oh, I'm sure, man.
We're going into hard economic times, so the sale of those is going to go to about nothing, and then the used market on them is going to explode. So I think we're going to see the price of handguns go down.
Depends on how many people decide to sell a handgun to feed their kids or to use a handgun to feed their kids.
Yeah.
Because there's 2 different ways you can go with that.
Why not both?
Let's see. What is the lowest priced Smith & Wesson
Just do
686 on
both.
Gunbroker? $7.99, and it's not even a plus.
Look on gun.deals. That's usually a good place to find shit like that. Because I don't know how many sites they search, and there's other gun search sites too. That's not the only one. That's just the one that I know of. Here, let's look.
The problem I've had with them in the past is I'll click on something and, oh, we're sorry, it's no longer available. I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, you can only look at like the top things that they're offering, because if you go too far down the list, especially these days, like all those deals are gone.
yeah.
Yeah.
686 plus.
What is it's a lower end of one?
$7.99, $9.39, $8.49, $8.62. How much was it on Gunbroker?
$7.99.
Was that the 6-inch barrel?
Yeah, it was a big fucker. But it wasn't even the plus. I wouldn't get one if it wasn't a plus.
Well, I mean, Palmetto has a 6-inch plus for $7.99. That's the cheapest one here.
Got a super chat.
Super chat!
Super chat! I really want an
Super chat!
AK-74. Ammo is still dirt cheap.
Yeah, but like the AK-74 ammo that's out there is all like crazy, whatever the Russian commercial market makes for their shit. Like, I would rather have a 7.62 by 39 at this point because of the ammo being what it is.
PSA makes an AK-74 for about $1,000.
I will say AK-74s are fucking cool, and they're like one of my favorite guns. And it hurts me that like we can't get ammo for them here in the U.S.
Ugh. God, look at all the Cosmoline.
Like if you want to go shoot dirt and have fun and whatever, yeah, there's ammo for that. But like if you want to like have it as like a defensive gun at all, like there's, I don't know, all of the shit that's out there for it is like the worst 7.62 by 39 you could buy.
Who's Nico, I wonder? What's his story? Maybe Nico's a girl.
Maybe
Nico Bellic.
maybe that's the name of the rifle.
Nico. Is that star upside down?
Jesus Christ.
No.
It's the Satan.
Remember that back in the day, Dana Carey?
Ooh.
Dana Carvey?
Dimensional.
On fucking Saturday Night Live back when they were funny, and he did the church lady. And he did the one about it was a Christmas one, and he's like Santa Claus shows up. He goes to Santa Claus, and
Gonna have all the little boys and girls sit on your lap, huh, Santa? Santa. Santa. That sounds a lot like Satan.
I miss when Saturday Night Live was funny.
Good old days.
We all do.
We all do,
Look,
I think.
she got a Colorado shirt, man. Everybody likes Colorado.
I hope she didn't get her dick stuck in there.
I mean, it was a hot day.
Man, like that's what happened to her. That's why she's the way she is down there now, Matt.
Hey, well, see, that might explain it.
Yeah.
So how should I do the giveaway on this thing?
Not talk about it on the air. That's the first thing you should definitely do, is not talk about it on the air.
Wait,
Just
why?
give it away. Do
I
not
would
discuss
say-
how you are going to decide to give it away.
okay. So how should I? No, just kidding.
I had this problem before because I didn't know any better, and I was trying to help somebody on YouTube long ago. Ray, you probably remember remember Josh Lone when he got caught on fire and ended up in the hospital because he was welding next to a fucking he didn't realize he was right next to a spray paint can, and it exploded with flaming paint all over his face. Anyway,
Jesus.
so yeah, I know. So I put together a raffle to help raise some money to help him pay some bills.
Uh-oh.
And people were donating stuff to give away. So I had subscribers that were donating money to a PayPal account. And then there was people that were donating items that I would give away in a raffle to people who donated. So if you donated money, you would get one of these items. And people were sending in, nice pocket knives and just cool tactical gear and stuff. And somebody reported it. I don't know who. And like PayPal contacted me and shit and was like, you can't do this. And like YouTube never contacted me. Anyway, somebody narked. And anyway, I did it anyway. We just didn't talk about it anymore after that.
So the part of the thing that you're doing there is, like you said, the word raffle, right?
Yeah, well, because I didn't know any better. And it's a raffle's fine inside state lines. It's when it crosses state lines, and people were sending in stuff from all over the country, and so that's where I screwed up. So, and it was a mistake. I didn't mean to, I didn't know. I just didn't fucking know. I'd never dealt with that kind of shit before. So, just be careful.
I'm giving it away. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not requiring anything of anybody. Except for that you have to be, like, a person who watches my shit.
You have to be old enough to
and you have to live in a state where you can accept it. And you have to be a person who, I mean, I guess I won't know it, but your gun dealer will, because I'm not sending it to you,
Yeah. As long as you send it to an FFL and, like, aren't doing a raffle, like, I think you're good.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's fine. So to buy your raffle ticket, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
And we want to make this very clear, very clear, because I was there when it happened. Honda bought this for himself.
It's true, I did.
He bought this for himself, and then later on, after having purchased it, decided it would make a nice gift for somebody.
Yep.
He did not buy this for somebody else. Make that very clear, okay? And I was there with him in a live chat when this was happening. So I can vouch for that.
I wasn't even going to buy it till I saw that I could buy it and that it was free shipping and stuff. So then I bought it on a whim, and then I was looking at how much it would cost to like build it out, and I was like, it would actually save me money to give it away. Like
DM Foss says best hand job gets it.
Okay. I'll send my address out. Just kidding. Oh yeah, and you have to be 21. That's the other thing, right?
I was about to say, roll call just said that. See, I don't get why you couldn't buy the KE Arms strip lower, because it's obviously going to be a rifle, right? It has a stock on it already.
Yeah, you should be able to. There's no reason why. There's no
just
logical
state laws.
reason.
No one's ever made a big deal about it.
I don't think there'd be any issue. You would buy it and have it shipped to your FFL. FFL would know it's going to be a rifle and would sell it to you.
Yeah.
And as long as you're 18. I guess it depends on the state. Some states do have the 21
Federal
law.
law prohibits it, though, because it's a strip lower. It's an other/firearm and not a rifle at that point, even though it has a stock on it.
Yeah. I wonder what, like, so you have this and, the FFL's like, okay, and releases it to the person who's 18, 19, 20 years old, whatever. Because the person's like, hey, I'm going to make it into a rifle. Do you have to put rifle on there? I guess you would have to on the 4473 to cover your ass, right? Like, I sold this to him as a rifle. You can't just put other like they normally do.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, well, he was under 21, so I, put rifle. But then if he builds a pistol out of it and somebody finds out about it, does the FFL get in trouble?
Well, how would you build a pistol out of a KE Arms lower, first off?
I'm just talking about a lower in general, is what I'm saying. I was like, like somebody,
It's very presumptive of them to be like, oh, you can't have this because you might build something else out of it.
Yeah.
But Savage Sharpshooter was butthurt we didn't read his suggestion, so he says just make a list of people who have given you super chats and send it to the top donor.
No, that would be a raffle. That's a raffle. We can't do that.
That's like a raffle, first off, and that seems like Savage would win.
Yeah.
He has bought the most tickets over the years.
They're not tickets, dude.
I'm not giving it away like that, so it doesn't matter. I can joke about it. Jesus.
All right, just make sure. Some people will take this very seriously, okay? And don't think there aren't people that occasionally drop into chats like this to see what the fuck's going on.
Like TC?
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not worried about 2 feet. I'm worried about,
Beat me to it.
I think how I'm going to do it is in one of my okay, so once I get it, I just decided how I'm doing it. This is it. Once I get this in my hand and we have a late night with Honda chat, I'm going to think of a number.
No.
And everyone has to like type a number in the chat. And at a point, either someone guesses or the time goes up and the one who gets closest wins.
We can't do it on YouTube at all, though, according to their rules. Like, you'd have to do it on, like, Discord or some shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
And even that's probably...
Okay, well, that's even better then, because then on Discord, like, it's like the true fans anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that works. Okay.
But, like, you could leave your Discord.
Well...
And there has to be a rule, like, and because if 2 people pick the same number, you might have a problem. So... if you go to pick a number, you have to make sure nobody else has already picked it, because
it has to. Well,
if
I mean, they could still pick it,
the right number, then it's just the first person who picked it.
Yeah, there you go.
Whoever picked it first, yeah.
Unless they both simultaneously guess the same number, in which case we have a problem.
But Discord won't allow two comments to go in at the same time. So
yeah, it's true. Like
it's whoever's quicker on the draw and has better internet.
Taylor Miller
I was going to ask, on YouTube, could you do the pick a number thing, but instead of giving that lower away, give away a certificate that could be redeemed at a later date for something that you happen to have in your collection of stuff at your apartment?
No.
Because then somebody's gonna be like, "No, I want the Makarov."
Yeah, no, they'll take the fucking something back there that's more expensive.
They're like, "I'll take the PS90, thank you."
Well, I mean, everyone knows what something. But...
raw feeding.
Poo-tang boomerang. Couldn't think of anything better to say. Is that like the poontang that you keep throwing away, but it keeps coming back to you?
I've had some of that.
Me too.
It's like, go away. All right, fine. Now go away. All right, fine. Now go away. All right, fine.
Man, like, that's the reality of the other side of it, is that, like, if you find a dude that you like to fuck, chances are you can fuck him again.
Yeah, it's probably true. Yeah. Guys are very
easy.
They're easy.
All you guys
here's a habit.
Really.
It's the old in for a penny, in for a pound. Like, you already fucked. If there was an STD transferred, you already have it. You might as well enjoy it for a minute before it soaks in.
Yeah.
Well, that and, like, you've already gone through all the trouble to figure out where this bitch lives, or vice versa, and, like, was she good, and, like, you need to come, so, why not?
The best in for a penny, in for a pound ever was Jonathan Watson.
Who is that?
Why do you always say half of the thing?
Just look up Jonathan Watson real quick, and you'll find out very quickly who he was.
No.
Actually, I should say look up Jonathan Watson, California, because that would probably make more sense then.
I refuse to do your bidding.
I feel like that's a trap. Yeah.
This is a trap.
I feel like it's a trap. I don't feel safe.
I fell for this watermelon thing earlier. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, like,
Fuck you.
If you and your homeboys are gonna, like, fuck a watermelon three-way and, like, stare into each other's eyes,
bro, that shit got me a Discord strike or whatever.
Yeah, be very careful. Not a strike, but it was a warning.
I got a warning from it. Yes.
Me and him both got Savage. I bet you got a warning too, because Savage was sending those in too. Savage, check your email. You may have gotten a warning.
Yeah, you got a Discord warning. Probably.
Honda got a warning for posting, for having those fucking dick pics on his Discord, and I got a warning for posting it. And so it was only you and me posting that shit.
I
so
didn't post anything. Don't put
you didn't
don't
post
put me
anything.
with doing that.
But it was on your server, so
I never did nothing to nobody. Just poor old innocent Honda sitting there with his old Discord, just getting dick pics left and right. Just it's like running through a cornfield backwards, man. I'll tell you what.
That's a really fucked up system though that Discord has, because if you think about it, like you could sign up to anyone's Discord and just post shit, and they also get in trouble because you decide to be a dick.
Ideas.
oh.
Bye
Hey,
Discord.
I'm a platform.
In defense though, I mean, like this was from 2 months ago. I think that night we all were posting all that shit because me and Honda went through and erased them all, and so it took them 2 months to figure it out. All you got to do is moderate or monitor your fucking server.
Yeah, be on top of your shit. Yeah.
I mean, and that's why you have fucking. That's why I've got mods and shit. They erase that shit as soon as they see it. So.
Was it the watermelon fucking thing that got it reported?
We don't know because I posted a bunch of shit. Savage posted a bunch of shit. So we don't know. It may have just been the combination of all of it. I have no idea. The watermelon fucking was the last one that was posted.
Dude, that was pretty bad.
That was their last straw.
They were like
that was
laughing.
Where they broke the thing.
They were laughing and holding hands while they were
That was the gayest thing I've ever seen.
The gayest thing I've ever fucking seen.
Like Honda, I've seen a lot of fucking gay shit, and like both of us are saying that. That's something.
It wasn't that gay to me.
Yeah, it's like that's what me and the homeboys do every 4th of July.
I mean, what's sharing a watermelon between bros? Really?
Well, you can do a watermelon or just find a girl at that point. Like, if you're going that far.
I mean, but the watermelon doesn't say no.
That's true.
There was sometimes that's
It
more
does.
fun.
You just can't understand it.
You find the right girl, she won't say no either.
And it always,
God damn it. I'm giving up.
it's always lubricated, naturally lubricated.
It's the watermelon for the natural lubrication.
Is that a thing? Do people really cut holes in watermelon? Like, you go to the store, do you leave that shit in the sun so that it's warm? So when you cut the hole in it, it feels nice and it's not all cold on the inside? Like, how does this work? Is there more to
you
this?
see, Honda, when it's a really hot. Honda,
Sorry, go ahead.
you see, when it's a really hot day and you have a fresh, cold watermelon.
I don't know. I had this girlfriend who thought it would be a good idea to put a bunch of ice in her mouth and then give me a blowjob, which
I've done that.
In theory sounds great, but have you ever put ice on your boner? It makes it not be a boner for very long. I'm just saying.
Because someone wanted it, and I was like, I don't know why you want this, but okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know why you want to do this, but okay.
Like, was this cubed ice, crushed ice? Like,
you're supposed to use hot ice.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I found it.
Damn it, he found it.
All right, this is gonna be a chat now. We gonna get high tonight, Friday. Oh, wait, it's Saturday.
We gonna
ain't got no job. You ain't got shit to do.
Are you going to get to this next super chat for raw feeding? It's been sitting there for a while.
Holy shit, you ought to found it?
Echo.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry for the absence. Had to step away from all politics and drama of any kind for a minute to stay sane and focused on the business. Here's some...
I think that's
China?
Money.
Why would he apologize?
It looks like fallopian tubes.
Why would he apologize for his abstinence?
Wait, what?
Why would he apologize for his abstinence? It's okay, raw feeding. We know it's hard.
Should apologize to your wife for that.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes, I'm thinking I need to take, a week off of work and YouTube and just, go somewhere up in the mountains with the kids.
It's nice.
And breathe some fresh air and,
Don't run out of gas.
Huh?
Don't run out of gas.
Yeah, do not run out of gas.
As long as you don't go off of the road and end up in a ditch, and then 3 days go by and your toes have to get cut off, that would be bad.
Yeah.
Was it just his toes or was it his whole?
As far as I understand, it was just his toes.
You haven't looked? I'd have to look.
Bro, I'd just as soon step on his foot to find out as I would look. You know what I mean?
It does make me think if the surgeon going through this little piggy went to market, this little piggy stayed home.
Bro, no. Have you ever seen the video of the guy whose toes are frozen and the doctor's playing with the toe and he can't even feel it because it's just dead, and he's flopping it around and back and forth and it's just nothing there, dude. They have to cut it off.
It'll be fine.
They'll need some special shoes.
Mama said they was magic shoes. Mama said they'd take me anywhere.
Like on Mr. D's, where he's like, "It's the Blackfoot."
Yeah.
I love how we can continually go back to Forrest Gump quotes and everyone's on the level.
Forrest Gump is life, man. I love Vietnam movies, and I love that movie because it's about the 1960s through the 80s through the eyes of a dumbass.
Boob sweat leads to pearl necklaces says an Altoids BJ is awesome, dude. So one time I thought it would be great to get a cocaine blowjob.
Yeah, but this is numb.
No, it does not work either. It's worse than the ice. It's now you can't even feel anything going on down there.
Yeah.
But you really want to feel it? Sucks. It's awful. It's what a ghost must feel like when he's watching us living people have sex. He's getting tingly where his dick used to be, but there's nothing there to touch.
Yeah.
I would imagine. I don't know. I've never been a dead, horny ghost.
I've been a dead, horny ghost. It's not fun.
Give yourself time. Maybe one day you'll get there.
I mean, we all have goals. Dude, that would suck if you just die and you become a ghost. It's now you're just stuck on this place and no one can even talk to you or see you, and maybe there's other ghosts around, but those are dickhead ghosts.
Hey, Hannah, just wanted to show you guys something real quick.
Okie dokie.
So blow me up big. Today,
blow you. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. Today, I did something amazing, and I rewrote history.
Is that a dad joke?
Yes, it's a dad joke. Jesus Christ.
Come on.
Well, all right.
I feel like the joke's on the blind guy who couldn't read it.
Thanks a lot, Matt, for your... it wasn't even funny. It's not
supposed to be funny. It's a dad joke.
He wrote history,
stupid.
And then he crossed out history and wrote history.
He rewrote history.
Yes.
His story to history.
Mm-hmm.
Hysterectomy.
God damn it, Matt. I thought you would bring something powerful to the chat right then. That was going to be awesome. I was really looking forward to what you had to say, and I got to tell you how disappointed I am in what you brought to the table.
See, here's the thing. Matt's setting the bar low, so everything else seems that much higher.
It's all uphill from here.
Yeah.
Fuck them hills.
So I ordered 1,000 rounds of Steel Case 223 today for $350, and then found out shipping is $70 after I hit the button.
I would cancel that. Seems excessive.
Hey, Honda.
Seems a bit excessive, but then when I shipped that dude 1,000 rounds of 223, it cost me $88. $88.88. What?
Honda, put me on screen.
Oh God. I'm just going to be disappointed again. I know it, but okay.
Sorry. Hey. Watch. It's pure magic. I want you to watch me disappear, okay? Fuck you! You piece of shit pear! Fuck off! See?
Dude, you just dissed that pear. Disappear.
That pear had it fucking coming.
Yeah,
Fucking
fuck
pear.
that pear, man.
Fucking pear.
Jesus Christ. You're going to keep this up now. It's like your goal. You're going to find another one. You'll be like, hey, Hannah. But then you're going to throw in something cool at some point, too, so that I keep clicking on you. Because if I don't click on you, then like, it's like the boy who cried wolf, except for occasionally there is a wolf, so maybe we should listen to the boy. I don't know. God damn it.
Matt,
Yes.
your jokes suck.
I know.
The white domestic terror propaganda is leading directly to the abridgment of constitutionally guaranteed rights. Rhetoric has consequences, and this doesn't stop with fringe groups. Being organized and right-aligned in public is going to become increasingly disallowed. I agree with that.
And I'm glad I threw all my guns off a boat in the Caribbean and fucking became a Democrat, aren't you?
Hell yeah.
Hey, Honda.
Did you hear about that George Floyd statue that got desecrated wherever, and people are saying that it's a hate crime? Okay, Matt, something cool. Let's do it. It's gonna be awesome. This is it. Like we had 2 strikes. It's gonna be the home run that we've been waiting for. Like
Okay.
Okay.
This is a long one.
Okay, go.
Have you heard the one about the 2 gay dudes who were bored at home?
No, that doesn't
Much harder when I can't see you. I can only see myself anyway.
That doesn't
Because there's no social cues there. I can't see your fucking face. There we go. Okay.
It doesn't happen because you can suck dick, Matt.
I know. But they were bored at home one day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the one dude goes, the other dude goes, hey, let's just go around the house and just all find things to shove up your ass. Okay. It's a horrible joke. It's a horrible joke. Okay. So first they go to the kitchen. Okay, right? Kitchen, right? They go, and one dude grabs the broom and he shoves up the other dude's ass and he's like, okay, now guess what it is. He goes, I know what that one is. That's a broom. Goes back in the kitchen, grabs a bottle of ketchup, shoves a bottle of ketchup up his ass, says, what's that? He says, oh, it's a bottle of ketchup. He's like, God damn, you're good at this. So he goes and he grabs the mayonnaise jar and shoves the mayonnaise jar up the dude's ass. It goes somewhere. Okay. And the guy's like, that's mayonnaise jar. He's like, damn it, you're too good at this. Okay. He's like, all right, let's go to the living room. He goes to the living room, grabs a candlestick, same thing. He guesses it every time. Goes to the other side of the living room, grabs a TV remote, and guesses it. Damn, too good. It's like, okay, well, let's go to the bathroom. Goes to the bathroom, and he grabs the he played the game. Is he too high to get it? I don't know.
I got it, you fuck ass. Fuck you. Okay, so check this one out, right? So there's these 2 dudes are traveling across the country, and they need a place to stay for the night, and they're driving along and they see like a country house, like a farmhouse, and they decide to, I don't know why, maybe this is a 1950s joke or something, because no one would do this these days, but they decide to knock on the door of the farmhouse and ask if they might be able to like sleep in the barn or something, And so the old man answers the door and he says, welcome boys, welcome on in. It's fine with me if you sleep in the barn. Just, no matter what you do, don't you touch my daughter. Right? I
think I've heard this one.
And so
it's sounding familiar.
2 dudes are like, of course, sir. We would never think of doing such a thing. We're just staying the night in the barn, and we'll be on our way in the morning, and we'll leave your daughter alone, and we'll respect your property and all that. All right, well, you guys sound decent, says the old man, and goes to bed. Meanwhile, the really hot daughter seduces the 2 men. And
one does.
So they fuck the shit out of this chick. And this is a 2-part joke. I think I'm combining jokes here right now, but let me do it anyway.
This sounds really familiar. I'm just telling you about some dude's fucking a daughter in a barn. This sounds familiar.
So next morning, the farmer comes and he wakes up the boys and he's like, "Hey, I need you to do something for me before you leave here." They're like, "What?" "Pull your pants down and show me your dick." Right? So they're like, "What the fuck?" And like, "You need to fucking do it." He pulls a shotgun out, puts it in their face. Like, "You're going to show me your dick right now, motherfucker." Right? So they pull out their dicks, and they both fucked this chick the night before. They had cuts all over their dick, dude. And they didn't realize that as part of a prophylactic program, the old man had put a fucking razor blade inside of her vagina in such a way that, you know, when you're fucking it, it keeps giving you little cuts, right? And that's how he catches them.
And nobody noticed this.
Nobody noticed, right? I don't know. It's dark. It's a barn, bro. You're in a fucking barn. It's the 50s. I don't know.
She didn't even notice this?
I mean, it's really hot outside, so.
I'm seeing potholes all over the place here. Okay.
So now Grandpa's pissed, right? The old man's pissed. And he's got the shotgun in his hand, and he goes, "All right, I'm going to let you boys go on one condition. Y'all got to go out to my fields out there and pick 100 pieces of fruit or vegetables and bring it back to me in a basket." So they're like, "Oh, well, that sounds pretty fucking easy." Like, all right, let's just do that real quick, bro. Let's get the fuck out of here, right? So the first guy goes out, and he picks 100 grapes, and he comes back with a bag full of 100 grapes. And the old man with the shotgun in hand points it into his face and says, "Now you got to shove all 100 of those grapes up your ass, or I'm going to blow you away," right? So he starts shoving. He gets like, he's getting up there, like 70, 80, it's up to like 90, 91, 90, and he fucking starts laughing his ass off, and all these grapes shoot out of his ass. He's got to start over. Fucking gets back up 96, 97, laughing his ass off. And the old man pointing the shotgun, "You want to die, boy? Why do you keep laughing? You think this is funny?" It's like, "Well, I'm sorry, but my friend's picking pumpkins out there."
It wasn't pumpkins, it was watermelons. I've heard this joke before.
Okay, that was a good one. That was a lot.
I did my best until
Scott in the chat was like, "Well, clearly Matt's been drinking. I haven't had anything yet but water."
Cheers, boys. Hey, do you have this cup, by the way?
I have that cup. I have several of those.
I saw your chat the other day, and I was like, "I have that cup."
I have Matt's cup. I have Matt's cup.
You bought it at Walmart, yes?
My wife bought it, so I don't know where the fuck she got it.
It's for $1 a cup, or it's like $1.25, and it's a big ass cup.
I have no idea.
And it holds a lot of juice or soda or whatever. I like them. I endorse this Walmart brand cup, made in China, probably. Yep, made in China.
All right, so
That's
I got
where the
one for you.
best stuff comes from.
What's up?
So this kid comes home from the 4th grade, gets off the bus, just long face, all dejected. Mother's like, "Tommy, what's wrong?" He's like, "Mama, all the kids in school are making fun of me today." She's like, "Why is that?" He's like, "I couldn't figure out the math problem. I was struggling with it real hard. And then they called me stupid. Am I stupid, Mama?" She said, "No, boy, you're fine. You're special. Mama loves you. Go get in there and get washed up for dinner." And he gets all feeling better and goes and does what she says. And the next day, comes home all long face. And again, she's like, "Boy, what's the matter now?" He's like, "Mama, all the kids are making fun of me again." She's like, "What now?" He's like, "Well, we were reading this book, and I kept stuttering and stammering, and I couldn't get none of the words." And "Is it because I'm stupid, Mama? They said I'm stupid." She's like, "No, boy, you're special. Mama loves you. You go get washed up." So he runs in and, brightens up. Next day he gets off the bus. He is just grinning ear to ear. She's like, "Boy, what are you grinning like that for? You must have had a good day." He's like, "I had the best day, Mama. All of us boys had a tallywhacker contest in the bathroom where we measured our tallywhackers. I got the biggest one. Can you believe that? Is it because I'm special, Mama?" And his dad speaks up. He's like, "No, you read dumbass. It's because you're in the 4th grade and you're 21 years old."
And that's how Forrest's dad left.
Yeah.
I think it's funny that...
Boy, your mama sure does care about your education.
It's funny how in the story, Forrest is named after Forrest, whatever, the fucking KKK founder guy.
Yeah.
Nathan Bedford Forrest.
And, like, if you had said that in a movie today, like, everyone would hate fucking Tom Hanks just because he's related to the guy, and he'd be racist for the rest of his life no matter what he did, because it doesn't matter who you are as an individual. It matters what your genealogical history is and what your ancestors were responsible for doing in the light of retrospect of today's fucking lens. Yeah. Sorry.
Remember when we made fun of those alt-right guys for talking about blood memory and
Yes.
genes and all this shit? And now that it's like, now that everybody on the other side's like, we got to focus on race. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just
So
saying.
do you
like,
think we can get Tom Hanks canceled now if we point that out? You know, cancel culture is strong right now.
I figure I'm just automatically canceled because, like, I'm related to Robert E. Lee, so I'm just fucked, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Can we start calling you General Ray Ray?
I'm gonna lead the trannies of the South against the Union.
No, wait. Can we call you? Wait, can we call you General Ray Lee?
No.
And say, do you guys need peach schnapps to keep fighting?
Yeah, actually, here. Let me show you guys a shot that I make sometimes at work. I'll be right back.
So we visited D.C. when I was a kid, and the whole time we were at fucking Arlington, my grandfather was all like butthurt because he's like, "All this should have been ours." I'm like, we were like 25th removed cousins or some shit like that. Like, I don't think it's like it would have been ours.
You've probably
Okay.
still been
Still
in Tulsa.
counts. Yep.
We were the
You buy
descendants
plain
of
flyers.
fucking retarded brother that moved out west and like banged some Indian chick. That's us.
Okay, this is one of my
As one
favorite
does.
shots. That's why I have everything to make it. But I don't have everything to pour it and show it, so you'll just have to trust me on that part. But peach schnapps, Jameson, and just like sour mix, lime mix, whatever. And you're just doing one part of each.
Bartending with Honda.
So you're just doing dash of whiskey, dash of schnapps, dash of sour.
Schnapps. Schnapps.
I don't have like mixing shit, and I don't have shot glasses and all that. But that's it. You shake it and you pour it into a shot glass, and cheers.
No.
Green tea
That's
shot.
close enough for Honda.
Delicious. Oh my god. So good, dude. The great thing is you barely even taste the alcohol, but then all of a sudden you feel the alcohol. Like
Leslie says it's a disgusting woman drink.
no, it's an industry drink. At least in Colorado, all of the bartenders and waiters and shit at different restaurants, that's what we order when we go out. Green tea shots. Honda in 2 hours. Why do I feel so terrible?
Why did I drink so much? I need tack rice.
Bro, it might be a tack rice night.
I love that Honda's always like, I'll drink you guys under the table, whatever. We see him like what he drinks, Matt, and like, I know what Matt can drink.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
How many
if
drinks have you had so far, Matt?
None.
we went up to
I
Colorado.
You don't start drinking till like 1 or 2 in the morning when it's on Saturdays because I like to sleep in on Sundays.
So you need 5 drinks to catch up with me right now.
Probably.
No, literally, that's how many drinks I've had.
Okay.
But then Ray Ray is chugging fucking whiskey. General Ray Lee.
I'm sitting here watching a bunch of white people assault some Hispanic people because they were protesting at that fucking spa thing.
Yeah, I saw that too.
What the
Share
fuck?
that one. Share it. Let's see it.
Hold on.
Makes sense,
What
doesn't
star?
it?
So what is it? There's protests in the spa.
So Honda, do you want to share the story again, or?
What's up?
Leo was asking what spa and like what's going on.
Oh, I forget the name of it. It's not in front of me right now, but there was a male to female transitioning person at the spa, and I don't know the details, but
Man,
she showed her dick to a bunch of underage girls, apparently, in like some kind of lewd way, and people were upset about it, and the spa wasn't, and I don't know what the deal is exactly, to be honest. I honestly don't know the whole deal. That's my understanding of the basic.
Yeah, so now there's like a group of people protesting the spa, and then
Antifa, like openly Antifa, because they're flying Antifa flags, are going and assaulting all the protesters. Although, in their defense, some of the protesters were like had like
person on
fucking
a giant bicycle.
Down with fags posters and shit. They were like the real religious ones, like the Westboro Baptist Church level, like nut jobs. So those people can go fuck themselves. Why do those people always have to show up to everything?
Yeah,
they show up to like gun rallies and shit.
Yeah, it's just gonna bring out extremists on both ends.
Well, you want to know why? Because they don't have
say before
jobs.
this goes any further, fuck trannies.
I don't know, and isn't there only
They
like
don't
30
have
of them? Like,
jobs. Here's why they show up to everything. They don't have jobs. They don't have anything to do. They're constantly like just sitting there on the internet looking for things to get upset about. And they've been trained to do things in action because of like the socialist, like it's the playbook that Clinton believed in. What's it called? Rules for Radicals. Fucking Saul Alinsky. Like this is his playbook in action. We talked about this months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And what they're doing is being good little soldiers. They're being good little foot soldiers when they show up.
Yep,
And guess
we were
what?
talking about earlier
They're
today.
getting rewards for it because they don't have to pay their rent, because they don't have they can't get evicted, and they get money from the government every month, and they get money from stimulus checks and other shit, and they get money from their little organizations that pay them out from Soros bank funds and things like that. And the more that they do, the more they get bailed out. They don't never get charged for anything. Like, and if they do get charged with a crime, the DA throws it out on principle because they can't actually follow through with it because no people will show up to fucking defend them and riot that it's not worth it to fucking charge any of them. They have control of the whole fucking thing, and it's rules for radicals that gave them that control. And I'm not saying we should stoop to the level of rules for radicals, but at the same time, like, we should at least come up with some strategy that works against it or something. Shit, I don't fucking know.
So, X Adam 1, yes, Ray goes by she, and like, I would never even go to one of those spas because, like, I don't want people to fucking see that. Unless you're, like, wanting to suck it, I'm not interested in you seeing it. Like,
yeah, the way I heard the story was a lady.
Yeah,
the way I heard the story is a lady came out and was pissed, and she's like, "There's little girls in there," and she's going, "There's a man in there that's waving his dick around like he's proud of it in front of all these little girls," and so that's as much of the story as I know. And the spa, and that went viral. That because she was recording the interaction because she was telling the people at the spa, "Why don't you go do something about that?" And the spa was like, "She can be back there," and they're like.
To make some sense of this, there's a whole bunch of people that claim to be transgender or whatever that like aren't, or are like perverts that are going to do shit like that, and it sucks. But that's kind of the reality of that, and I think you could easily filter those people out. I thought.
Yeah.
And like, if you're going in there and waving your dick around a bunch of little girls in a fucking spa, like, you have mental issues.
Mm-hmm.
Which brings me to this guy. This is my hero that I found just before the chat started. Dad in Colorado poses as underage minor to catch child predators. Police make multiple arrests. Captured live stream on Colorado Dad's YouTube page. He's got his own YouTube page you can go to and fucking check this shit out. People are calling him a vigilante, and it's vigilante justice that this guy's doing, but it's like, fucking, I don't care, dude. If you
have a problem with that, there's something wrong with you.
If you're trying to fuck a 13-year-old boy, and this guy catches you, and you're upset about that, like, fuck you. Exactly.
Dude, did you see the thing in Texas where like the dad caught the guy
like
beating off
actual
outside
vigilante justice?
What? Did you see the thing in Texas where they caught the guy like he was beating off outside a little girl's window? And he fled to a gas station. And then the Texas dad ran him down and killed him. And I'm like, I think that's justified.
I mean,
To be
I
honest,
think so too.
like maybe I have a fucked up sense of justice.
Yeah.
No,
Well, no,
as a
because he was
parent,
also trying to
That's
take
the
his
thing,
mother
like-
too in this situation.
People that are bitching about
I think
this
we
down
gotta- I
in
think Angry's
Colorado,
gotta
like
lag.
actual vigilante justice would be instead of the police showing up to take the person away.
Yeah, you got super
Yeah, I
lag
definitely
going.
do.
Yeah.
So yeah, he says, I go on a dating app called Grindr, fellow says. I never reach out to these people. They reach out to me. They ask my age. I tell them I'm 13. And they are supposed to block me and have me banned, right? Because if you're underage on Grindr, you're not supposed to be there. And if the person finds out you're underage, they're supposed to ban you, right? But instead, they go, like, they come over and stuff. He goes, the news guy asks, how quickly after the conversation do these men want to meet up? He goes, sometimes it's within 30 minutes, he said. Sometimes it's a couple of days. Sometimes it starts with a conversation, then a nude photo, then wanting to meet within 30 minutes. Like, dude, and he said, it goes on to say he caught 90 people in the last 120 days.
So, like, I have gotten people on Grindr that hit me up that were underage, and I always just, like, sent them some mental health hotlines and told them to fucking go talk to some people because they shouldn't be on Grindr, and then blocked them. Or reported them and blocked them, whatever it is.
I'm just saying, like, this guy's a fucking, like, he sees a problem and he's doing something about it.
Well, I'm
He's
just saying
taking
that
action in the world against people who are doing evil and fucking, like, doing a good job to the point where we're talking about it. He was on the news for it. He's caught 90 people. Several people have been charged. Like, these aren't good people doing this kind of shit.
I agree. And, like, what I'm saying is there's definitely a problem with that on Grindr, and it needs to be addressed. Like, there's a bunch of fucking pedophiles going around on there.
I forget what his YouTube page is. I subscribed to it earlier. I forget what it's called, though. It's a Colorado Ped or something. Fuck, let me look.
Yeah.
Or Ped Colorado. I forget. Colorado Ped Patrol. That's what. Dude, give this guy a fucking look. Subscribe to him. Tell him I sent you. Tell him what's up. Maybe he'll come on for a chat.
So to transition to what I was talking about a long while ago with Jonathan Watson, I put a link in the back chat to that guy's story.
What guy?
Jonathan Watson in the California prison.
Why do I still feel like I'm getting...
You're not, dude.
We're getting punked. We're getting punked. It's going to be a penis.
Convicted killer confesses to murdering 2 child molesters in California prison. Says his warnings to guards fell on deaf ears. So what, like he warned them he was going to kill them?
So what he was he said he wanted to be in solitary confinement, and then they were like, "No, you're fine, bro." And there was apparently some pedo in one of the pods that he was part of who kept watching like kids PBS stuff, and somebody's like, "Jesus Christ, dude, why don't you knock it off?" And Watson was like, "You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna do something about this." Grabbed a pipe or something, beat this dude to death. On the way out the door to go find a guard, found a dude who was convicted of human trafficking underage girls, and was like, "In for a penny, in for a pound," and beat that guy to death on the staircase.
If you're going to do one, do them all.
I mean, how much more time do you get for 2 than 1?
I mean, like, it doesn't matter at that point. In for a penny, in for a pound. Like, if you're doing the one, you just probably signed your life away. So fuck
Yep.
it.
Well, the thing is, California doesn't have death row anymore.
Well, sign your life away as far as you're never leaving a prison.
Probably never leaving solitary confinement.
Like, you're never going to be allowed out in the fucking fresh air to, like, travel where you... Dude, and that's something I think about, too. Like, we have all this freedom, right? Because, like, we follow the law and we, do things and work hard to make money so that we can pay the bills and stuff. And then, what do I do on my day off? I fucking sleep because I'm so fucking tired from working. And then I don't go up to the mountains and enjoy them. I don't go travel. I don't, because I'm tired.
It's a rat race, man.
So how is that different than prison in a way?
Well, like in reality, how is our current situation different from slavery? Because you're being dangled a carrot you're never going to get, probably, right? And that's where like the Antifa types go communism, right? But in reality, they're just like deluded fools. So
That's what they call a package deal. What are you talking about, Angry?
The 2-for-1 special.
I should be paying attention to the chat, not the side chat. Someone made me click on something. I thought it was a fucking trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Oh, but what I was trying to say before my phone like shit the bed on me was the people complaining about the whole vigilante justice with that Colorado guy. If it was actual vigilante justice, the police wouldn't be showing up to take said perpetrator away. It'd be a van with some of his buddies who introduced said pedophile to a bandsaw.
Dude,
Education.
This one's crazy. Did you hear about that illegal immigrant who killed, dismembered, and played soccer with the guy's head who raped his wife?
man, again, in for a penny, in for a pound. If you're already gonna kill the dude, do some fucked up shit to him.
I feel that what he was actually doing was just channeling his inner Aztec warrior, or whoever used to play that game with the heads and the hoop. Was it the Mayans, the Aztec? I forget.
Like, especially, like, if it's something like that, where, like, you have decided that you're going to kill this dude because of whatever he did to you. Like, heads on pikes, I guess. Like, you might as well.
Heads on pikes. I don't know. I think we're heading there, man. Honestly, I think that's the ultimate conclusion of what happens when discourse between humans breaks down. Is the inevitable fucking end of that is violence. And where we're at and where people are located and the intermingling and, like, especially with the racification of this country, right? Which is what I'm going to call it now. It's racification is what the media and this, like, what do you call it? Fucking critical race theory shit teaches. Isn't to accept people, isn't to, like, love people. It's to think how you're oppressed and I am not, and how blah 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 and all that follows, right? And if you don't think that, then you're the reason all of this is true. So you're the enemy, and you're the enemy, and you're the enemy, and then pretty soon, the person espousing that point of view is the enemy just because they're the wrong skin color, right? Like, that's where we're headed, and that's because the breakdown of discourse. It's the ultimate end of where this whole thing is going, and unless we find. And I keep talking about this. We need like a Martin Luther King type person to stand up. And I don't care if they're black, white, Asian, doesn't matter, right? Like, the point is to say individual liberty, is to say personal responsibility, is to say fucking nonviolent, peaceful protest in a way that makes a difference, in a way that people fucking understand and accept and follow and listen. And I just don't see that happening. It's too bifurcated.
We don't live in an age of heroes anymore where there are people that would do that. And even if there were, because of the media situation, they will be downplayed and fucking ostracized. You know, look at like Alex Jones. They would Alex Jones every single person that was a threat to them.
Well, Alex Jones was the fucking canary in the coal mine because he was the guy saying the most outrageous things to whoever he wanted at the most, like, inopportune times for them, and, you know, talking about things that no one else was talking about that ended up being true, and having credibility in a way that they couldn't because they were trying to cover all this shit up. And it's not that Alex Jones has some fucking crystal ball. It's they published a lot of these white papers a long time ago, like where they were going with a lot of this stuff. And he reported on it, and he was the only one who reported on it. And they targeted him and ostracized him for doing so, right? And after he was vindicated, and as a result of probably like the whole Trump thing, getting him in office and them taking control over social media because they identified that as a weakness of theirs. And again, they use that against us with guns too, because they've realized like that's why they didn't get their shit under Obama. I digress. Fucking, yeah, like where they're going with this is not a good place. And I forgot where I was going.
So
I'm
while
drunk.
you're forgetting, Chili Beans says CRT CRT Speedwagon, the band. Do you mean REO Speedwagon? Or is this some sort of joke that I'm just seeing the bad part of?
What do you call it? CRT Speedwagon?
CRT Speedwagon?
Like critical race theory? I think it's a joke.
Okay, it's a joke.
So I've been looking here into the rise of Moors. These people that were...
Yeah.
So I went to their website, and they're basically... They even say they're not, but then they go on to say, we're not, but we are. They're one of these sovereign citizen groups. Mm-hmm. And they say, we're not a sovereign citizen group because the Southern Poverty Law Center labeled them that. But then they go on in their thing and basically describe... Not basically. They then exactly describe themselves the same way a sovereign citizen would. So,
well, the thing is, the Moorish thing is actually the more retarded version of sovereign citizens. And it actually goes back to, I believe, African Muslims.
They've got this whole section in here of this.
It was started by Noble Drew Ali.
They've got this whole thing in here, and they're making the case, and I don't know, it's been a while.
I mean, like the current Moors. Started by Noble Drew Ali.
I wonder how many of them watched Malcolm X and then converted.
My cousin is one.
Well, I mean, I don't see there's nothing. I mean, they're basically just saying like, hey, if you go back the Moroccan treaty, the Moroccan country was the first country to recognize the United States as a sovereign nation, and because of the treaties that we had with the United States, and then it goes through like the preamble and the Constitution and everything and all the articles and everything, and it's saying this is where you get this and this is where you get this, and all this stuff is due to all this stuff was incorporated from Morocco into the founding of our country. Therefore, this is really they're sovereign citizens of this nation, without saying they're sovereign citizens. Like they're the ones that should be running everything. Like it's their country, and they don't recognize the United States laws. I mean, I don't see anything bad here. Like,
I feel like they're about to recognize some of Massachusetts laws.
Like, they're going to be forced to, yeah. But like, they don't. I was reading here, and their website's actually pretty good, and they don't seem like extremists or anything other than like they. Well, I mean, I guess people would consider that extremist, but they don't seem like.
I have a question.
This isn't like I can go to the Black Lives Matter website and be like, oh, they're fucking nuts. This one, I'm just like, oh, okay, they have a different point of view.
There have been one time in Chicago, I think they held people hostage in the Sears Tower or the John Hancock building. This was back in the 90s. They did, that was the one extreme thing that they did back in the day.
I have a question. What? Okay, so you hear this from the sovereign citizen types as a defense. That I've actually, and ironically, I've seen this work in court from one of these people's like YouTube videos of him like shouting down a fucking judge and like fucking putting her in her place. Admiralty law, I think, is the term, or it might be something else. Being like, I'm a natural human being born of this land. Blah blah blah. I come here of my own fruition. All the things that they say. Do you guys know how that works, or does that work in court? What is the deal with that?
I don't know. I've never heard of it. I'm going to have to look it up. What the hell is Admiralty law?
So from my understanding, a lot of that stuff has to do with them just filing a bunch of lawsuits until the courts finally are like, no, fuck you, you can't file lawsuits anymore.
Well,
they call him paper terrorists.
Like, shout down a judge. He was shouting her down, dude. And like the things that he was saying were like, the fuck does that mean? Like, what are you talking? And she was just like, either she didn't know what to do and gave up, or like he was right. It was one of the two.
Admiralty law, also known as maritime law.
Okay.
It governs nautical issues and private maritime disputes. I don't know how that would apply.
Because it's a private dispute between you and the state, or you and the officer that arrests you. It is a maritime law, meaning a time of not war, which is right now. We're not at war in this country. So maritime law applies. Like he has this whole way of fucking reasoning through it, and the judge has no defense. And I think they teach about this in law school as kind of like chapter 13, the one that no one really reads, that you kind of have to gloss over, that counts, but really count because no one uses it. I don't know, man. I'm not sure. I'd have to talk to my lawyer friend about this.
But if it did work, why wouldn't everybody use it?
Because not everyone knows about it, and because not every judge accepts it, because they have the like authoritarian control to just throw it out of their court without following the law sometimes. I don't know. I'm not sure.
See, what you have to do for maritime law to kick in is you have to yell at the judge that you are the captain now. And then automatically...
That helps. It does help.
Angry, this Photoshop you did of Night Strike in our text conversation is so goddamn funny. I didn't see that till just now.
One of the things I notice with a lot of these sovereign citizen Moorish people is they will tend to call cops road pirates all the time.
They are.
Here in the United States, okay, and this is okay. So it says in recent years, a non-historically based conspiracy argument used by tax protesters that an American court displaying an American flag with a gold fringe is in fact an admiralty court and thus has no jurisdiction. Courts have repeatedly dismissed this as frivolous. Court summarize in one specific case, court summarized their finding to the argument with this: unfortunately, for the defendant, Green Street decor is not a determinant for jurisdiction. I don't know if that has something to do with it.
Right. He was saying, like, the dude that I was listening to was saying, like, your flag has a gold fringe, which means this is a law, this is a court of whatever. Yeah, what you just said, dude. I swear to God. He said those things in a court, and the judge didn't know what to do, and she fucking pounded the gavel and let him go. Because she was just like,
what was the crime?
I don't know. Dude, I'd have to look this up. Hold on.
Okay. Because I'm just wondering if it was just one of those things where it's like, it was such a non-issue, like, he was just being a dick to a cop, you know, and so the cop decided to, like, fucking, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so she was just like, it's just not worth the trouble, so she just dropped it and was like, yeah, this is fucking stupid. Whatever, dude. It was going to be like a fucking fine anyway. Go away. You know what I mean?
Right. So, man, if my cousin was here, I'll put him on. Right. Like, he'll probably explain everything to you.
Yeah.
If you Google search "man shouts down judge at court," then it's not going to give you the result that you...
It's going to give you every result.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of that.
Oh. Just type in sovereign citizen shouts down judge.
Sovereign citizen in court. Maybe that'll bring it up.
Oh, by the way, because I think that I'm the only one that's on West Coast time in the chat right now. Happy Freedom Day, everyone.
Yes, it is. We're here. I'm at 1:22 in the morning.
Yeah.
12:22 here.
Yeah, same here.
I kind of wish I had a firework right now.
Hey, we could go shoot guys.
You said the judge was female?
Yeah, she was. She totally was. And he had a big, long beard.
Trying to find it.
I don't know. We're probably not going to be able to find it, but it was great. And he wins, too. That's the other thing. Keeps popping that guy up, and it kind of looks like him, but he's skinnier. And his beard's longer. Whatever, dude. It doesn't matter. It was cool. I don't know how we got away with it, or if there was some other summary judgment that was still pending, forthcoming, and she was just like, whatever, I'm going to pound the gavel and get you out of here till then, because then we actually got you by the nuts, because fuck off. This was just a preliminary hearing or some shit. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know the full context of it or whatever, but I do know it was fucking awesome, because he was shouting at her, and she was like, oh! And then she let him go. Seems to me when you shout at a judge, you usually go to jail after that, but that's my experience.
Like, I was about to say, losing your cool to a judge is not cool, and if you do, you should apologize, because, like, they could just hold you. Like, contempt of court sucks.
Well, unless you're a sovereign citizen, then
good luck with
you
that.
can do that.
There have been 91% increase in ambush attacks on police since last year's race riots began. Does that surprise anybody?
No.
I'm surprised it's not 191%.
Antifa are alerting their comrades in Colorado about an upcoming conference I've been invited to speak at. The post suggests they are trying to find ways to sneak in and carry out acts of violence or disruption. What is this? Annie Nigio. Lauren Boebert. I like her. She's cool. Ken Buck. Fucking, I don't really know that guy. They're all going to be in one place in Colorado. June 18th and 19th. Where? Frontier Freedom, westernconservativesummit.com.
Yeah, that already happened, man.
Has anybody followed
Why was
the?
he tweeting about this right now?
Has anybody followed the Candace Owens and
Upcoming
Kimberly
comments.
Cadillac?
It's from yesterday.
thing?
This has to be upcoming. westernconservativesummit.com.
Well, we aren't going to find it. Moving
I
on.
haven't followed anything on Candace Owens.
It's between. It's a little beef between her and that chick that ran for the. So was the one chick who ran? I think for.
I guess you're right.
This ran for a Senate seat in Baltimore. That one chick. Dude, that Kimberly. What's her last name? Kylick. Some shit.
No idea.
It's funny as hell.
Damien Christ, did you hear about the mom that made her 14-year-old daughter bury her 4-year-old sister in the backyard? Wow.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's wow. I heard about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit going on. I heard one yesterday of a woman who was like in her 20s, killed her 5 and 6-year-old children, and there was blood everywhere around the house.
So this guy is saying the Palestinians are the white supremacist KKK of the Middle East and the Arab world.
Yeah.
Does that surprise anybody?
No.
No.
It really doesn't. And that's why when everyone's like Israel versus Palestine, like what side do you fall on it? Like, pretty sure Israel's doing everything they can to like not have to kill a bunch of people. It seems like, seems like they could if they wanted to, really they could.
It's a bunch of idiots fighting over a piece of fucking rock that doesn't even matter. Kind of sad.
And I agree with you in a lot of ways, but like, I don't know, like if it's your rock and you keep getting bombed on it, like I kind of understand fighting too, like I see both sides of it.
Yeah. At this point, I think no hands are clean in that conflict. So, and I think the Israelis are probably more on the right side than the Palestinians are, but like other people see the other way.
And I'm sure that the Israelis have done their share of bad shit too. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sure they raped the shit out of some fucking like Hamas villages and shit or some shit.
I'm telling you, I liked our solution from last time. Give the Israelis Mexico and say, hey, you clear it out, you can have it, and then they just glass the Middle East.
Let's give them like the whole part of Mexico that's just south of Texas and shit, so that like they've got a good buffer between Mexico and us.
Well, so just give them all of cartel land and be like,
because they'll watch their borders. Yeah, they won't let people in.
We really don't care what you do to the cartel. Like, just go to town, you get the land. And like I figure like the IDF would wipe out the cartel in about 2 weeks maybe.
Yeah.
And then they just like seize that and build some walls and shit, and that solves our whole southern border issue at the same time. Really a great plan.
It is. It's a great plan.
This is what I consider an absolute win.
Yeah. I mean, there's tacos and cheap prescription drugs there already. Like, come on, like.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see a fusing of Israeli food and Mexican food.
It's like the Mexican version of like the Seder food.
Yeah.
But now all the food in Texas wouldn't be Tex-Mex anymore. It'll be Tex-Jew.
What is Israeli food? Is it just like hummus and pita and falafel and shit?
I don't know.
Is it like shawarma?
Lots of chickpeas, I think.
Matzo ball soup.
Chili Peanuts is Juarez a good place to vacation? I do not recommend
hummus.
I actually do really like hummus. Hummus is good.
I like it sometimes. I like some of the different flavored hummus, And
it's not bad.
But it's not something I eat regularly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't eat it every day, but like, I don't know. I used to live like right next to a Mediterranean grill place that was really easy to pick up food from. So like I don't know, like once a month probably we got it until the kids were just sick of it, and then I couldn't get it anymore. But yeah.
Yeah. I like the Greek Mediterranean grill kind of places that do like the lamb kebabs with the salad and like I don't know, usually like a pita and some hummus or something. Good.
That's what I get every time is the lamb kebab. Because if you're gonna get that kind of food, why would you get chicken? You know.
Yeah. Well, the chicken's good too, but it's.
I mean, the chicken's good, but it's just rotisserie roast chicken.
Yeah.
And then you get rice and a salad and all the like hummus and pita, right?
Yeah.
That's it. But the lamb is so good, like the way they set it up, like you can't get that anywhere else. You can get roast chicken anywhere.
Spices and stuff they use, the chicken and beef tastes different than anywhere else too. But I agree with you. I like the lamb.
And it's usually like $1 or $2 more. But I mean, you're already spending $12. What's 14? You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
No, it's not just you. I think the same way.
Man, this is bullshit. By the way, I'm watching some of this Antifa shit. And it's gotten to the point to where, like, they've got the smoke grenades out and the dudes in riot gear out. And these Antifa people are actively fucking, like, going after the cops, like, trying to rip their shields away and all this shit.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. And if this was a bunch of, like, if this were a bunch of Trump supporters, they'd all be in fucking jail.
Oh,
Every
yeah.
last
Yep.
one of them being fucking
And you know what they'd be calling it?
Terrorism.
Yeah.
An insurrection.
1-6.
So a guy gets knocked down. They go after the cops.
They're
If
going
that was a
after
Trump supporter, they'd be immediately in jail. If that
Was
was
this
somebody at a
Portland?
Pro 2A rally, immediately in jail.
I don't know why they're not clubbing more knees.
Selective,
If I was the cop, I'd be clubbing knees. But maybe
Did you
they're
say
not
this is Portland?
too.
selective enforcement of the law is becoming pretty regular, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and who's going to be the target of that selective enforcement? That's the question that everyone here knows the answer to, that no one's asking publicly.
White.
No one. Well, I mean, it's people who believe in. It doesn't matter if you're white or if you're black and you have the wrong views. Guess what? You're the target.
That's true.
The funny thing is, too,
Definitely.
is like, I guarantee everyone in this crowd is, talking about the brutal police state, and like, I am not pro cop as it is, but how abusive the police are and all this other shit. If this was any other country, like if this was Spain, those cops would bludgeon you with their batons into almost a coma-like state and toss you hogtied in the back of a van.
Well, Spain is becoming a bunch of pussies now too. So now, if this was Russia.
Oh, if this was Russia,
Russia doesn't fuck around. They just fucking gas
Feds would just be out there with RPKs, just like, oh, today's the day.
We use riot control agents for gas or whatever. In Russia, they just use like nerve agent. Like, fuck it.
Yeah. What do we have in storage room that is going extinct? We need to move
sarin gas.
We have 12-gallon sarin gas we need to get rid of. Make room. Okay.
There's another one there too. This one.
Do you want the optional genocide suit to wear?
No
Dude's gonna try
time.
and grab the cop's
You gotta
shield.
go with the green one.
Sorry, I had to start boiling water to make some tack rice for some reason.
Oh wait, hold on, watch.
Can't imagine mine.
They're punching at the cop.
Straight.
Hold on.
I love how they fucking move in, but then they don't do anything.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah,
oh, I'm going to poke
seriously.
you, and the
That
guy
one
just
cop just
stands
stopped the
there.
other cop from going after them.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, no,
This would
let,
not be
don't worry
allowed
about
with
it.
any other group.
let Officer Pillsbury take a swing. Like, come on.
And
Dude,
that was a real
and here's
girly
another
punch
thought.
too at that.
Here's another thought. Like, think about all of the pent-up anger and tension and frustration and fucking all that shit that all these dudes have inside of them. And then they're going to say, hey, you can let loose on this group if they do anything wrong. They're going to
No.
take all that out. Not
They're
all of
fucking
them, but some
circling
of
in
them are
on
going to
these
have
cops.
that rage and they're going to fucking go overboard.
They
You
just
know
go
it.
home. They just go home and beat their wives.
Well, there's that
Yeah.
too. Or their dogs and kids. All three, really. I imagine
Hopefully
some of
not
those
the
people are
dog.
just hopelessly fucking assholes, dude. Seriously.
The wife okay, but not the dog.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what is
Tuna casserole.
drop a Moab?
Mother of all bombs.
Mother of all bombs.
I know what it is, but why?
The only way to be sure.
Angry. I like to keep this handy for close encounters.
That was a good response. I like it. Oh shit! I think I'm out of fucking vodka right now. Oh no, I'm not. We're good. We're good. I'm a little drunk. I'm making fucking tack rice because it's going to be a rough day tomorrow if I don't. And see, that's the thing we call children preparing. We don't call children that.
You have to work tomorrow too?
No, I don't. And that's the great thing about drinking on Saturday night for me.
Yeah. Well, fuck you then.
Hey man, I worked this morning. Work's been rough, man. People at my work have been quitting. People have been threatening to quit. The general manager quit. Like,
damn.
It's been rough.
Even the GM quit. That's nice.
Yeah, when your general manager's like, I had enough of this shit, peace.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Well, Hunter, there's an opening for you.
Probably not for me. Because here's the thing, like, it would be roughly the same amount of money that I make. But now I'm not an hourly employee that they want to cut and get rid of as soon as possible. I'm a fucking salary employee who they want to keep as long as possible. You know?
Yeah.
So that would be a huge change. Although the duty change would be a nice change of pace. Like, I would deal with dumb employees versus dumb people, you know? Like, you choose your employees, you don't choose the people. If someone's too much of a dumb employee, eventually you can get rid of them, kind of thing. I don't know. But I wouldn't
You're
want
trying to replace them right now.
I wouldn't want to be there the 50 to 60 hours a week that the managers are, you know? It's just it's a rough life on either side of the fence.
It's a hard knock life for us.
Sapper says, putting in my request for the Gay Frog chat to go past midnight on the 5th. It's my birthday. Do that request and you will. We'll find out.
Is there a Gay Frog chat tomorrow?
Iron Road says, if you could Thanos snap any of us urban city with zero repercussions, what city would you make no more? But you can't pick Washington, D.C. Well, that would be my first choice. Second choice, I don't know.
Columbus, Ohio.
Beijing.
L.A.
The U.S. city.
U.S. city?
Yeah.
I want Washington, D.C.
I feel like there's a lot of corruption in New York City.
I'm thinking like L.A. or New York.
Trying to figure out who I don't have family in.
Hold up.
Like, I've got a friend in Los Angeles. I'd have to call him first if you're going to do L.A.
I do Portland.
I'm going to do Anaheim.
Because fuck Disneyland.
I just picked a random city generator. I let the fates decide. Now, is it going to be Thanos snap where only half the city disappears or the entire city disappears? That's my question.
I assume the entire city. That's what we're talking about.
Oh.
Well, if it's a Thanos snap, then you got to consider half.
That's what I thought. That's what I was thinking. But
If it's only half, then would you do your hometown? Because then there'd be less people in it.
that was kind of my theory. Is if it's only half, I might choose like Philadelphia because that's where I'm looking to move to, and if I can cut down on the amount of people there.
If it's half, I'm doing Denver. Like,
Yeah.
With my luck, it'll be the good half if I did Chicago.
But see, that's the thing too. Is then you have to take into consideration where you live. Do you have family and friends that live there? Because they're not necessarily immune to that snap.
I'm not in Denver city limits, so we're good.
That reminds me, when we were talking about cities and shit the other, this was before the chat, I think. When was we talking about that? I don't remember. We were talking about population.
Talk too much. I forget when we talk things.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was looking it up. I look at Denver County. Y'all have like 700 and something thousand people in Denver County.
Yeah.
And I was looking up like the county next to me, and it's got like fucking more people in it down here. Got like 800 and something thousand people. And in my county,
look at the size of Denver County.
It's not very big, yeah. But those, I thought y'all would at least top 1 million.
Denver metro area, which is what you got to look at. That's basically like the Denver metro area means how far from Denver is it till you reach country, right? So it doesn't count past that line where it's like, okay, now it's like farmland and whatever.
How big is the county? Because that's what I typed in, Denver County.
It's
look.
Pull up a map.
I looked up Phoenix metro area, and we're at 4.9 million people.
I looked at Cook County. We had 5.18 million.
The Cook County Assessor's Office. We're on a mission from God.
This is Denver County, right? Everything in the red square. So it kind of covers this lake. I'm in Inglewood right here, so I'm in kind of this like divot area. And then it kind of goes north, and it kind of sticks out here, and then sticks way out here so that it can claim part of that's DIA, so that they can say, oh, DIA is Denver. Even though like this shit shouldn't really be Denver, so that counts, but it doesn't count, if that makes sense.
No.
But yeah, I mean, basically you're looking from where Pena and 470 cross, that's where shit starts getting people. So basically here over, Green Valley Ranch, Montbello, like all of this area. And then Glendale is taken out of it. There's this little island in the middle called Glendale, which you got to be super rich to live in Glendale. But
it's not considered part of the county?
It's considered its own city and not part of the county, yeah.
That's fucking
Angry,
weird.
Weird, I know.
Angry, I just wanted to say, it's 106 miles to Chicago. We've got a full tank of gas, half pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses.
Oh, Jesus.
Get it.
I love that fucking movie, man.
As do I.
Then if you look at the Denver Metro look at that on a map. I mean, that's kind of a rough thing. Okay, here we go. That's more of the Denver Metro. So you're going, and even if you're in like Westminster, depending on how you say it, Commerce City, that's considered Denver Metro in my opinion. Like, I think it's even more than the 3.7 million or whatever it is. But that's just in that area. And then if you look at that on a map compared to Colorado, I'll just go Google Maps. Like, we're talking this big circle right here, basically.
Yeah. Angry, Orange Whip.
So
3 orange whips.
Zoom out of Colorado, that's half the more than half the population of Colorado lives in that circle. So yeah, I mean, Colorado Springs is pretty big too, honestly. And then you got Grand Junction's not that big, but a bunch of people live out there, and there's random cities everywhere that add up. But yeah, it's all fucking Denver, Lakewood, Inglewood, Centennial, Broomfield, up to Boulder. Boulder's almost connected. That's the thing. Boulder used to be like way up here, and Denver used to be way down here. And this shit just kind of grew and grew and grew. And look how close it is now. Like, it's just like a couple of miles of fucking wilderness. And there's even houses being built there now, so it's basically connected at this point.
That's what happened in Texas with San Antonio and Austin, is they were about 45, 50 minutes apart from each other. Not anymore. It's just one big continuous area of suburbs and fucking everything all down the one highway that connects the two of them.
Remember Demolition Man, the San Angeles Metroplex, wherever the fuck it was?
Oh, yeah.
Well, they say it like at some point, like Castle Rock and Black Forest and everything, like Palmer, everything will grow together here. So Colorado Springs will grow into Denver, and then up here all the way up to Fort Collins, Greeley will grow together with Loveland and Longmont and fucking Boulder and come together with Denver. It'll just be one giant fucking city.
you had balls, you go buy up a bunch of land in between those big cities, and then like declare yourself your own town and like sell houses and shit.
Dude, even land, like if you try to be like, okay, I'm gonna just buy like this land here, wherever that is, if it were for sale, which it's not.
You'd have to be a billionaire. Yeah.
It's like fucking $50,000 for an acre or some shit. It's ridiculous.
You'd have to have enough money to buy a shit ton of land to do what I'm talking.
I ain't got no $50,000 per acre, let alone for multiple acres.
Hey, we can dream, man.
If I win the lottery, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
If I won the lottery, I'd just buy a fucking mountain.
If you did do that, though, you like, buy a bunch of land, build a bunch of houses, and like make your own town there, and sell them to people and whatever, and form a city council and get it all legit as like a city, and like then they'll like grow to you, and then I'm guessing that will be advantageous. You'll already be set up there and have your own laws and whatever, and not whatever there is.
I'm gonna buy a mountain and change my name to Thror.
King under the mountain.
King under the mountain.
It would be cool to have a secret volcano lair.
It'd be cool to like have like a hollowed out like house where you just like dig down a bunch and you gotta take an elevator down and like it's like some like fucking James Bond looking scenario with like glass floors and fucking computer screens and
So, if I did do that, I would like dig down a little bit and then like a ways like under that same depth. I wouldn't go super deep because I don't want to die buried in my fucking like tunnel under the ground.
So there's actually a house in Vegas that I think it's like just off the strip. That's a house up top, like back in the whatever 60s or 70s, like before Vegas was super heavily developed, or as at least to where it is now. And you can walk in, and it looks like a normal like house from the 60s or 70s, but there's a like secret entrance down below, and there's a complete like underground bunker with like its own underground house and shit. And then there's another house I saw that was for sale. This is probably like close to 10 years ago up in New York on one of those. It had its own private runway, and it was like a lodge type house, like a log house. And under the kitchen island was a doorway that went down to an old missile silo or something that was underground that they converted into basically a large like living space.
This is a house in Colorado that's famous that had to be saved because this was actually built and then used as part of, I don't remember what James Bond film that they filmed at, like part of it at this house, but it's clearly visible from I-70 as you're driving up and down the mountain. Like this is the only house that's there. It's on the top of a fucking mountain. You can see it from forever. Like everybody knows about it. Everyone's always asked about it. It's known that it's part of a James Bond film. It's like multi-million dollar house back in like 1990 when I was like learning about this shit, and it needed like millions and millions of dollars to save it. Like people have fucking, this is like the most expensive piece of property in Colorado probably, or at least house anyway. But yeah.
Well,
It looks like part of Tony Stark's house.
Yeah, it does look like a Tony Stark house, doesn't it? It looked like that back in like 1989 when they built it. Like, I don't know, it's cool. I remember driving past that when I was a kid, looking at it like a bunch of times.
Isn't Boulder where Mork and Mindy took place?
It is.
I never went to Boulder. Even when I lived there, I never went to Boulder. I always wanted to.
Boulder is the coolest place back 10, 20 years ago. Nowadays, it's like the fucking hive of scum and villainy. I
remember when I was living in Dillon, that Boulder was talked about as like the fancy place to live because it was right there at the edge of the mountains, and like it was just, I don't know, it was supposed to be nice.
It's never been cheap to live in Boulder because like there's a steady supply of college kids who always need a place to live, right? And like CU Boulder is like a pretty big school. I think there's like 40,000 kids who go there or something like that. So there's 10,000 kids per class. Anyway, all of those kids need a place to live. So renting housing, if you're going to buy a house to rent out, Boulder's a great place to invest because you can always find people to rent it and it adjust for inflation and all that stuff. But fucking the thing is, people stay there when they're done with college because they like Boulder so much. So housing is even more expensive. And then, yeah, like you're saying, like the bougie people are like, well, I want to move to Boulder. So yeah, Boulder's a fucking not cheap place to live and never has been, ever. As long as I've lived in Colorado, Boulder's been the most expensive city in general. But yeah, I mean, like, that's where you would always go back in the day to get weed before you could fucking buy weed at the store. You just drive up to Boulder and, hey, Mr. somebody, or maybe you knew somebody because it was grown there, or people knew there, or whatever. Boulder was the place. And, yeah, like, the college was there. Like, there was music scene. I saw Sublime in Boulder at the Bluebird Theater in 1993. I snuck out. Dude, I was dealing with some shit, bro. And I had some friends who were, like, older than me, and they were in high school, and they had a car, and they were like, we're going to go see this band in Boulder. And I lied to my parents and said some shit and went to Boulder and got drunk and saw Sublime. And I didn't know who they were, but I loved them after that.
I love Sublime, and, like, of the music my girlfriend likes, of her favorites, Sublime is, like, my favorite of her favorites. So we listen to, like, a fuck ton of that. And, like, it's such good music. All of it. I really like Boss DJ.
Well, I won't walk up on the sea like it was dry land. Yeah, dude.
Good song.
I'm too drunk to sing fucking Sublime. Plus, like, to me, dude, Sublime's kind of emotional music. Because there was a lot of shit that I was dealing with, and I would, like, fucking listen to Sublime and, like, fucking ponder upon it. And, like, I was talking about this earlier today to a coworker. Like, I was dealing with such live shit that a doctor prescribed me antidepressants and, like, Xanax and all this other shit to, like, calm me out. And I was thinking about I took one Xanax and I took the first antidepressant, and I didn't like how it made me feel in a way, because it, like, I felt like the reason why I'm sad isn't because there's a chemical imbalance. It's because things happened. And me taking a pill to make that thing feeling go away doesn't change the thing actual. So, you know, maybe I should just deal with the thing.
And, like, honestly, I think all of that shit, when they prescribe it, they'd be better off telling people to go take an acid trip.
I don't know. Xanax is great. I loved it when I had a prescription.
Yeah, bet you did.
Yeah, I did.
I don't know, man. Like, I felt like there's a reason why I feel depressed. And that reason isn't going to be cured by a pill.
Yeah. Well, like, the acid trip thing, the reason I say that is because, like, you examine shit, you know? It's not like an instant cure pill or whatever. It's an experience.
And then I found out that Klonopin is better, so I switched from Xanax to Klonopin.
I don't know what Klonopin is.
Sounds like some, like, side effects shit. Like,
Well, like
side effects.
But no, like, Xanax is like, it hits you strong, but it's short. But like with Klonopin, it's like a gradual rise, and it lasts longer.
Every time I've ever taken a Xanax, it makes me go, like fucking just asleep.
Yeah, that too.
Sleep
Fall
like
right
the
to sleep.
dead.
Super, it had me feel like I'm floating in air.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it did. Like, I'm trying to think of what Xanax did to me. I mean, I took one pill of Xanax 25 years ago. So my experience is rather limited.
The last time I took it, like
my girlfriend
4 years ago, 3, something like that.
God damn, I'm old, man. It's crazy to think 25 years ago I was like 14. Like, as some fucking young ass kid, like yelling at people and doing shit. I remember we used to fucking skateboard. Like Matt, you used to fucking rollerblade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we were the skateboard kids and we made fun of the rollerblade kids. It was kind of a thing. You remember?
No, I was a rollerblade kid or a skateboard kid first, and then when rollerblades got really popular in the '90s, I was like, "Well, I'm gonna try this shit out," and I fucking loved it.
No, you liked rollerblading because of that movie that came out in the 90s.
Well, that movie came out in the '90s after I started rollerblading.
No, I think that came out and then you liked rollerblading.
See, I was a rollerblade kid because you could not play roller hockey on a skateboard.
Yeah. Also, also rollerblade kids could easily outrun anybody on a skateboard.
That's true. You guys did have an advantage on like doing things. And I will admit that. Although we had the advantage on looking cool and carrying around a weapon.
Honestly, I say fucking for a mode of transportation for the apocalypse or whatever, you could do worse than rollerblades.
Be a good way to get around. I've still got a pair.
I mean, like, assuming paved surfaces are going to stay somewhat good.
Yeah, until you hit like gravel and shit. And then
yeah.
I never learned how to skate.
That's why.
Take them
That's
off.
why you.
Your boots.
I was gonna say that's why you get the perfect in between. You just rock some Heelys.
That would be good for like those gentle gradient downhills that are so frequent.
Skating's not hard. It really isn't.
It's not. The quads, I think, are harder than rollerblades.
It's hard when you first get on them and you're like, oh. But as soon as you realize like how to push off and how to stop and how to turn and stuff, you kind of get the hang of it. It's super easy. You'll still fall down, but it's.
I learned how to skate on rollerblades, and then I skated on them a fuck ton, and then I tried quads, and that was a mistake. I should have learned how to skate on quads.
I learned how to skate at Skate City.
Skate City!
God, what was that girl's name?
Wanda.
No. Well, it might as well have been. I can't fucking remember her name.
Lisa.
Marcy.
Suzanne.
We used to go to skate places like that around here.
Carolyn. It was Carolyn. Fucking Carolyn, dude. She was like Carolyn, bro. Oh my god. And I got to hold her hand at Skate City. I think by default, because my friend was there with his girlfriend, and that was her friend, and I was his friend, and then we were there together, and that was the first time I was like, wait, I didn't know that was the kind of thing we were doing, but okay. Like, yes. Carolyn. I didn't get to first base, though, because I was too young. But we held hands. Is that first base? What's first base?
First base is like making out.
Yeah, making out.
Yeah, no, then I definitely didn't get to first base.
Second base is like maybe a little under the shirt.
Yeah.
Maybe a little hand down the pants.
What's third base?
That'd be like hand jobs, blow jobs, shit like that.
Eating her out.
And then a home run's fuck. You just fuck.
Joe, I thought that was fingering third base.
Okay.
Well, that goes with it, sure. That's to me. That's more second base.
Oh.
I agree with Matt. That's second.
That's hands under clothes. That's what that is.
Dude, it's crazy. This is the conversation we've been having. We've been going for 4 hours now. We still have 101 people watching right now. I'm drunk as fuck, bro. Dude, I fucking started tack rice and I forgot about it.
Oh, now it's not tack rice anymore.
Right, might as well make some coffee or tea with it.
I'll be back. Hold on.
I drank all that wine. I'm a little drunk, but I could probably drink more.
I'm saving up my liquor for tomorrow.
The other bottle of wine I have is a fucking white Zinfandel, and it tastes like shit.
Hey, Matt, is this a big enough bag of rice?
What's that, a 20-pounder?
Oh, what do we got? Oh, yeah, that's a 20-pounder. How'd you guess?
I have many of those.
How do you keep a 20-pound bag of rice from going bad?
Freeze it. Put it in your freezer for about 3 days. That will kill any weevils or weevil eggs, because I guarantee you they're in there. They're in all rice, and eventually they will hatch and grow and ruin your rice. Not ruin your rice. You eat weevils all the time in rice. You just don't know it. They're those little teeny tiny black bugs. They're in all kinds of food, but specifically in rice, because they lay their eggs and they will hatch. Put it in the freezer, and it'll kill off all the eggs and all the weevils that might be in there. They'll freeze them all to death, and they won't be able to hatch. So, yeah, just shove it in the freezer for a few days, and then you can pretty much store it wherever you want after that.
Okay.
So,
or don't, and just have a nice little rice and weevil meal.
I had rice that I kept forever, and I was like, "Oh, rice will keep forever." And then I like tried it after a while. I was like, I don't know, like it took on the flavor of the area in which it was sitting, I think is the deal. Gross.
Rice is where it will, if there's any humidity whatsoever where you store it, it will. What I would do with that, honestly, as I've been telling you repeatedly, with all the other fucking shit you're spending, buy a fucking vacuum sealer and vacuum seal that rice after you freeze it. Vacuum seal it in little 1-gallon bags, and then you only have to open up like one little bit of rice at a time. And the rest you can keep stored airtight where it's not going to go bad. You've killed all the weevils' eggs, and then you got it vacuum sealed. This motherfucker is talking about prepping and doing all kinds of other shit. Dude, I've been telling him for weeks, dude, go to Walmart and buy a fucking vacuum sealer if you're really worried about it, and he fucking won't do it.
You're like yelling at me about things, like oh, all this money that you're spending. Dude, I had like just getting a couple of things that like I fucking.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, you need a fucking vacuum sealer.
A vacuum sealer or something like that.
He bought 1 bag of rice, Matt.
It's true.
Get a vacuum sealer, you can get more bags of rice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to Sam's tomorrow, and I'm stocking up on some shit.
Yeah, you should realize that Matt is the person. Like, if you're gonna be like, "Oh, I want to buy a gun," he's gonna tell you 20 guns to buy. And like, if you're like, "Oh, I want to try drugs," he's gonna be like, "Oh, here's all the drugs in the world."
Oh, Gun Library Garrett's here.
Like that.
Says you can exclude me from your next giveaway. Keep your party train rolling. Gun Library Garrett, I'm gonna need you to send that Mosin back to Matt so that he can put it in the original stock with the original bedding and free floating on that stock that I did for that particular gun to see if in fact it is free floated as I state.
By the way,
not free floated as Matt states.
What he did to the stock was the laziest fucking thing I've ever seen. Like, you know how there's a distinct difference in the stock on a Mosin, right? Like it goes from the curved part to that straight part that goes all the way down the barrel. So just like for some reason, like 3 inches in front of the curved part, he just cuts the stock right there. Why didn't you cut it all the way back?
Because I thought I could make it, shape it, cool, look.
It looked janky as shit. It's like all you had to do was cut it back like 3 inches.
And I fucked up, and I didn't want to do anything else to it because I fucked it up so bad at that point. It's like, Jesus Christ, Honda, like fucking keep doing surgery on the dead guy. Like, fuck you.
I'm proud to say I've never fucking butchered a Mosin, but I've resurrected many that I bought at pawn shops.
So here, I'm gonna put my camera on. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Hold on.
So if you get one that's already been fucked up cheap, it's a fun project.
So instead of like cutting it off at its natural point, which would be right here.
Okay, like
he cuts it like right here.
So here's what we're doing right now, Matt. Just so I can explain.
We're right here.
So can I explain something real quick? This is like when
this is the stock.
Whoa.
Okay, what?
Explain. This is like what happens to the guy at the fucking trial when you're going over the shooting that happened, and you're going over every fucking millisecond of time that the guy did anything, in excruciating detail to the point where you drive the point home. No one wants to fucking hear. Okay, go on.
Here is the stock as I have fixed it, where it's cut off where it should have been cut off, and then curved and rounded off to look more sporterized.
If that was my stock, Matt, I would have left more of it on than Honda did because I like a longer stock.
I love this fucking gun. Look at this fucking thing. This is awesome.
I would have cut the stock off probably about 3 inches.
Matt, I want my stock back.
No.
I'm gonna order a barrel to action receiver, and I'm gonna require
I
that.
love this. Hey, this thing came out good. I am surprised I was able to get all this shit off of this stock and get it down to bare wood where I could actually stain it. Because, dear God, the amount of fucking like like fucking car primer that you put like that was like auto body fucking primer. That wasn't just like regular house paint primer that you put on this fucking thing.
I went to Ace Hardware and I bought the fucking the Primo primer. I was like, primer, how much is it? Oh, this is better. I remember watching some video where they're like, the better the primer, the so I'm like, if I'm gonna do primer, I might as well get the expensive kind. It was like $10, man. That was $10 for the primer you scrubbed off of that thing.
When it comes to painting a gun, I always like Krylon because you can just take acetone and wipe it off.
This is what a Mosin should look
Absolutely.
like. This right here. Look at that. Look at the shine on that fucker. Oh, look. Oh, that's so beautiful.
You're making me want a Mosin now.
You should have a Mosin. Just don't fucking touch it. I've got one of each. I've got my little M44 wannabe fucking Chinese, now turned into a Mag Max gun, and then I got my original 9130. One of each.
What is the legality? Okay, like let's say I wanted a Mosin, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. You know, like I want you to have the Mosin first.
Yes.
If a guy bought one and sent it to you, what is the legality of that? Knowing that you're going, it goes through the transfer, so it doesn't matter.
I'm not. The gun is not mine. I'm not owning the gun. You can send a gun to somebody as long as you send it to an FFL. From FFL, actually, well, no, because we're out of state. If we're in state, you could just mail it to me, and I do work on it. There's nothing against that. I'm not buying the gun from you. I'm not taking possession of it. I'm just working on the gun for you. I'm repairing something. So it's not.
As no money exchanges hands, this is true.
Yep.
If money exchanges hands, then you're committing some federal crimes, technically.
What if I buy the gun with my money, send it to you, and send you money?
Well, if it's money for parts and it's not money to pay Matt for what he's doing, then that's fine. I would think.
Yeah, because I'm not. Well, I don't know how that works. Like,
well, because I'd have to send you money so that you could ship it without it costing you money, at least, right?
Yeah. So I can charge somebody to work on a gun. There's nothing illegal about that for my services.
You're just trading service for money.
Well, here's the issue,
when the shipping starts shipping guns, I don't know what the legalities are of that, because I know somebody who's not an FFL can work on guns. You can be a gunsmith and work on somebody's guns for money without being an FFL.
There comes a point where you are required to have a license to do it, and I don't know exactly where that is, but shipping guns interstate,
yeah, I know,
work on them, and accepting money for them would definitely be in that realm.
Yeah, but like I've worked on friends' guns before, and they're like, here's $20 because I cleaned it up or whatever. It's like, I'm that kind of shit I've done before, and there's nothing wrong with that. And they're just like, here's for your trouble. It's not like I have rates that I charge, and this is something I do for a living.
Okay, here's that kind of shit.
It's just to cover your ass of like you don't want to appear to be in the business of being.
What if I just pay you in vodka, right? Like I just ship a bunch of vodka in the box with the gun to you.
Well, like if you order all these parts or whatever and have them shipped to them, that would solve a lot of it. And then you just pay for the shipping.
I don't know, I'm just asking because I don't want to work on a fucking Mosin.
Is Honda going to Bubba another Mosin?
Holy cow, the voice of God.
What happened?
What do you want done to said Mosin, Honda?
Your microphone's really loud. Hold on, let me try to adjust you.
Yeah, you have the voice of Odin right now.
What the hell happened? Better?
Hey, now you're
good. Better.
Oh, thank God. Sorry.
If you are on a headset where your mic is positioned relative to your mouth affects that.
I think I got you adjusted correctly. Testing it.
No, I'm at my desktop with regular mic setup.
Nope, you're good, man. I got you now. You're good.
Thanks.
Sometimes it's on your end. Sometimes I can fix it on my end. I fix it on my end because I'm a StreamYard expert.
Yeah, like
so seriously, what are you looking for in a Mosin? Are you wanting like a fucking M44, like a short one, or are you wanting like a classic Mosin that just is in good shape?
I want the cheapest version of 7.62 54R that I can get because I still have some ammo.
So what I would do is try to find a cheap like.
Oh, actually, I mailed that off, didn't I?
M44 or Type 53, get a carbine one, and then put a red dot on that bitch somehow. I think that would be cool.
Garrett, did I send you that ammo? I forget.
You said you were.
I thought I did. I don't remember now,
You can take it off of me now.
though. Oh, I'm sorry. There's rice cooking over there now, too.
And do you want like just a classic look, or you want it like sporterized?
No, I want a classic. I want a Mosin.
So you want a 9130, the long one?
I think if I got one, I would want either an M9130 or an M44, and I would keep it all stock original. I think they're cool.
Okay, let me get caught up on super chats real quick and ask Gun Library Garrett a question, and I forgot what it was because I'm broke. Gun Library Garrett says, "Will someone pick a vacuum sealer for me to buy on Amazon tonight and the bags I need?" Can you do that for him, Matt?
Someone pick it. What? What do you say?
Pick out what's a good vacuum sealer and the bags that he needs.
Give me a price range. Garrett, give me a price range, and I'll find you one.
What would you buy, Matt?
Like, what is the price range?
Yeah.
They can range from $50 to $300. It depends on what kind you want. I've owned
$100.
I've owned a couple of them. I've owned several vacuum sealers. And the ones I actually like the best are the name brand with the Food Saver. I love Food Saver, makes really good stuff, and it's the stuff you can buy at Walmart.
So I don't know shit about fucking vacuum sealers, but I know a lot about fucking like commercial products and shit. And if it's got a price range of $50 to $300, I would shop in that like $100 to $200 range because it's probably where all of your shit that's like really, really good, but not $300 is.
The one I've got is basically a $200 machine.
Yeah.
So that's what we've got, which is the one. I can't remember which. I don't remember what the model number is, but it's one of the nicer Food Savers.
Anytime that you buy like the most expensive version of a thing, chances are you're paying an extra couple $100 for the extra 1 or 2% better.
I always say like bottom level +2, right? Because if you go +1, then you're just getting like an extra feature. It's the same motor or whatever. If you go +2, it's usually like a different model, you know? Yeah. And usually that model has several things that are better about it than the base model. And you spending $70 instead of $50 is fucking worth the extra 20 a lot of the time.
Like, who are you and what are you doing with it too matters. Because like, let's say you're talking TVs or something, all the extra optional shit like you may not want to need, and maybe that way with a Food Saver too. I don't know. And like, if you're gonna use it a bunch, you might spend the extra money, you know.
So Garrett, let's see.
Hold on. Let me get through the super chats. God damn it, I fucking forgot. He said I could probably send it to Matt to resolve this. Honda would probably want him to be with him to judge. Dude, that'd be cool. Let's do a meetup. That's what we need to do. We'll just do a meetup and bring it with you. Well, and then you bring yours, and then I'll bring mine, and we can all touch tips gingerly.
We can go buy a watermelon.
So, you have $350 to spend right now. Would you buy a Mosin Nagant or like a Mossberg Patriot, Savage Axis, something along those lines?
Oh, look. What for? What? What are we doing here?
A bolt action rifle for hunting, I'm guessing, or just to have fun with at the range, or both. Because like I like the iron sights on the Mosin.
Yeah, I mean the Mosin's obviously going to retain more value, but obviously there's also like usability. If it's something you're going to use often, I'd want a gun that's a little more modern, it's lighter, and takes a more modern caliber, things like that. But if you want something that's going to have that collectability, and I think something that's also going to like, I love the guns that I have. I love my my Savage and my modern bolt guns that I have. But like I cherish my Mosins more for my collection, from a collection standpoint.
My thought is like if you're going to spend that amount of money, like those guns cost roughly the same amount now.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I think I would rather have the Mosin just because it's an old cool gun that also can do that.
That's the thing. Like the like the Savage Axis and stuff like that. Like as Matt was saying, like from a hunting aspect, it's definitely more usable. But from just an overall fun aspect and a collector's aspect and like a coolness factor, I think the Mosin fits that better. Plus, if you needed to, you can use that obviously for hunting. Granted, ammo might be a little bit harder to like by a sliver.
Like You could
But-
shoot the standard ball ammo and it would kill most fucking deer
What-
or whatever. So much
Yeah.
And one thing you could do also is just like fucking just get like a carbine length one
Well, that's
instead
what
of the full size, and then that's much more usable for hunting.
Yep.
My thought with the carbine is, even with the bayonet and all that shit on it, those guns were zeroed however they are, and most of those shoot more to point of aim than the longer most.
Yeah.
Whatever
And-
reason.
I was gonna say, and too, like if you're really set on the fact, and granted, I know it's kind of butchering it, but if you're really set on the fact that you want something that you can also take hunting and like throw some glass on, you can get a Mosin drilled and tapped and throw a set of glass on it.
I
I mean,
Honestly, I wouldn't even do that.
I wouldn't myself, but you can do it, and you
I
can
mean, you
find
can do it.
motorized ones that are like that as
Well,
well.
What
If-
I would do is get that scout scope mount that allows you to still have the iron sight.
That's
too.
what I was gonna say.
Or
That one
yeah,
that I
you
got
could
on
do that.
Amazon that was $10 impressed the shit out of me. The one that I put on the gun that Garrett has on Honda's Mosa. Now I had to hand fit it with a file to get it just right. But once I got it just right, dude, it fit perfectly.
That
and it
thing
worked great.
replaces your rear sight, though, right? It doesn't allow you to still use the sight.
No, it does. You have to pop out your rear sight, but you can put it back on. You just pop out the pin, then the spring.
Yeah, but I mean, I want to have iron sights under like a red
Oh
dot.
yeah, I got you. And they've got to make that too.
A brass stacker used to make one, but I don't know if they still do.
I don't like brass stackers. I've used it before. I did not
Really?
like it. It did not hold up. I didn't like it. Maybe that's just me, but I was not a fan.
I honestly think, like, for the Mosin, either a forward-mounted red dot somehow, or just iron sights is probably best.
Yeah.
Because, like, otherwise you're going to have to do the bolt mod shit, and, like, you could find someone who does that. I think there's people on eBay that do it, but then you're, like, sending parts and then waiting and then getting it back, and that always deters me from doing shit like that.
Yeah.
It's weird that in 6 Spider-Man movies, no villain has thought to put a glass over him, a giant glass over Spider-Man.
That's true. Real quick for Garrett out there, this link right here that I just dropped in, it wouldn't let me put the whole link, so the HTTPS whatever fuck www is not there. So just copy and paste that into your browser. It's not going to show up as a link. That's the exact one I have. It's on Amazon. Looks like on Amazon it's $189. That's the one. That's the one I have. So if you're saying you're comfortable spending $200, then that's the one I would go for. If it was me, I really like it. My wife loves it. It worked really, really well. Plus, they come with like a.
Does it suck?
It does. It does.
So,
But
if you pinch your nose shut, you can suck harder, Matt.
mhm.
All right, I think I'm at that point.
No, keep going. I'm just about to make my first drink. I'll be right back. I gotta go get my stuff.
Oh shit, are we keeping this thing going?
Fuck it.
Don't stop.
Matt's drinking now.
My tack rice is almost ready. Decided I couldn't wait, and I made a sandwich.
So while we're on the subject
You
of
ever put
firearms,
jalapenos on your sandwich? Sorry, go on.
so while we're on the subject of firearms, what do you guys think about that fucking Travis County DA trying to railroad that guy for that BLM dude's death last year?
I have no idea.
No idea what we're talking about.
You remember the event? Remember like last July when there was that guy that had the AKV or whatever in his hand, and he ran up to the car and was like beating on the car window with a gun, and then the dude shot him in self-defense. They're trying to railroad Sergeant Daniel Perry for Garrett Foster's death now. And this is the new Travis County DA that just got in last November. And I think he ran on that whole thing as well.
So do you like customizing your guns, or do you like leaving them stock?
I generally, at this point, I leave mine stock. Like, unless it's an
Depends
AR,
on the gun.
an AR, I'll change like grips or fucking stock, or because that's Legos. Or like a 1911, I'll change grips on it because I want some different grip, you know. But yeah, I'm not changing major shit anymore.
I enjoy guns that you can do a bunch of shit too. You want like this shockwave or whatever. Even like just paint it and fucking like throw some side saddles and shit on it. Like I think that's fucking cool.
What's up, Matt?
What's up?
You drinking?
Yeah, I'm pouring my drink right now.
Hmm.
I don't know where to go from here, bro.
So I do have another gun.
I'm out of gas. I'm telling you.
Let the audience decide.
I have a gun question for both of you. You have a shotgun, like a shockwave or whatever. Do you run mini shells or do you run full size shells?
Full.
I'd run full, yeah.
I always ran full in my shockwave, but I know a couple people that have them that do run the minis, and like they're fun. But I always thought as like it's not my primary go-to defensive like shotgun. Yeah. It's more of a like fight to another gun shotgun. So I always ran full.
Quarter barrel, smaller bullet. I think. Maybe it'd be fine, but I don't know.
I always kind of figured like you're losing something by going to those, and I would rather have full power buckshot. Maybe I'm wrong. But...
You're not wrong.
Here we go. Hey, Honda.
I also don't have a lot of experience with the mini, so that's probably entice my decision.
We're blue cup buddies.
Look, I got multiple of them. I forget which one I was drinking out of.
Christ. I wonder how hard hitting the mini shell slugs are.
That's the thing. I don't know because I haven't played around with them enough, so that's kind of what caused me not to go.
To have a slug that was hitting maybe a little less than like a regular deer slug, but like it's still, it's hitting as hard as like a 20 gauge slug. That's still,
that's still a big oomph. Yeah, I don't know enough about the mini shells to know what the ballistic changes are. Because now that I think about it, I think it was Sean Ponnery from back in the day because he had a shockwave, or he might still have one. That he put like a brace on. He put the extended tube on it to make it flush, and then he was running mini slugs in it.
Yeah, I also think that might be a really cool way to go with it. I just have never played with those.
Yeah, either have I. So I don't know what their power factor is.
Whenever we meet up, we should buy a bunch of like mini slugs and like do tests.
So what does the chat want to talk about, guys?
For science.
We've still got
chat.
Steadily and Grumpy and Spectre Paw and he jobs for all. That was unnecessary.
That was excessive, but
anyway.
I like the spirit.
Yeah.
How's my audio sound now?
Honda's not going to remember any of this later.
Super low.
Nope,
Super
not at
low.
all.
I always wanted to
I was
load
rearranging my desk and I hit the gain by accident.
What?
I was just trying to get an audio check. I figured out what happened. I was rearranging my desk and I turned up my gain by accident.
Oh.
That's why it was so freaking
Garrett.
obnoxiously loud earlier.
Sorry, I see your super chat. He says to buy all three on Amazon for $257.73. As far as the bags and stuff go, I like using the vacuum sealer or the food saver bags. I have noticed there's like some off brands out there that you can get, and I've picked them up at Walmart and stuff like that. But I've noticed that the actual food saver bags are a thicker plastic. They are a little more expensive, but they're a thicker plastic and they work better. One thing you want to remember, if you're vacuum sealing anything that's got edges to it, or like rice, beans, things like that, things that are small, hard. Ooh. When it seals them in, they imprint in the bag, which is fine, except if you're storing it with other stuff, if that like thing full of rice that's now has a textured surface, it rubs up against stuff and it can destroy the seal. So if you're doing rice and beans and things like that, I always double seal. So what I'll do sometimes is I'll use one of the cheap bags and then double seal it inside one of the food saver bags because they're a little bit thicker of plastic. But yeah, the food saver bags are the best ones to go for. I like the rolls as opposed to the pre-cut ones. just because they're more usable. And the vacuum sealer has a thing where you set the roll inside of it, and then you pull out how much you want, and then you cut it, and then you seal it. I think the rolls are just more. I mean, the rolls I like better because I can do more with. I can figure out what size I want to use. The pre-cut ones are convenient because you'll usually get a variety pack that comes with some that are this big and some that are smaller, and so you know, depending on what. But you go through those so quick, and they're more expensive. I wouldn't get the pre-cut stuff. I wouldn't do that. So it's a little more work to use the rolls, but they work better and they're cheaper.
What are we talking about?
Vacuum sealers. You know that thing you're supposed to buy?
Fuck you and your fucking vacuum sealers, you cocksmoker.
Vacuum sealers.
Hey Honda, you know if you say watermelon really, really slow.
Fuck your face. That's how you say it slowly. Cheers. Finish your drink, you little bitch. How many behind are you now? Like 6, 7? I forget.
I don't know how many you've had.
I took I forget how many shots I took.
There are 3 shots of vodka in this glass, and I will finish this in about 10 minutes. Iron Road says SHTF Storytime. I uploaded a whole bunch of SHTF Storytime.
Oh yeah,
in Discord, and we'll read some of it on Monday. But I put I got a thing, a channel in Discord that just says SHTF Storytime, and I uploaded all of the original Rock Humper Storytime, and then I uploaded season 2, which I think was either Travis or Finite. I don't remember who the other Midnight Range. I can't remember who did season 2. I think it was Finite. Although for some reason the emails I got came from Travis, so I don't know if Finite wrote it and Travis sent it to me. I don't remember what the fuck happened. But so I've got season 1 and season 2 posted up there, and then I'm gonna post all the one-off stories. What I'm calling SHTF Storytime side quests, and I've got 2 from you, Angry, because you wrote 2, part 1 and part 2.
Shit, I forgot I did.
Yeah, and so I've got those. I got them. They were all in my emails, and I was like, fuck, because I couldn't find them on my computer. And I was like, fuck, I thought I had all those. So I just went in my Gmail and I typed in SHTF, and I was like, oh fuck, there they all are, all the ones that everybody had emailed me. So I just transferred them over to WordPad documents, and then I'm copying and pasting them and putting it in there. So there's plenty to read right now. There's the first 2 seasons, and then I've got all the side quests, which I had to break up because you sent 2. So I've got side quests 1 and 2 from you. I've got side quests 1 and 2 from somebody else, and I got another side quest story. Then there's
wait. Who are all the characters in all these stories? Because they're from a while ago.
Yeah. Some of them you'll know because like AC, it was in there. But then there'll be some that you won't know because they're not people that hang out in the chats anymore. But
this is delicious, by the way. I took my leftover soup that I keep talking about. That's so delicious.
Okay.
Poured it over the almost cooked rice, and it makes it edible, and it's actually really good.
Yeah, of course. I do that all the time. I'll either soup or like we make that jasmine rice. You know that yellow jasmine rice that they sell at the store. I'll make it. I don't make the rice. My wife makes the rice, but she'll make the rice, and then we'll either get like vegetable beef stew or vegetable beef soup or like the Dinty Moore stew, and pour it over the top of that rice. And it's delicious. It's fucking insanely delicious. So yeah, I've got side quest 1 and 2 for Angry, and then I guess I've got one side quest 1, 2, and 3, which were just all 3 written by different people. And then there's Shithead Fan Storytime, The Golden Years. That's when it's far, far into the future. So I've got them all, and
I think someone should write a new version of this with people who are like still on the chats because like,
dude, that's the point. That's the purpose. That's why I put the channel in Discord so people can start adding to it. You know what I mean? So they can start adding their own stories and stuff. So,
do you have a recipes fucking channel?
No, I don't actually. I mean, I've got
food porn,
but it's not really recipes. I should put a recipes channel in there, shouldn't I? That would be a bad idea.
Not a bad idea.
This is super easy to make. It's so fucking good. Like anyone can do it. And like the soup I made from scratch, you know? I mean, you just take I'll tell you. Okay, I'll just tell you. Take a pound of bacon.
Yep.
Cut it up. Fucking like little strips or whatever. And then fry it in a big pot until it's like nice and crispy and you render all the fat out. And you want to drain if there's too much fat, you want to drain some out, but you want a little bit of grease at the bottom, right? and then you add potatoes and onions and like maybe like a bag of mixed vegetables, and then you start frying those all together with the bacon. And then on the side, in another pot, you take like a cup or cup and a half of chicken stock and 2 beers, whatever kind of beer you like, and you boil those on the side, right? And then once that's kind of got a rolling boil and all those stuff's kind of combined together, you pour the chicken stock and beer into the pot with everything else, and then you get that to like a nice rolling boil, and then you cut the heat, right? You cut the heat at that point because you don't want anything burning once you add the cheese in. And you take like a half block of the Velveeta cheese or the government cheese, and you kind of chop that up into like blocks so it can melt quicker. And you throw that in there and stir it until it's melted and good. Done. So good. Yeah, no, it's bacon, beer, cheese soup. And you make like a big old pot of it, and then you, like, the kids love it. I make it once in a while. You know, you can't make it too often because then they'll end up not liking it. But it kind of has that flavor of like beer cheese stuff that you dip, like if you go to like a bar and you get like a pretzel and they got the cheese sauce that you dip it in. It's kind of got that like beer cheese flavor to it. It's good.
I made some stew once with some like sirloin steak and some Guinness. Pretty fucking good.
Super chat.
Grumpy Bear. I'm so drunk I don't know how to tell you to get in the chat.
Message him on Discord.
So, Matt, I have a question about the Shit That's the Fan stories.
Mhm.
Is there a like specific time frame as a baseline for where these should be written at, or no?
It's just post-apocalyptic. It essentially the idea was, what if tomorrow shit hit the fan, and then all the people that we all know from online started trying to find each other to survive. You know what I mean? Because we all know we have more skills than the average person and have prepared and things like that. So it really could just be like tomorrow if there was an apocalyptic event tomorrow.
Dude, if the lights turn off tomorrow, I'm never talking to you again.
That's probably literally true. You probably would never talk to me again if everything's shut down tomorrow, unless I decided to walk to fucking Colorado.
I don't know where the fucking Texas you are, bro. Like, I'd love to find you, but fuck me.
You could find me easier than I could find you, because you could just go to, like, it's the only golf resort town next to Brownsville. It's not difficult to
and I'm
fucking
gonna
find.
be able to find that on foot through the zombie apocalypse. Like,
Dude, we should make a rally point where, like, hey, if things are to the point where we can't talk anymore, where do we meet?
Dragon Man.
Detroit.
Oh, fuck.
They'd
never suspect us.
Go to Nebraska.
I say Tulsa. It's fucking centrally located.
Yeah.
It'd be easier for everybody to get to.
Dragon Man.
Fair.
Probably could float down the Arkansas River.
Dragon Man's got more guns than the government. Well, than some
And,
government.
and as soon as shit hits the fan, he's going to shoot you when you get anywhere near him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody asks, I'm white.
I can picture it now, like us all meeting in Tulsa.
Just tell them, don't worry about the vote.
This Suburban of death with a trailer of like shit, and Honda with like a mule carrying a freezer and a vacuum sealer.
Fuck you and your vacuum sealer.
No, he still won't have a vacuum sealer.
I'd be
And he'll be
like
pissed off because all his rice has gone bad.
I would be like on a war rig with
tastes like the pantry.
Jolly tied on the front of it.
Yes. 100%.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I've got a little trailer that I keep stored at somebody else's house. It's not a very big one, but it's like just a 4x8, something like that. I could pack a lot of shit on that motherfucker.
I feel like you say you have a lot of things, but there's never any proof.
There's a reason why.
I remember. Is that the trailer you bought when you were going to be moving? But then,
Yeah,
yeah.
So I bought two
remember when
trailers. I bought the big one and I bought the little one.
Yeah,
and the big one I sold that one because there was nowhere for me to store it. The little one, my mechanic actually was like, I asked him and he said, yeah, I could keep it stored at his place. He was just like, can I use it from time to time if I got to take something big, move
Angry
parts or whatever? And I was like, sure, yeah.
Confirmation doesn't count as proof. Sorry.
So
fair trade, Matt.
I was like, okay, because I don't have to pay to store it somewhere, and he uses it because I'm not fucking using it. So it's like, you store it for me and you use it whenever the fuck you want. I don't care.
A trailer that's actually being used is better for you in reality because it's going to be maintained. Yeah.
And I went through and I packed the bearings, I re-greased everything. It was one of those what are they, $450, $500, whatever, Harbor Freight trailers, the biggest one that they sell. And I went through all the checklist stuff, and because they're folding trailers, but I bolted them closed so that it can't fold to take out the weak points and all that shit. And I redid the tires, I repacked the bearings, redid the axle. I basically took a cheap trailer and made it a considerably nicer one.
Yeah.
It's a good little trailer. I like it. But yeah, I'd fucking go grab that motherfucker. I can pack a lot of stuff on that. And if you want to see, here's the thing. I stopped doing prepping videos how long ago? I mean, I occasionally do one. But like early on when I was prepping and doing videos, I used to show all my shit, as my stuff was growing because I would make videos on different stuff. Remember the powdered goat's milk?
Oh, God.
Anyway.
Would you eat your powdered goat's milk?
I don't remember what happened to it, but I don't have it anymore. No, because that made it onto a fucking TV show. That's why. There was a clip from one of my videos when the Doomsday Prepper thing was getting real big. There were TV shows that were doing like stuff on them, and there was this clip show. I don't remember what it was called, and it's on YouTube somewhere. There's this clip show where they were showing clips of crazy preppers, and they fucking took a clip from one of my videos where I was showing how I stored things in my pantry for the purposes of prepping and how I rotated it and all that kind of stuff. And
was it
Old Navy's
Yes, turn it down. It wasn't National Geographic. That's Doomsday Preppers.
Oh, what was it?
It was some look at that Preppers Are Crazy thing. Look at that Preppers Are Crazy thing. What's the date on it?
I love that Matt made the real
2015.
crazy YouTube.
Click on that one. That might be it. Maybe. I don't know. What is it? Off-road with Doug? No, that's not it. It was something like that. Anyway.
Does it concern you, Matt, that we have had in-depth, at-length conversations with people like the Sardi One who are on Doomsday Preppers?
Does it concern me? No.
Like
it.
Sure. Like they're gonna be like.
Is this it?
I don't know. I need to see who does it. Who did it? It was like something TV. Like I don't remember. I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll find it because I think I have it saved in my favorites.
I can just see us now at like the Nuremberg trials of the future or whatever, and they're like, "You associated with this man in a raccoon hat," and they're like, "Well, technically, yes."
Did they give you credit for it? Did they post your name in the screen or something?
Tara Smith is finally home. Night, Tara.
I'm sorry I'm so drunk right now. I better get higher. That's the problem. I'm not high enough. I'm too drunk.
Warren Munson has a point.
Too drunk, not high.
Honda can't vacuum seal his food. How will he open it with no knife?
Ooh. It'll be like that episode of the Twilight Zone with the guy with the books and the glasses. Like as soon as he breaks his glasses, you can't. Like Hondo will be sitting there in the apocalypse trying to open his bag of vacuum sealed tack rice. There was time now.
All right.
Got to use the edge of a magazine or something.
He's trying to hit it with a brick.
You guys want to be assholes. Let's see how it is. We're going to have to go here.
Now he's going to take out a knife and probably cut himself.
Oh,
I hope so.
Gear check.
For YouTube's sake. That would be the thing to do, really. Let's go solo layout. All right, here we are. Oh, Honda doesn't have any knives. Look.
Getting closer.
Right? Oh, Han doesn't have any knives at all. Why would you have extra knives? Because everywhere I go, there's a knife that's like super sharp, dude. Look at that. Look at that. I don't need knives. I have knives. I just don't like carrying them. Look, there's even little ones.
All right, Ginsu
There we go.
Gary.
I don't know what the fuck just happened. It just kicked me the fuck out. It's like, what the shit?
You missed my knife demonstration.
I really did. Fucking knife demonstration.
Look, that's just a little tiny one.
I mean,
I'm just saying, everyone makes fun of me for not having a knife, and I'm having a night strike moment where I'm feeling self-conscious about what you guys have been saying about me, and now I need to like prove that I have the thing, and I'm going to repeat the next thing you say.
You don't have any buoys or folders?
But if you say "fuck you guys," I'm leaving, then the chat ends. So
fuck you guys, I'm leaving. The chat ends.
Fuck you guys, I'm going home.
Poor Night Strike. I feel bad, man.
Yeah, I do too.
I like Night Strike.
I mean, I feel bad, but he also got a he got a little diploma certificate.
But good.
Wait, what happened to Night Strike?
Well, he got this little certificate from this guy in the hat.
For real, though?
Like,
knives?
And we tried to congratulate him and got upset.
Oh, Jesus.
These are super fucking nice knives for the price. I got them at Costco for like, I think it was like $30 for a whole set of knives. Because I was tired of you guys making fun of me.
We were making fun of you because you didn't have a pocket knife, though. You bought kitchen knives.
Well, you were against. We were making fun of you because you were against carrying a knife around with you.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have knives to cut things properly, I realized either. So I solved that problem at least.
Yeah, if you want to be a true tea and beer, you got to carry a knife.
Honda's going to go the extreme opposite in the apocalypse. He's going to be like the Asian guy from, Jesus Christ, what's the movie?
The Walking Dead?
No. Fuck, don't tip my tongue. It was based off an older movie. It was a Western.
Kung Fu?
No.
Jackie Chan?
No, like in the remake, Chris Pratt's in it, and Denzel Washington.
Oh, Magnificent Seven.
Magnificent Seven, yes.
Okay, Honda, I just put the link in the private chat to the video. I found the video that I'm talking about.
Okie dokie. Clicking button.
Share with the class.
Okay, there we go.
This is the TV show that me and several other preppers at the time, this is from 2014. But that video, I think, was from 2012.
I gotta find the part that you're in.
Just fucking play the goddamn thing. It's like 3 minutes long.
Okay, fine. Fuck me in the ass.
Jesus Christ.
Like,
fuck!
Sorry that I
Motherfucker! No.
I ate Taco Bell last night. It's not going to be much fun for you, but okay. Go ahead, stick it in. I had hot sauce.
That's what she said.
We can't see anything if you're sharing. So
I'm trying. Give me a second.
The fine motor skills are.
Mom and Daddy, please stop fighting.
Okay, there we go. Viral videos. Let's turn up. Is there music?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Fair use.
Apparently.
There's music.
Is it copyright music?
I don't know. I'm not finding out.
Yeah, there's music right now.
Infomania.
What?
Who the fuck is this guy? Hold on. Can we play this? Hold on.
You said
the video underground of people who trade tips on how to be prepared for the end of civilization. So with the help of these
I don't know who that guy was.
Enjoy your apocalypse. A guide to Armageddon things done. Now, if you're in a crowd, look to your left. Then look to your right. One of these people is tastier than the other. So choose now, because there's some death a-coming.
In this segment, I want to talk about who's going to die when the poop hits the fan.
Probably
You know all these people, probably, right?
I think I know most of them. There's a couple that I don't.
Kidding. It's the people who don't have guns.
There's Burrs.
They're like an omnibus item for preppers. They're like a Swiss Army knife with a gun in it. Okay. Sometimes guns are displayed
I don't know him.
for preppers as if to say, touchdown, death, woo! But hey, that gun's not just for you. You know what else you can do with your gun? You can use it as family bonding time.
What I'm doing with my sons to prepare for the economic
Oh,
collapse.
those are clearly air rifles.
Air rifles, yeah.
So what do your kids hunt for in the neighborhood? Well, let me put it this way. Lassie's trying to tell us something, and that something is, I'm delicious. But speaking of great cuisine, it's fine dining that really makes a safe house a safe home. And it's going to take a good 6 to 8 weeks for your mental state to deteriorate to the point where you feel comfortable eating your neighbors. So, in the meantime, pack a snack.
They had a sale a couple months ago. These white chicken chunks.
White chicken chunks, just like the kind Mom used to process chemically. But you know what goes great with white chicken chunks?
Oh, shit.
Milk. You read my mind. Oh, I just do lines of it. That's super goody. Don't want brand loyalty at a time like this.
Just soda down here. We did a little taste test, and Wild Mountain tastes damn near like Mountain Dew to me.
In chunks.
Powdered goat's milk.
You're right. In chunks.
Powdered goat's milk.
In chunks.
Powdered goat's milk.
In chunks.
Powdered goat's milk.
In chunks. In chunks.
Powdered goat's milk.
No, and how did you find this out? Did somebody send this to you?
Somebody sent it to me. They watched it and they're like, dude, you're in a fucking TV show or something. I'm like, okay.
That's good.
That's hilarious.
They never asked my permission or anything.
Everyone
But
he had shown up to that point, Matt.
the what?
We knew all but one person that he was making fun of.
Yeah, I know.
I recognize Patriot Nurse. I don't like it when people say poop hits the fan.
So Burrs was a friend of Haas, and he has a whole channel, Captain Burrs, and he does good shit.
Burrs is a good dude.
Yeah,
He used to be on the chats all the time. Burrs is a good dude. He still occasionally does videos. He doesn't.
Bro, I want to watch otters. We're doing live streams. There's fucking cool ass otters.
I want to watch otter.
There's otters on YouTube. I didn't even know.
Jesus Christ, otter.
See if there's an otter's recipe.
You didn't know you
on how to prepare
otters on
otters.
YouTube.
Yeah, dude, there's fucking the cutest otters you've ever
Stop
seen.
being such a fag.
They've got hands. They've got articulating thumbs. They can unscrew caps off of lids. They have sharp teeth that could bite your eyeballs out. Like, they're cute, though.
Oh,
You describing the octopus.
Octopus can not do any of those things if there's not water.
yeah, otters will pick you up on land or sea.
Yeah, exactly. They could fuck an octopus up, probably in the water and definitely on.
Have you ever seen an octopus out of water? They can still fuck you up.
Yeah, octopus can be badass, actually.
Only if you try to swallow them whole, like those fucking people do.
No, there's videos of like octopus like chasing people on land.
Yeah.
What? I've never seen this.
Like even as they're suffocating, they don't give a fuck about you.
I came out of the water to kill you, and now
I'm
dying, but I'm gonna.
I have chosen death, but also so have you.
From hell's heart, I stab at thee.
Not on land, dude. No, on land they're fucking pussies.
Honestly,
Like, they can grab onto you. Like, they can do like this shit where they're like, "Oh, let me grab your arm." Hold on, let me do that part.
I think octopus are like super intelligent, or whatever, and us putting them in a tank is like torturing them or some shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Totally. Like that's why he's grabbing their arms. They're just like, "Fuck you, fuck you."
Yeah, but you know why it's grabbing his arm? It's grabbing his arm because it's trying to get his arm to its beak so it can start biting him.
So octopus do that because you taste good. Isn't that creepy? They taste with those suction cups.
Yeah.
I bet we do taste good.
I still think octopus are aliens.
Who's that fucking that reporter who ate brain in India?
No fucking clue.
Some motherfucker from CNN, I'm guessing.
It was the guy from CNN, actually. I can't remember his name then.
Joe Rogan was just talking about him last week. I think it was Joe Rogan. Or either Joe Rogan or Steven Crowder. He said that's why he's kind of fucked up now as a reporter.
That versus an otter. I mean, maybe underwater the fucking octopus would win. Definitely above water, the fucking otters win.
I feel you think an otter's like a honey badger out of water. Like,
is it not?
No, otters are extremely they enjoy being in water. Like,
this is like that age-old fight between lions and sharks.
Yeah,
you know, and like, yeah, sure.
Lions and tuna, get it right.
Oh, is it tuna? I thought it was shark.
Me and my tuna brothers will go and kick your lion ass in our reverse scooter.
We will learn. We have time, and we will win. We will develop a suit that can allow us to walk on water.
I tried to wind this up an hour ago, you fucking asses.
Like octopus will eat like shellfish, but they'll also eat like fish and everything. Otters eat like clams. Like,
have you ever seen the giant river otters from the Amazon? They're like,
oh, those got to be the best. Let me look at those.
On the river.
On the river.
The baby snake.
The otters, they grow very large.
Oh, dude, look.
They attack the baby snake.
Dude, tell me this thing's not a fucking monster. Hold on.
It is a monster. Like, these are terrifying. These are as big as we are, basically.
Oh yeah, I think those are the aggressive otters.
Oh yeah,
that will attack humans.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just watching a show about them.
They are not afraid of you at all.
Nope.
That's terrifying. Because you know they're going for your ball sack first under the water.
This is why shotguns are good, because they penetrate water better than other guns.
They're still cute, though. I still like them. They're cute. Even though they're
like fucking deer slugs.
They look like a sea rat to me.
Those fish don't stand a chance. Are they feeding him fish? No, they can't be. They're catching those things. They're otters. They're fucking amazing.
You're gonna have your otter gun handy.
What kind of gun do you use for otter? Fuck you, that's the kind of gun. You don't shoot otters. You let them eat you.
I wouldn't.
If you can't get away, you let them eat you.
That's what she said.
I'll fucking shoot that motherfucker in the face.
Yeah.
I would be like, oh, which gun do I use? And be like, well, buckshot.
Well, it's a fucking otter. Anything. Jesus.
Yeah.
I bet otter probably tastes good, though, doesn't it?
My default is to shoot it with buckshot.
I don't know, because they're basically like a sea weasel. And I don't know how a weasel tastes.
They just swim around eating fish all the time. They got to taste delicious.
They probably
So they look like sea rats. So
yeah, it probably tastes like some kind of fucking rodent.
I mean, if it was good enough for Sylvester Stallone.
I mean, beavers taste delicious, so I'm gonna
That's true.
go with they
That's
taste good.
well, since they're from South America, these are like Latino otters, so they might be a little spicy.
Well,
Muy caliente.
It does depend on the beaver. Some beavers are better than others, and like the less mileage they've seen, usually the better.
Yes.
They probably go good with tacos. These ones right here.
Dude, look how cute he is.
I think we should get an otter and name it Honda.
Honler the otter.
Honler the otter. Look at him stand up.
Oh, look, he's even doing the salute.
He even did the right hand. He just left paw, which is the opposite of the other one. Yeah.
What is life right now? Why are you on my hit a button? I need to hit a button.
What the hell is
I've been ignoring the chat. I didn't even notice. That's how drunk I am.
Leo, I think that's
Super chat.
Oh, that's me.
Watch this. What in the fuck is going on over there?
Fuck me.
I'm doing ASMR.
Can you stop ASMRing?
Okay, hold on. Let me get this one coconut out. All right.
Where'd you get the coconut out of?
the lime and the coconut all up.
Was that the fruit you were picking because the farmer told you to?
Yes.
Coconuts would be a bad choice.
These are coconut bonbons.
Fucking hate coconut.
I mean, I think grapes is about the only thing you could do. Like, is there another one you could shove 100 of up your butt?
If a farmer
Sunflower
was holding
seeds.
me at gunpoint telling me to do this, I would just try to like close distance, and then I would try to grab that shotgun. I wouldn't shove anything up my ass.
Yeah, that's true. You pick something that you can beat that person with the shotgun to death with. So what's like a summer squash?
Well, I'm assuming that like it's like a long barrel like hunting shotgun because he's a farmer, right? So,
Yeah.
like, and he's probably stupid enough to stand pretty close to you. So like the second you step past the barrel and grab it, like now it's a fight for the gun, and like I would just keep it pointed away from me.
I'll just stick the fruit up my ass, get it over with.
I think if you squeeze the juice out of the fruit, but you keep like the pulp inside, does that count?
No.
Because that changes the game a little. I mean, maybe strawberries or cherries would work. But if you even like apples, dude, apples are too big.
Oh yeah, like
Maybe crab apples.
I honestly think grapes should be too big for you, Honda.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, like a fucking anything is too big, but
Baby carrots.
like we're talking hypothetically here, so like reality doesn't count. George Poston says, "Watch the zoo of the." We already read that one.
See, I kind of figure I might die fighting over the shotgun, but like,
Bro, why
least
am I
you'll die
still
with
here?
it.
I gotta hit a button. I'm too drunk for this, dude.
What? What did you say? I don't know what you're saying.
Honda's
What's
quitter.
wrong, Honda?
I'm not as thinking as I am. I ate tack rice though. I'll be golden tomorrow, bro. Don't worry.
Are you having good vibrations?
I'm good and I'm straight.
Come on.
I just
You
know
got a sweet sensation.
I can't pay attention to
Feel
things.
it, feel it.
Is there a fucking lag here? Like, what the fuck is going on? Jesus fucking Christ!
Okay, you hit the button. Good job.
I'm not. What?
Huh? Who? Where?
Get?
I thought
What?
you took my chat down, YouTube. Scared me there. Always sucks when you go 5 hours into a chat. And then
Is it about that time
okay,
to
that
break
was too
forth
much.
with the rhythm and the rhyme?
Whatever you just did right there. It's too much.
You get yours. I'll
Well,
get mine.
4 hours and 55
Do you want to see
minutes
sweat
is
coming out
fine.
your pores?
But the 42 seconds after that, you're done. Out. Peace.
I'm just saying.
Finito.
You're not going to even run the clock to a full 5 hours?
Yeah, run it to the full 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do it.
No, I don't
do it.
want to.
Do it now.
Now I want
Do
to
it
end it
slowly.
right now just because you assholes
La,
fucking
la.
told me to. And because I can't fucking get a sentence in without someone making some
What
fucking
the fuck are you
dumb
saying?
Arnold Schwarzenegger sound.
God damn it! Stop doing it, Honda. What are you doing?
Maria, go down on me now.
Put the cookie down now.
You're the best group of gays I know.
Maria, watch me do the helicopter.
Man, you guys are the best group of fags on earth.
I take comfort in that.
Well, I don't know what
What?
to tell you, boys. This has been a hell of a ride.
You still got fucking 3 minutes left, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more you tell me to do things, the more I'm like,
Ow.
no. Damn
Get
it.
down!
Hold out for 5 hours. If not for us, for America.
So
What's
You
the first
know
thing you're going to
you're
watch
gonna get in a
tomorrow?
fight
It
with a
better be
regular on it.
fucking Independence Day.
Rick and Morty. Wait, what?
See the best goddamn speech any president's ever given.
When's the next
Dude,
Rick and Morty come
Budweiser
out?
killed it this year.
Yes,
Like,
they did. That was fucking awesome.
When's
Like,
the next
they
Rick-
won the marketing game.
I've seen Matt post on Facebook with it.
Imagine Biden giving that post or that speech.
Well, he wouldn't have
today
been able to get
we
through it.
celebrate our go. You know the thing.
For Christmas.
Anyway, where's my
We celebrate
pudding? Where's my
Thanksgiving
pudding?
Day.
Give me my pudding.
Bill Cosby comes out, I got a pudding pop for you.
I'm really glad that I have this like professional chat that I could probably take to a company and be like, hey guys, I do this thing on YouTube. And
Yep.
Wondering if you might be interested in sponsoring my show. Here's a sample of our content.
Who are you taking it to, Captain Morgan?
I have no idea. Anybody who would
Pudding!
buy this, like the fucking
Pudding!
local crack dealer.
Honda, I think we just need to start doing stand-up and cross-promote.
That's the thing. We could probably get like an Amazon special or like a Netflix special.
I need my pudding, please.
Definitely Netflix. They'll take anything.
Please, Kamala.
Yeah, they will.
Give me my pudding
I mean, they
now.
have Amy Schumer on there, so I mean, we're shooing.
I said what
Roy,
you wanted me to say.
Actually, have you seen Stony Crackle? They would take anything.
Biden over there, fucking.
Yeah, no shit.
Shut up! I want my pudding, you bastard!
Roy Munson in the
You
chat.
Molson raper!
Pony soldier.
Fuck you, you Molson raper!
You're a fucking lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Fuck you.
2 minutes.
I once ate a dog-faced pony soldier. It was because Corn Pop, he was a bad dude, and maybe.
I still laugh that Joe Biden goes to sleep every night and there's a little corn pop demon in the corner.
He's a bad dude.
He had those
Oh my
rusty
God.
razors.
Remember those friggin' California raisin things from whenever the fuck they were?
Yes, that's exactly it.
But
Like it's a person in a costume.
instead of this fucking corn pop just sitting in the friggin' corner like the monkey and
It's just
Family
like
Guy.
it's like a
Chris's room.
scary,
Oh my God.
cartoon piece of popped corn.
No, it's got to be an actual corn pop, like the cereal.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, burn into the grapevine.
We all think he's
And
crazy,
I'm
but he's
just about to
actually
lose
suffering.
my mind. Biden already did.
Stop it!
Get down!
Arnold.
I'm doing California raisins.
You got to be governor, and you were like in a couple cool movies, but then you got all old, and then you took steroids. Like, what did you do? Fuck off.
I was like
No, he took steroids way before he got old.
Do not challenge
Well, I
me.
think you took him again though when he got old.
You shut up. Hear me now and see me later.
Do you have
got
testicles? Too?
testosterone replacement therapy for his shriveled up balls?
Don't do this. You cannot do this.
I'm hitting.
Hey,
It's
he's
time to make
fathered
another
many
Terminator.
children with many different women.
And on the note of shriveled up balls, we end